uptown in an area that gets neglected. The sad reality for New York is that it's got way too much on its plate to fight crime everywhere at once. The city can either concentrate all of its resources on trying to fight crime at a limited number of subway stations and trains underground, or it can spread its resources throughout the entire city and get no results. Or it can get a short-term result in the subway, which is probably the best New Yorkers can expect. And that means, as you're about to see, that things down here are probably going to get a lot worse before they get any better.
Sam William Sam,
millions of dollars
7696, Sam William Sam, 7696 is going to be a black Cadillac CT4.
So it's kind of strange that New York City now, all of a sudden, has leaders that across all spectrums of the political aisle want to do something about helping those who are down here and are down and out, while doing everything in their power to keep people safe as they try to go to work and live their lives. Yet, as excited as some of you might be that change could finally come to this city, you've got to understand that it's not the mayor's fault or the governor's fault that we've got a series of laws here that are completely backwards and don't allow us to help anybody.
It is a fact that some of the violent crime in the New York City transit system is coming at the hands of severely unstable people. Mayor Adams praised the stepped-up deployments while admitting that's only part of the answer. The city needs a long-term strategy for its mental health crisis, with unstable people in the...
So, that increasing crime that we keep hearing doesn't actually exist and is all imaginary. Well, it's finally no longer an imaginary problem because it's way up and everybody knows it. And even though overall crime in the subway is down, the crimes people actually care about, like violent attacks on others or robbery, those are up. And it looks like our leaders can't play the public forever. People are starting to figure this out, and now everybody knows there's a mental health crisis down here, and everybody wants to see action. But sadly, neither the governor or the mayor are going to be able to do a whole lot about this. Mayor Adams has been trying for the last several years to get more authority to take people off the streets when they're in need of help and when they're a danger to themselves and others, yet he has never been given it. Instead, our city's backed by a legal system that says it's compassionate because it's decriminalized everything, when in reality there's nothing compassionate about laws that stop someone from getting actual help. If you had a friend or a loved one who was down in the subway and in need of help, you'd come down here and plead with them to leave. You'd drag them out if you had to. Yet New Yorkers are not allowed to do that for each other, even though we spend millions on outreach services that apparently do nothing.
A groundbreaking $650 million investment will include a facility dedicated to stabilizing those with severe mental illness.
Part of what promotes psychosis is being on a subway car without any other support. Part of what promotes recovery are other people reorienting you, talking to you, engaging with you.
He is so close to being right. Perhaps he just doesn't want to say it. But the truth is, if people are addicted and they're allowed to remain on the streets indefinitely, they are never going to get the help they need, which could take months or years, but nothing's being done. Well, something is being done. It's just only being done in one particular part of town at a time. It's not being done everywhere at once, which is what we really need. And in a system like this, people will evade the helping hand that is being offered to them. They could go to other subway stations, or they can live in this one, where there apparently aren't any outreach workers. On top of that, our streets are an absolute mess, which means once the weather gets a little bit warmer and people aren't down here in the subway, they may not be exposed to any of the help the city's offering them at all. And that's why the crime problems we've got down here could go on forever.
Take a look at this surveillance video. Police say this man strikes danger with every flame, setting garbage on fire. This is on board a northbound J train in the Woodhaven Boulevard station in Queens last Friday.
This is terrible. Now we've got another marauding maniac copying a similar crime he and the rest of us all heard about on the news a month ago. This is terrible, but it's happening again. And apparently this guy committed a whole bunch of crime above ground and then did it again in the subway. He's running all over the place and nobody can stop him. And what's worse is this event took place after the National Guard numbers in the subway were increased and after more police were sent into the subway to try and keep it safe. Things down here are a total mess and it's doomed to remain in its current state as long as we let our streets remain in their current state. And this problem is so much bigger than whoever our governor or our mayor are. We need to start writing actual laws that can actually help people. Think about it. People shouldn't be allowed to use items in public that destroy their lives. That should not be allowed, but it is. And unless that is a crime and people are arrested for it, how are they ever going to get brought into a potential treatment facility? How are they ever going to get a hand that helps them get clean? On top of that, New York needs some sort of stand your ground law which protects the general public in the event they are attacked by some maniac in the absence of law enforcement. Right now, we're dealing with what many call the Daniel Penny effect, where people are terrified of intervening when an unpredictable person enters the equation, which is really bad for a public safety perspective because it just emboldens criminals to have a docile, terrified general public who will allow them to do whatever they want and will put up no resistance if they try to rob or hurt others. What do you think about that? Are New York City's laws putting everyone in danger, and are they handicapping police and mental health outreach workers from actually making a difference in people's lives? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
A massive show of federal force today in the Bronx, a multi-agency operation targeting dozens of undocumented immigrants.
One of those arrests is a member of a notorious Venezuelan gang wanted for several crimes, including burglary.
So ICE is now on the march, taking down gang members and criminals, many of whom are only in New York because of its sanctuary city protections. Protections, which have attracted some of America's worst criminals looking to avoid deportation, while benefiting from a lax legal system that doesn't see robbery, theft, or assault as jailable offenses. But things have changed, and the federal government is now here making arrests. In fact, ICE just took down one of the ringleaders of a Venezuelan gang everybody in this country thought was unstoppable, until now.
Federal agents moved in before dawn. The target,
24 Plaza.
Zambrano Pacheco. Authorities say Pacheco was among the heavily armed men caught on surveillance video storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
I just can't believe it happened there, though. And I didn't hear anything.
I was planning on calling ICE, to be honest with you, so they got here before I was able to call them. I'm really happy it's happening. Very happy, actually.
He had warrants out for his arrest in Colorado, and this ringleader had just tried to buy some grenades. He had been a part of a gun buy.
In total, 20 immigrants arrested in the Bronx, 12 with criminal records. 8 had no criminality other than entering the country illegally.
If you are an individual, a foreign national, who illegally enters the United States of America, you are, by definition, a criminal, and so therefore you are subject to deportation.
What they're trying to do is instill fear in our communities and continue to push this narrative that they're coming for everyone.
This is very bad that they have these people here. They taking our money, they taking our streets over, and they bringing more police, and we don't need police over here. We fine the way we are.
So residents of a Bronx apartment complex were shocked to learn that they were living down the hall from one of America's most wanted. And what none of New York's progressive leaders want to admit is that people like this, they're not coming here because of the weather. No, this is a place where you go to hide when the entire country is looking for you and you still want to live a life of crime. Because New York isn't just a sanctuary city led by those who despise federal immigration laws. It's also got the perfect combination of laws that allow the lawless to hide in plain sight while getting free services from the local government. On top of that, New York City alarmingly doesn't do background checks when moving people into its asylum shelters, which allows gang members with long rap sheets to get free housing down the hall in some cases from families with little kids. Plus, police are banned from entering these places even though we know criminals like this who are part of this gang are smuggling guns all over town, including into these shelters, making them bases where they export their criminal activity to all corners of our city. But it doesn't just stop there, because as the world saw in 2023, members of this very same gang were all set free after attacking police in Times Square. And when you combine that with New York City's other laws that stop thieves from going to jail after they steal purses or shoplift, we arrive at the real reason why criminals like this, some of the worst people on the entire planet, are hiding out right here in New York. This place is perfect for them. Although that's about to change, because President Trump's re-election now means that Homeland Security can once again do its job by keeping U.S. residents safe, even in a place like New York that has backwards sanctuary city laws which put the law-abiding in danger in the name of compassion. But as you're about to see, New York City's supposed compassion for immigrants isn't compassion at all. Instead, it's become a license for those who belong in prison to live out their own twisted version of the American dream.
Fire dispatch.
Yes, sir. Permission, sir.
So here we have a whole bunch of apartment buildings, and there are millions of New York City residents living in places just like these. Paying their rent and pursuing the American dream. However, New York's sanctuary city laws means some of these are also inhabited by people who are only living here to avoid prison. In fact, over the last 2 years, these criminals have completely embedded themselves throughout our society.
Federal agents moved in before dawn. The target, 25-year-old Anderson
328 Phil speaker check on
authorities say Pacheco
Fulton.
was among the heavily armed men caught on surveillance video this past summer, storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
So if you wanted proof that sanctuary cities are bad for America, here it is. You've got a guy that assaulted an apartment in another state, evicted residents from their homes, and then came here to hide in a building just like this. And these are the people who ICE is here looking for, carrying out these daring raids in the early hours of the morning, doing the work our city has prevented police from doing for years. And activists who are all upset about these raids, they've got no one to blame but themselves. Neighbors say these gang members were literally conducting business on the street in front of where they lived, and some of them had no idea this was even going on. But little did they know their neighbor was wanted for kidnapping, burglary, and menacing, charges which had come from his activities taking over apartments in Colorado. Yet somehow he was still part of a little community here in New York, living life as a free man. And moving to New York is really a no-brainer for this guy. The gang he's part of, this Trend Aragua, they've been laying down roots here for a couple of years now. They've got gang members all over the place. They've got gang members in shelters, all made possible by New York City's no questions asked sanctuary city policies, which they use to build a massive criminal empire off the backs of people they found and recruited in the city's asylum shelters. And what's crazy about this is these raids are somehow still controversial in the minds of some so-called immigrant activists. But you know who's in favor of these raids? The actual residents who had to live next to these gang members.
I just can't believe it happened here. I didn't hear anything.
One neighbor said it came as a relief.
I was planning on pulling ice, to be honest with you, so they got here before I was able to pull them. I'm really happy it's happening. Very happy, actually.
You know, the people living in this building, some of them knew they were in danger, and others had no idea. The fact that these gang members are now out of there, that's just made the whole place much safer. The whole neighborhood. Because this apartment building where this gang member was doing business was also across the street from a school. Look at this. There were actually 4 different raids that all took place simultaneously right away. And notice where these raids are happening. They're happening in the Bronx. They're not happening in the rich neighborhoods like Soho or the West Village where the elites live. And when you've got a sanctuary city which is supposed to keep immigrants safe, yet ICE has to come in and do its heaviest lifting in neighborhoods predominantly made up of immigrants, you know you've got a problem. And that problem is that sanctuary city policies aren't doing a thing to keep the very people they're designed for safe. Especially when this Trend Aragua group specializes in human exploitation. That's their thing, and they see all of the people around them as potential human capital that can benefit their gang in some manner.
We did encounter and incarcerate a Trend Aragua member, one of the ringleaders. He had warrants out for his arrest in Colorado, and this ringleader had just tried to buy some grenades. He had been a part of a gun buy.
In total, 20 immigrants arrested in the Bronx, 12 with criminal records.
So these deportations, these could end up being the best thing that's happened in New York City from a public safety perspective in a long time. Because without them, all these criminals would still be out there. Our local police are powerless to stop them. That's why they're here in such a large, critical, violent mass. And think about this. If in your city you're going to ban police from stopping organized crime, what on earth could have happened to the poor people living in this building, some of whom were totally shocked when ICE agents showed up and carted off this ringleader? The idea that this guy was not going to import crime into their neighborhood and into their building is completely ridiculous. What if this ringleader and his friends decided to have it out with a rival gang? What if they tried to locate him in this building? Or what if he and his hooligans just went around looking for people to take advantage of? Literally, there is zero upside to allowing folks like this to live freely in your city. Just think about everything that this gang had to do to get this open-air flea market up and running in Jackson Heights, Queens. All of the stuff they're selling there is stolen. That's going to require foot soldiers to go and get these things. And then they're going to need people to stand out on the street all day and sell it for them. This isn't something these ringleaders are up to. They got bigger fish to fry. And here, residents of Queens are walking by, literally stepping over the remnants of their neighborhood as it falls apart. But even though these ICE raids are going to get dangerous criminals and gang members off of our streets, the local activist crowd, they want them to stop immediately, because these raids are going to take away their power.
BMD2 is vacant, no dock damage, pilot car 20 on site.
So this has activists in New York going absolutely berserk. Ever since Donald Trump won his re-election, there have been major operations underway to take down these gang members, not just through ICE, but even with the local police. We just took down a group of male and female Trinidad arrival members who were selling weapons. But here's why this is a problem for the local activist crowd. They hate the new president and his plans so much that if they start working in many of these communities are made safer by these new enforcement actions, they're not
trying to hit her,
to the folks that
and she was able to make it to her house. She does not want contact.
Reason for years.
If you are an individual, a foreign national who illegally enters the United States of America, you are, by definition, a criminal, and so therefore you are subject to deportation.
Well, we have a request from the Valley units over at 1238 personnel, hoping that's to allow us to represent this train the roadway.
Hotel 445, 420, physical domestic disturbance at 1614 Sherman Street, 1614 Sherman Street.
Of certain people.
Yes, what's the description of the vehicle?
Country without permission is against the law, and if you do something that's against the law,
a
criminal. However, even though the new president's administration has made it very clear these are targeted operations going after the worst of the worst gang members, criminals, for some reason the activist crowd wants people to think that ICE is here to hunt down everyone. A fear-mongering idea that is so laughably easy to disprove, it's not even funny. New York is home to these massive shelters for asylum seekers. Some of them are highly visible hotels in Midtown with over 1,000 rooms. If the goal was just to round people up, that's where ICE would be. But ICE isn't over there, are they? No, they're in the Bronx with the help of local police, making these neighborhoods safer, removing armed gang members and people selling military-grade weapons off our streets. Who on earth could possibly have a problem with that? Only someone who derives their power or votes from making people who are permanent residents with green cards or legitimate asylum seekers with a valid claim think that somehow they're getting kicked out of the country and that they're public enemy number one. But not only are ICE agents in unmarked vehicles not staking out places like the Roosevelt Hotel in Midtown, there are only 6,000 agents who can act in a deportation manner. ICE is physically unable to do the thing that the fearmongers out there want to make people think Trump is telling them to do right now. And when interviewed by the local news, the residents of these buildings have a completely opposite opinion to that of this resistance movement.
I feel bad for those people that really came to this country like to get a better future.
They'll be flagged down
all the criminals, now those people have to pay.
This is very bad that they have these people here. They taking our money, they taking our streets over, and they bringing more police, and we don't need police over here. We fine the way we are. Send them back.
Would you look at that? Local residents are totally opposed to an increased police presence that comes to their neighborhood looking for criminals who shouldn't even be in the country to begin with. On top of that, these residents don't think it's fair for criminals to get free stuff while they break the law. Let's be real, it's not, but for some reason, there's elements of our society telling us we should think that it is fair. And we're supposed to think that these dangerous gang members aren't actually criminals at all. They're being wrongfully targeted. And if these advocates really cared about immigrant communities, they'd be out there rejoicing that criminals who are terrorizing these communities are now off the streets. And none of these activists are willing to come out and be honest. Every time they get interviewed, it's always in the context of ICE activity or policing in New York City. And what do? They say, well, this is just the beginning. These initial raids, these are just the start. Soon, they're going to come for everybody. Your mother, your daughter, your dog. But fear-mongering, that's only one part of the equation. Look at this. Back in December, police took down one of these TDA gang houses, which had 7 people living inside of it. And they tracked them down to this specific apartment building when one of these guys went there wearing a court-ordered ankle monitor. And this is the other reason we've got such a problem with these gangs. They're walking around as free men in a city that will not put them in jail when they commit crime. In fact, our legal system does everything it can to make sure they walk free, and they are. Here we have decriminalization, a progressive initiative, clashing or being magnified rather by another progressive initiative, this whole sanctuary city debacle. And by decriminalizing crime and telling federal fugitives that they can hide out in your city, the Bronx is now turning into a federal police state, something its residents do not want.
What we're doing is we're targeting the worst first, right? That's who we're getting. We're focusing on those targets, and this administration has kind of taken some of the handcuffs off of us.
Change your locations to 361 to Seattle Drive.
Officers and our officers officers are trained to make good decisions out there. And we
support
support them.
So federal police state in the Bronx or not, we're not talking about mass roundups. ICE doesn't have the resources to do it, and every time their agents take down one criminal, there are other criminals who could possibly escape. They are so short-staffed they can't possibly do what the people who want to fight back are telling everybody their agenda really is. Here you go, Associated Press, 6,000 ICE officers that can act in a deportation capacity. Good luck doing mass roundups. Literally nobody is talking about mass roundups except the people who oppose all of this and want the status quo to stay. These people were perfectly happy living in a city which allowed gang members to take over from the inside and subject working-class neighborhoods to a form of crime that nobody in this country's ever seen before. No activists are right about one thing. There are some people who do end up getting arrested due to their proximity to violent gang members and criminals who are also being arrested in these ICE operations. For example, the Trende Aragua ringleader apparently lived in that Bronx apartment with his girlfriend. We don't know anything about her or what her status is, but here he is running a gang. She's living in this apartment with him as he's allegedly committing crimes in the apartment and out in front of the building. If she got arrested, there's a good chance she could also be subject to a deportation, even though it was her criminal boyfriend who the federal government was really after. But here's the thing, New York City could actually limit the number of deportations that are about to take place if they would just cooperate with the federal government. For example, we've got gang members living in our asylum shelters. Why doesn't our city just turn over their names and information to the federal government so they can pick these folks up? If they were to do that and the feds didn't have to come looking for people, they wouldn't find them in apartments with their girlfriends, would they? What do you think about that? Are New York City's sanctuary policies part of the problem? Are they the reason a budding criminal underworld is growing here like nowhere else in the country? Should New York cooperate with the federal government to help get rid of these criminals? What are they doing? Selling weapons, trying to buy grenades? That's crazy. Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
There has been a spate of high-profile subway crimes that really have terrified a lot of riders, so much so that the NYPD has taken note of it. In effect, now they say they're adding 200 officers.
So, as New York grapples with growing safety problems on its streets and in its subway, people are starting to wonder why nothing seems to be able to turn this tide of crime. Because even though our leaders keep deploying more police and more National Guard troops to crime-ridden areas of town, dangerous criminals continue roaming our streets and riding our trains, which is why frightening incidents remain a regular part of daily life. And that's exactly what happens when a city rigs its laws in favor of criminals, leaving our police with no choice but to abandon the idea of stopping crime permanently.
Just before 3 p.m. Sunday, surveillance camera showing 2 officers following a man who appeared to jump over the turnstile. A minute later, he leaves, seen carrying what appears to be a knife.
Go drop the knife. Go drop the knife.
The suspect then charges towards one of the officers.
Cops are leaving the department at record rates. It comes at a time when the city says major crime overall is down.
But we found that that is not the case in all neighborhoods.
Crowds of demonstrators marching and jumping the turnstiles. This is at the West 4th Street station in the Village.
How does policing change when you have less officers?
Well, you're much more reactive. You're not proactive. You're not doing things to prevent crime.
So imagine you're a cop. Do you want to stay in New York City? You're being recruited from all over the country where they're offering you a much better pay scale. They treat you better and they let you be a cop. We have flight, not just of people in New York City and New York State, but desperately needed cops.
Is anyone really surprised that New York City is experiencing a police officer shortage at a time when crime is up? I certainly hope not, but what nobody running this place wants to admit is that increased crime and recruitment problems in your police force are exactly what's going to happen when a city punishes its cops instead of its criminals. Something that happens every time the police arrest a dangerous individual who our district attorneys refuse to prosecute, or worse, try to prosecute, only to have a judge release that very same repeat offender without bail back into our streets where they'll
dispatch from Engine 11 will be
But there
may
are
contact
layers to
PD.
this,
They
and
said
every
they may contact
institution
the
that's
person
supposed to
who
keep
can
New Yorkers
decline
safe is
frequent
actually
transport.
lined against our
What
police,
shall
which is
us
why
send
we
it
experience
back
one
search
crime
and
wave after another over and over again, because most people forget that it was in March of 2024 when the National Guard was first deployed to our subways along with thousands of police, a deployment that initially worked but did so by sucking every available resource for fighting crime
Yeah,
out
be
of the rest
clear,
of the city,
Bravo
leading
on
to
this.
waves of
He was already
local crime
cited
with
on
snatch
a
and grab
previous stuff.
robberies skyrocketing last
Go
spring,
ahead.
along with a spate of similar robberies in Central Park, both of which the police stopped. But here we are, back once again in the subway with another crime wave on our hands, revealing the real reason why all of this is happening. We've only got enough police to follow our criminals around and react to incidents after they've already happened and after people have gotten hurt, which is a huge problem that's going to get even worse once you realize our city is full of progressive criminal sympathizers just waiting for the opportunity to protest the NYPD when they do their jobs or prosecute them when a violent criminal ends up with a boo-boo, as police do everything they can to take them down safely in a crowded environment like a subway car, which, as you're about to see, is causing our police to give up on the idea of stopping crime, especially down here in the subway. So in New York, we've got crime problems everywhere, but those problems are now particularly evident in our subways. Above ground, it is freezing, but down here, it's relatively warm. There are lots of people, and that creates the perfect environment for a criminal element to lie in wait for potential victims, and there's not a whole lot the police can do about it. And worst of all, the crime wave happening down here is taking place at a time when our leaders continually brag about a 5% reduction in overall criminal activity. Yet everyone down here realizes that the subway is more dangerous today than it was yesterday, and this narrative of reduced crime is something even the mainstream media is now starting to question.
A 5% reduction is 126 reported crimes. Millions of people ride the subway. They don't feel. It's not a perception of being at risk. People are at risk. The harsh weather is making it worse. There's a huge influx of homeless people with tents, with shopping carts. People are walking on the edges of platforms. They're scared. So what do? It's not a...
So a 5% reduction in crime, that's just 126 fewer crimes reported. And that means if around 100 people decide not to report crime next month, boom, we've got a crime reduction. And we can say we've won and that everything's safe and that people should stop imagining things. But the larger issue at hand here is the disorderly environment that our soft on crime laws allow to flourish. And all this disorder starts at the front door to the subway, where criminals jump the entrance to get on the trains without paying. This happens thousands of times a day. And when I say criminals, I'm not just talking about people who go on to assault others once they're in the transit system. Fare evasion is so rampant now, even people with jobs and an income are jumping because they see other people do it. And then when you get down into the actual subways themselves, you'll see the evidence of other activities that are much more harmful and much more destructive to society as a whole, which are also going on down here. It's very sad. And it certainly doesn't give riders confidence that this is a safe, orderly environment, that's for sure. Look at this. We've got career criminals with dozens of prior arrests just attacking people for no reason. Says right here, prosecutors even tried to have this dangerous repeat offender held on $75,000 cash bail, but the judge disagreed and gave this guy supervised release. And we see it time and time again in this city. Dangerous criminals getting arrested repeatedly and then set free repeatedly. That contributes to a dangerous environment. That's why we've got a crime wave down here. On top of that, people forget that every time the police do try to do their jobs and things don't go perfectly for the criminals they're involved with, there are always mass protests. An entire crowd of activists is just lying in wait, looking for the opportunity to jump on New York's finest when they do anything. And if you thought judges releasing dangerous criminals who then come back on our trains and go out into our streets and hurt people is a problem, the threat our officers face from activists might actually be worse.
Crowds of demonstrators marching and jumping the turnstiles at a city subway station in protest. Take a look here at these new pictures, new video that just came into the Pix 11 newsroom. This is at the West.
So here we've got a massive protest, and this took place just 3 months ago with demonstrators jumping the turnstiles en masse right in front of police to protest a takedown of a violent criminal that did not go perfectly for the criminal or other people on the train, unfortunately. But this person was extremely dangerous. They did everything wrong. They were carrying a weapon. They were committing crimes. They were not responding to officers, and had that person been allowed to get on the train, even though the fare's only $2.90, what could have happened to innocent people on that train if this individual who wasn't scared of police continued acting in the same manner police witnessed? And the alarming thing here is nobody was out protesting the no consequences legal system that allowed this dangerous individual to get on our trains and run around in the subway in the first place. Now, yes, the mayor did come out and defend the police. He saw the security footage. He knows that they didn't do anything wrong. But for years, our officers have been abused by the leadership of this city, and that's why nobody wants to be a cop anymore. It's a shame. And according to this article, one officer says that you'll be worked to the bone, attacked by perps and politicians, and hammered with nonsense complaints and tick-tacky discipline, which basically means as you try to keep the city safe, you're going to get in trouble for things that aren't a big deal at all, like the chief of patrol who got in trouble for social media posts he made. But what's truly frightening are the actual accomplishments of these protests and riots against our police. What those do, this constant activism against law enforcement, it forces our police to wait until the very last second before intervening in a dangerous situation, because if they intervene too quickly, they might get protested. Now they've got to wait until something bad has already happened. It's terrible, and they're terrified of doing anything about it.
So the NYPD can't staff an academy like they used to. Right. So because not enough, we don't have enough cops on the subway. It's all related to the fact they're not backed up by the mayor, by the and the governor, because there's no qualified immunity. You're going to get sued.
Probation violation.
So the term they're bringing up here, this qualified immunity, it's a legal concept that shields government employees from liability when they do their jobs. In New York, police had this up until 2021 when it changed. And without qualified immunity, any police officer in this city who does their job could be sued for it by a potential criminal, which just disincentivizes law enforcement from getting involved in the first place. If these cameras don't have you covered and everything that went wrong is captured on them, what's the point of jumping in? Now, does that mean the police never make mistakes? Does it mean they never screw up? Of course not. But if the only people getting punished around here are the police, nobody should be surprised when they abandon the idea of trying to stop crime in this city.
10-4-12-20.
So although New York City has a massive police department with around 33,000 members and receives over $5 billion in annual funding, it's actually the smallest police force New York City has had since the 1990s, which was 30 years ago when New York's population was 1 million residents smaller than it is today, meaning we now have the smallest police to resident ratio we've had in quite some time. And New York City is losing around 200 police officers every single month, which means that when a crime wave pops up in one part of town, we need resources from other parts of town to stop it.
Police patrols have driven down crime in nearby Central Park, but recent statistics suggest that the problem may be getting pushed to the outskirts. Along the eastern border, robberies are up 400%. On the southern border of the park, grand larceny is up 43%, while the western border...
So this is pretty wild. Here you have a map of where crime went up last summer when police from the surrounding areas of Central Park were redeployed to the park to stop a crime wave there that had caught everyone totally by surprise. Everyone except those who knew the police force was already short-staffed. And the robberies in the park stopped, yes, but crime skyrocketed everywhere else because there was a lack of police in those areas. Yet for some reason, none of our politicians bragged about those recent crime increases. All they did was celebrate getting a handle on crime in Central Park itself, while touting the massive mobile command unit and the presence of hundreds of officers. And think about what this does to a police force. If you take officers out of an area that they've been working on and you redeploy them somewhere else, when they come back to their initial deployment, all the criminals will have come back too. Totally invalidating all of the hard work that our police do, and the fact that they're putting their lives on the line. All of that goes to waste, and the law-abiding residents of whatever neighborhood they left, they're suffering too, because they had a police presence which was working to secure their neighborhood, and it was taken away from them and sent to a more important part of town. And people have this idea that whenever the police get sent somewhere, that the city just found a whole bunch of officers that were sitting around not doing anything, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Resources go from here to over here, and then when there's a crime wave back over here, all those resources, they get sent in the opposite direction. We're just following our criminals around at this point, which is why we can't seem to stop them.
How does policing change when you have less officers?
Well, you're not proactive,
you're not doing things that prevent crime, you're responding to 9/11 calls,
What a ticking time bomb of a problem. As police leave the force, 911 response times are going to go through the roof, and that's just going to embolden more criminals because police don't show up as quickly when they're doing something wrong, leading to more 911 calls, leading to more overworked officers having to leave the force. What a vicious cycle. A cycle that's certainly not going to make it easier to rehire police officers. Who's going to recommend that? Absolutely nobody who used to be a cop and just quit. Word on the street from officers is going to be that this job is just not worth it. And when you consider that in this city, a new officer starts at $58,000 a year, a dollar amount that will not allow them to rent the $3,500 studio apartments located near these parked police cars, it should become pretty obvious why we're having a problem finding people to put their lives on the line for an amount of money the city itself doesn't value. Now, is it possible for police to make more than $58,000 a year? Absolutely. But after 5 years, the salary will be up at around $120,000 a year, which is barely enough to afford today's studio apartments. And in 5 years, probably won't be enough to afford them either. Who wants to put their life on the line to be struggling financially? That's your reward for working as a police officer in this city, on top of being vilified in the media whenever things don't go perfectly when you do your job.
So imagine you're a cop. Do you want to stay in New York City? You're being recruited from all over the country where they're offering you a much better pay scale. They treat you better and they let you be a cop. We have flight, not just of people in New York City and New York.
This is huge. There's a talent stealing contest going on for trained police officers all across the country. And if you're a cop here in New York, you could solve a lot of your problems by going to a place like Miami, Florida, where they'll pay you the same $58,000 a year, but they won't treat you like a criminal when you try to do your job. And Florida is a state where members of the general public will be happy that uniformed police officers are out there keeping people safe. They won't be enraged at their presence like certain progressive factions of our society here in New York are, that's for sure. And you know something, it would do an awful lot for police officers if they went from being hated in their communities here to respected in their communities here and paid appropriately to live in them in the first place and buy groceries. But the other problem is that our leaders in New York think that the issues police officers and the general public face every day aren't real. They're just imaginary. Like all of the crime going on in our subways. No, we're all just imagining it. The police are taking down imaginary criminals with imaginary weapons. That's what's happening. No, instead you've got dangerous individuals getting caught doing things that are too frightening for movie theaters, and then they just get released, and days later they're doing the exact same things. That's why people are terrified. They know that if they get involved, our justice system might come after them, and our police, they're just as scared as all of the passengers on the train because the legal system is out to get them as well. And the craziest thing about this is that eventually the crime wave in the subway will drop. Somehow, enough police will be located and deployed down there to scare away the criminals and chase them off to other parts of town where they begin plotting new endeavors. Politicians will pat themselves on the back, saying that the city is safe and that the imaginary crime wave we were all believing existed is now gone. But the reality is there will just be a new crime wave somewhere else that takes everyone by surprise, except for people who understand that all we can do in this city is follow crime waves and chase them. We can't get ahead of them ever because we don't have enough police to keep our city safe, and the police we do have are thinking twice about going to work in the morning. What do you think about that? What could New York City do to make its streets safer? What could we do to better protect our police? Let me know. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next video.
Far from the border, ICE raids and arrests in cities across the country. Boston, New York, and Newark, New Jersey. Some of them likely long planned, but a clear...
So ICE raids are now happening across the Northeast, and thousands of people in the country unlawfully are now being removed. However, a new report has just come out revealing that New York is home to 670,000 people who aren't supposed to be here, and 58,000 of those people are folks with a prior criminal conviction, which means that the thousands of people arrested by ICE so far are nothing compared to what's coming next.
The Trump administration expanding a fast-track deportation for hundreds, which means enforcement agents can deport without requiring them to appear before an immigration judge. We have the worry. What will happen with us? Will they deport us? Will they give us asylum or not? He's one of many living in a New York City migrant shelter.
ICE agents have arrested more than 1,300 undocumented immigrants, which includes more than 1,000 criminals.
Here in New York, an alleged El Salvadorian MS-13 gang member, a Jamaican citizen facing charges, and a Honduran citizen convicted of drunk driving.
We know that there are well over 5 million households with a U.S. citizen, child, or spouse. These families will effectively be separated or forced to make decisions.
Meanwhile, federal government's put out a list of the people that have been apprehended, one of whom who has reckless bodily harm on his rap sheet. He has burglary, assault with a deadly weapon, and more. So those are the kind of winners that Democrats seem to be protecting right now.
So New York State is harboring 670,000 people who are not supposed to be here. But what nobody defending sanctuary cities wants to admit is that by allowing massive numbers of illegal residents to reside in them, these places just become magnets for criminals and gang members who exploit the other unlawful residents of these places and have a lot to do with why sanctuary cities are such a safety nightmare in general. But with ICE ramping up targeted operations with the goal of removing dangerous individuals and national security threats from our country, sanctuary cities like New York are about to get a whole lot safer than they've been over the past few years. Although they'll remain magnets for crime as their huge populations of those without legal status have them in the sights of human traffickers, businesses that exploit their workers, and gangs looking for new members. Something gangs like Venezuela's Tren de Aragua have been surprisingly effective at right here in New York, which does everything it can to help a person remain here long after an immigration judge has ordered them out of the country. And due to New York's lax legal system, after gang members here get arrested, they get released back into the general public instead of into federal custody where they belong. Plus, our laws that decriminalize theft, robbery, and assault basically make this place a playground for budding criminals looking to achieve their own twisted version of the American dream. And that brings us to the real reason why raids targeting criminals and gang members, the worst of the worst, are ramping up. These criminals have entire empires built on the backs of other illegal residents who are the people sanctuary city leaders claim they truly care about. And here you've got illegal criminals threatening other people who aren't supposed to be in the country, forcing them to do their dirty work. These criminals also profit from selling or renting fake IDs and identities to people who aren't supposed to be here, want normal jobs, but can't get them. And with over 400,000 such residents in New York City alone, ICE raids here are set to become more common in everyday locations and businesses as the federal government tries to root out dangerous offenders. Plus, as you're about to see, when ICE raids a harmless-looking apartment or business, oftentimes the people they take down have been convicted of something serious. So here we are by a slew of local businesses in lower Manhattan, and in New York City you've got over 400,000 people living here who don't have a legal right to be in the country, yet somehow have to pay rent and buy food and take care of themselves, and some of those folks are going to be working at businesses just like these. However, as we're learning from these recent ICE raids, there's a chance that some of these individuals could be folks with a very dangerous criminal past.
Focus on arresting public safety threats and national security threats. That's exactly what we're doing now.
ICE agents have arrested more than 1,300 undocumented immigrants, which includes more than 1,000 criminals.
The other 300 or so are what he calls collateral damage, which means illegal aliens who may not be public safety threats, but were arrested nonetheless by being in proximity.
So already over 1,000 criminal arrests all throughout the Northeast. In some cases, these are arrests that are happening at small businesses that have been part of their communities for years. But ICE isn't just looking for anybody. They're going after the worst of the worst. Criminals, gangs, terror watch list suspects, some of whom were apparently working at a local seafood restaurant in New Jersey, where ICE agents ended up detaining a whole bunch of people who couldn't prove they had a right to stay in America. But that's not all. ICE agents now have permission to go into sensitive areas like hospitals, schools, churches, and other places that used to be off limits. And almost immediately, these are the folks they're finding, like this gang member with 17 prior criminal convictions. That's insane. And if you thought it was bad enough that this country is full of hardened criminals hiding in plain sight while appearing to work a normal job in an illegal manner, other dangerous criminals have found ways to profit from laws that encourage people with deportation orders to hide in sanctuary cities. Something that could not happen if people weren't getting help from the local government to break federal laws. This is how you get gang members smuggling weapons into shelters for asylum seekers. Weapons which they use to intimidate people into working at this shady business that didn't have a sign on it, which was recently shut down in Queens and was across the street from an elementary school. And if gangs with guns are all over the place, it's only going to take a few people initially to get the ball rolling down the slippery slope of crime that New York City is now unable to stop. You've got new recruits riding around on mopeds, committing snatch and grab robberies while posing as DoorDash delivery riders. And in certain areas of town, you can buy whatever you want from a van for way less than it cost in whatever store these items came from originally. And obviously it's ridiculous that these folks are able to have normal jobs or live a normal looking life in a city like New York. But what's even more ridiculous is the fact that a lot of them were already in jail and in custody at one point when they were released to come back out here on the streets and make life worse for everybody.
Bowman says he hopes those cities begin to see the progress they're making and allow ICE agents into county jails to arrest those violent criminals.
They're not letting us into county jail because of sanctuary laws. If we can arrest the bad guy and the safety and security of a jail, which is safer for the officers.
So it's one thing to encourage rampant criminality by helping people violate federal immigration law all across your city and state. However, many of these people are encouraged to commit the same types of crimes that wound them up in jail in the first place, because here we don't have any consequences for crime. And our police are banned from coordinating with ICE when they arrest somebody who's dangerous, and that person gets sent right back out into whatever community they were taken down in, which is now forcing ICE to go into places like hospitals, businesses, restaurants, construction sites, all to find people who should not be free to walk our streets in the first place. And although the ICE director has made it pretty clear that he's not trying to go out and find regular people who are here unlawfully, he's just focused on criminals and gang members, those criminals and gang members get the fuel they need to survive from these large unlawful populations just by virtue of those folks being here when they're not supposed to be. Let's say you want to get a job at a local restaurant. Well, you're going to need something that only a gang can give you, and that would be some way to prove that you are legally allowed to be employed in a place like this when that is actually not the case. And that would be something like a green card or a fake ID or a social security card, which you can buy here on the streets of New York for around $80 to $250 on Roosevelt Avenue in Queens, which is a middle-class neighborhood with strong immigrant roots. And this does a few things to that neighborhood, all of which are terrible. First, you've got a neighborhood full of legal immigrants that is now home to criminal gangs making money. That's bad. That just leads to more crime in a community. Second of all, these gang members are exploiting people who have been ordered to leave the country but are still here, who then in turn exploit local businesses by going in there and getting hired for something when they aren't actually supposed to be working. These businesses, they can get in a lot of trouble if it's found out they've hired people with fraudulent documents. But since these sanctuary cities and states won't lock up their criminals or cooperate with us, that in turn forces ICE agents to go to these very same businesses looking for people who they may have identified as being extremely dangerous.
New York.
Caller from 625 West Market is advising they heard shots fired from around the Eaton Park. Requesting extra patrol 625 West Market, no contact.
Their IDs and face
So here you have a seafood place in New Jersey which was raided, but New Jersey's a sanctuary state, and you have the mayor who's all upset that people in his state were asked for their paperwork when right over here in New York you can buy fake versions of the paperwork that people are showing to get these jobs in the first place. Now apparently in this ICE raid, 8 people were detained, 5 were released, and 3 were taken into custody, but one of the people who was released apparently was a U.S. citizen. But look at this, with gang members openly selling fake IDs, ICE agents have no choice but to question the validity of paperwork they receive, especially when they're raiding a place looking for somebody who they believe is extremely dangerous. And here you have the mayor of a place that's engaging in criminal behavior, harboring criminals, all upset that somehow the law-abiding in his state are getting swept into a federal operation to get rid of folks who are trouble. And that brings us to the next major problem with sanctuary city laws and policies. Those policies do nothing but destroy the lives of the law-abiding, especially when the federal government has to take action. Actions which they have to take to protect people, and as you're about to see, that makes living in a sanctuary city one of the most dangerous places you could possibly live anywhere in America.
This
lovely place is the courthouse, and we're right by the entrance for all of the Department of Corrections transport vehicles. And one thing that the critics of these deportations miss is that a lot of times the people who are being deported were already in one of these buses or inside this building. They were convicted of something and then they were released. Not even because of sanctuary city policies, but because of other stupid policies in place in cities like New York.
The bad, hard criminals out. These are people that have been as bad as you get. We're taking them out first.
Federal government's put out a list of the people that have been apprehended, one of whom has reckless bodily harm on his rap sheet. He has burglary, assault with a deadly weapon, and more. So
the only way you get to a point where people with that type of background are roaming your streets is if your legal system has been completely defeated by these criminals. But what's fascinating is you've got lawmakers and activists in sanctuary cities speaking up for the types of criminals who are putting people in ambulances. And even though Donald Trump won a landslide presidential election with both the popular vote and all the swing states, you've still got people in cities like New York that hate the new president so much they're willing to stick up for those who have harmed their own voters. And that's especially frightening. Here you've got this Venezuelan Tren de Aragua where they've racked up hundreds of arrests in a very short period of time. And this article says that many of the gang members arrested have been on felony charges of robbery and grand larceny, but also on charges of assault and car theft. What in the world are we doing here? How on earth can we be defending people who go out and do stuff like this? Why do we want them to stay in our country? That's ludicrous.
This man from Venezuela didn't want to show his face, but he opened up about how he and other migrants are feeling about the threat of mass deportations under the new Trump administration. We have the worry. What will happen with us? Will they deport us? Will they give us asylum or not? Will they not help with the work permit? He's one of many living in a New York City migrant shelter.
So I don't know who that guy was. I don't know why he's covering his face. But if he's an asylum seeker, he's got this thing called parole, which allows him to remain in America while his asylum case plays out. And during that time, he can't be deported if he doesn't have any interactions with ICE. Because one of the things that is just ticking off the progressive zero borders crowd is this new fast-track deportations process. And if ICE encounters a criminal, they are now apparently allowed to assess whether or not that criminal should be allowed to keep their parole status. And people who don't have parole status can be deported, and if they've been here for less than 2 years, they don't even go to immigration court. And this also applies to people who may have enlisted the help of cartels, gangs, or smugglers to get into the country without going through an official border checkpoint. And these are people who New York City has been perfectly happy welcoming into its shelters, some of whom have turned out to be dangerous criminals themselves. And we've already seen how people not in the country legally open themselves and wherever they live up to more criminal activity.
And when we talk about, as Harris was saying, those leaders that talk about protecting people,
The reality is that the Americans were left unprotected for the last 4 years, and that these terrible rap sheets, the viciousness of these recidivists here, the reality is a lot of...
So these gang members, these criminals, these recidivists, they're here profiting from a system that allows people to live here who need the help of the criminal underworld to survive and get by. That's why they're here. That's why they're selling fake IDs to help people get jobs they don't qualify for. And they take advantage of our lax laws to steal whatever they want, because you can't go to jail for stealing here, and then turn around and sell that stuff on the side of the street somewhere. It's ridiculous, and there's nothing that New York's local laws can do about it. And look at this, we've even got known gang members living in the Roosevelt Hotel, which is the welcome center for asylum seekers, right in the center of Midtown Manhattan. This is the first place people go when they come here seeking a shelter bed, and the gangs are here waiting for them. It's crazy. And the NYPD's found 41 people like this guy who have a combined 150 arrests in 2024. Yet here we help these people violate federal immigration law, and we give them unlimited get-out-of-jail-free cards, so every time they do something wrong, they can just get to go and do it again. And while these laws exist, more of these apex criminals, as we'll call them, they're gonna come here because they get to be at the top of a food chain that profits from lawlessness all across the spectrum. Do you think these ICE raids are gonna make sanctuary cities like New York less dangerous? And how effective do you think these raids are going to be if places like New York are allowed to stay as sanctuary cities long into the future? Couldn't these same problems come back? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
It's the ouch factor. Officials believe that the pointy panels will hurt people attempting to grab onto them to lift themselves over the turnstile without paying. The MTA began installing metal spikes like these on the turnstile handrails.
So New York City is making some changes to its subway system to try and rein in the rampant lawlessness and disorder taking place down here. And there will now be a big push to keep non-paying riders out of the subway with controversial new devices like these spiked barriers, which will go hand in hand with the involuntary commitment of those who are unable to care for themselves and may pose a danger to others. And although there's debate over how well these barriers are actually going to work, they're just one of the ways in which New York is trying to homeless-proof its subways.
You know what they say, if there's a will, there's a way, and some people will try just about anything to avoid paying that fare. You know, they can put on gloves to prevent those spikes from hitting their hands, wiggle through a loose space. You know, you just have to use your imagination, and that's why others believe this is just a waste of time and money.
A serial arsonist on the run this morning. Police releasing video of a man who set 4 fires in less than 2 hours. Cops say this disturbing video shows him setting fire to a pile of garbage on a J train at the Woodhaven Avenue stop.
Mayor Eric Adams says he's looking to end the revolving door that sees mentally ill homeless people land in a hospital only to be back on the subways screaming at passengers just a couple of weeks later.
Individuals that's been on the streets for many years.
Our goal is to give them the trust they need to come inside.
So I say it's time to crack down on the shameless fare evaders who just are so brazen. They just walk through, and others who are paying, they feel like, why should I bother?
But can they stop it, Briella, with this new feature? That is a good question. We're all waiting to find out, Deshani and Dan.
Man, these things are pretty sharp. And if you take your hand and you grab this thing and try to brace yourself in order to jump over this thing, it's gonna leave a mark. In fact, I've got a couple souvenirs from this thing right here. But it looks like athletic fare evaders and criminals are having no problem getting around these things, which must mean the only person this is gonna discourage from entering the subway is somebody who's disabled or physically unfit. But what most people don't know is this is only one type of anti-homeless architecture being built into New York City's subways. And it certainly isn't the only row of spikes you'll see at some of our modernized subway terminals, some of which also come with benches where you can sit but not relax. And in other stations, all the seating's been removed just to make sure nobody does anything except stand around and wait for the train. The city's also working on installing the brightest lights they can get their hands on to discourage people from taking a nap. And we've also got an army of outreach workers. Activists say only engage with the homeless to harass them, but in reality may be the only ones offering down and out New Yorkers a helping hand and a meal and a place to stay other than this rotting, disastrous public transit network. But the real controversy here is that all of these expensive anti-homeless contraptions, they're not going to solve any of the crime problems down here, and they're not going to help people who are a danger to themselves and others get off the streets. Because they not only suck money away from our police department, as well as programs that could actually help people, none of this stuff is backed up by a justice system that will allow the involuntary commitment of those who need long-term intervention for more than just a few days. On top of that, New York's also got laws that put violent criminals right back out on the streets instead of in jail when they rob or harm others, giving them an opportunity to strike again. Plus, as you're about to see, passive deterrents like these spikes here might actually be encouraging crime in our subway system instead of stopping it. So it should be pretty obvious that these new barriers, they're not at all about stopping fare evasion. People are fare evading right here while I'm filming this video. They don't care. And there's even a security guard who's employed at the station standing just on the other side of this gate who hasn't done anything about it. Maybe they're not here to bust fare evaders. But one thing's for sure, neither are these spikes, which means they can only be here to deter folks who might have trouble hopping over a turnstile or might be carrying armfuls of stuff. On top of that, these things might actually be making crime down here worse.
Some are optimistic about the MTA taking a new and somewhat drastic approach, but you know what they say, if there's a will, there's a way, and some people will try just about anything to avoid paying that fare. You know, they can put on gloves to prevent those spikes from hitting their hands, wiggle through a loose space. You know, you just have to use your imagination.
So before we get into how these devices aren't going to stop fare evasion and may actually be most effective in thwarting the mentally ill, it's important to understand this is exactly what the city knew was going to happen. We've already got fare evasion resistant gates. And the hope behind these barriers is that they would deter people from putting their hands on the sides, bracing themselves, and hopping over. The idea is that you can get a hand here, but you got to put your other hand up here to boost yourself over, and that body weight is going to put a lot of force on these spikes, and it's going to hurt, and you're not going to do it. But as the news pointed out, when there's a will, there's a way, and these gates can be easily defeated by people who either like pain or wear gloves or are just tall enough to hop over, as we've already seen. And they also do absolutely nothing to stop somebody from crawling underneath the gates, which happens all the time. But aside from giving us comical footage of former intramural athletes jumping these things, their mere presence here isn't just failing to deter crime, it's actually encouraging it, as the installation of evasion-resistant barriers can only be justified by the redeployment of our short-staffed police to other areas of the subway, which means that wherever you have these barriers, you have less police officers, because fare evasion's not supposed to be a problem here anymore. Only it is. But there's something very strange about these, because the city has a similar type of barrier that's been installed in other stations, just without the spikes on top, which don't work. I've filmed people jumping over those, no problem, which means they knew that these weren't going to work, which means that these aren't actually here to stop fare evaders at all. In fact, they're even being installed along with other devices that may deter people from sleeping or trying to live in the subway.
The MTA will be installing even more barriers in 100 additional stations. Also, bright LED lighting in every station by the end of the year. And the shameless toll evaders, fare evaders, will finally be stopped with.
So we're not just getting the barriers, we're getting them in conjunction with super bright LED lighting to replace these fluorescent lights. Now, let's be honest, new lights, that might make it feel safer down here, but it's certainly not going to discourage somebody from hopping over one of these gates or from robbing someone if they think they can get away with it. But if someone's living on the streets and trying to live in the subway because they are unable to care for themselves and need mental health services, bright lighting down here makes that more difficult. And while it's commendable that city leaders are finally realizing that it's bad for everybody in the subway if there are people down here who are a danger to themselves and others, spiked barriers and bright lights aren't a real solution to any of the problems we're facing down here. Because as we've already seen, not everybody who's down here or who is unhoused has a shopping cart or is physically unable to get around barriers like this. Plus, these do nothing to stop violence perpetrated by people who have a place to live and just want to steal things. However, as you're about to see, these gates are actually the latest in a long line of failed experiments the city has undertaken over the last couple of years, all of which were expensive pilot programs which supposedly had the goal of of stopping fare evasion in some new way, which is ridiculous when you consider that the actual solution to fare evasion already exists in this very same station. And this solution to fare evasion, it's been around for decades, and it works so well that nobody gets through these things. Yet for some reason, the city is spending tons of money on a new way to stop fare evaders, which doesn't work.
It's the ouch factor. Officials believe that the pointy panels will hurt people attempting to grab onto them to lift themselves over the turnstile without paying.
So I say it's time to crack down on the shameless fare evaders who just are so brazen.
So this news report is talking about this station. Those are the spike barriers right there, but right over here, we have a fully rotating evasion-proof gate that you cannot jump over or crawl under. Look, this doesn't move. If you don't pay, there is no way you are gonna get through this thing and get on the train. We've had these forever, and they're right next to the spikes. These gates are brutally effective, and they were first introduced back in the 1990s. And what's maddening is that in order to install these barriers as a solution to fare evasion, it had to be done right next to an actual solution to fare evasion. I'm telling you, this city is so progressive and our ideas are so backwards that anything which would actually work to deter criminals, once we know it works, it is off the table. Which is bad news because this study shows that a lot of people who evade the fares have warrants for other much worse offenses. And if someone's down here and they're a danger to themselves and they're possibly harming or assaulting others, chances are this may not be the first time something like that has happened. And chances are they're also not paying their subway fare to get on board the trains. Now, critics of these gates will say that they slow down the flow of traffic leaving and entering the subway, which to an extent is true. These are a little bit slower than the turnstiles, but the big win with these gates is that they actually do stop fare evasion and contribute to subway safety, because in a station that's only got these things, you could have less police at that station because less people could just get on the train and do whatever they want. In fact, if you look at how the city stations police in its subways, you'll notice that they're always stationed at entrances that have turnstiles. You'll never see a whole bunch of police patrolling an entrance that is just equipped with these old school gates. That's not necessary. And less police patrolling the entrances of our subway would mean there would be more police to ride the trains and keep New Yorkers safe. And as safety goes up in the subway, more people are going to want to ride the subway, and then it'll generate more money, and then there will be more money for aid workers to help get people off the streets who don't even know they need help to begin with, which is something spikes in or around the subway will never hope to fix. So the New York City subway remains the site of an ongoing humanitarian homelessness epidemic. Now, that epidemic is partially fueled by the rampant disorder that is allowed in the subway, yes, but it's also fueled by policies that do not allow those who actually need help to get it. But until they do, what you see happening down in the subways isn't going to change, and that's bad for just about everybody.
How hell feels. New Yorkers encounter this every day going to work and school. Mentally ill people terrorizing others on the train, clearly in need of help. Recently, there have been high-profile cases of psychosis turning into violence. City homeless outreach worker.
So the obvious problem with our subways is that they're doubling as a residence for people who are not able to take care of themselves. And for years, the city has just been allowing that to happen, not helping people who are down and out when they need it. And leaving someone in a tough state is the opposite of compassion. Something should be done, especially when you've got people in our subway who have been down here for years, unable to shower, who struggle to get meals, and may have health conditions that either disable or imperil them. On top of that, they might be using items that are definitely making their predicament worse. But the issue is that our laws do not allow them to get any meaningful help. And this opinion piece rightly criticizes New York's progressive mentality when it comes to helping the mentally ill. Because for a long time, that mentality has been to leave people to their own devices, because after all, they're in a public space. And if someone wants to be a danger to themselves or others, what right do privileged normies with jobs and a family have to complain about it? And how dare they say that the presence of an unstable person acting erratically makes them feel unsafe? But now it seems people are finally getting on board with the idea that that attitude is the problem and is part of the reason why the subway is the way that it is in 2025.
Individuals that's been on the streets for many years.
But he says too often he'll bring someone to a hospital for counseling and treatment, and see them right back on the trains a few weeks later. Now Mayor Eric Adams is working to fill the void with a 100-bed treatment facility for people with severe mental illness who've recently been discharged.
So, finally, steps are being made to help those who can't help themselves. But the problem with this approach is that we can build whatever type of facility we want that's supposed to help people. If people are not obligated to use that facility or never end up there, how are they actually going to get the help they need? And oftentimes, the best an outreach worker can do is ask somebody if they want to leave the subway, and when they're told no, move on. And all over the news for the last several weeks, we've been seeing what happens when people who are unstable are allowed to do whatever they want down here. And this idea of another serial arsonist roaming the subway is incredibly frightening when you realize there are not fire extinguishers down here, and there's not like an FDNY firehouse down here either. There's nothing. And this is just another example of somebody who probably should be somewhere else, even if they don't want to go, so that they're not injuring folks down here. But now people are starting to realize that rules that release people after a very short stint in a treatment facility aren't going to do anything to help those who need a lot of help on a long-term basis.
But in response to the recent unrest underground, it's police officers, not mental health workers, who will be surged into the subways overnight. We asked if the deployments would include additional social workers and medical professionals. So is that going to be part of the overnight surge?
No. Having an outreach worker partnering with each police officer is not realistic.
The mayor says officers will need to do.
So New York City's in a tough spot. Riders are terrified of the subway, and they should be. If you come down here and you got your noise-canceling headphones on and you're not paying attention and you don't have a care in the world, that attitude could put you at risk. And the police won't be down here to arrest the homeless. Instead, they'll tell people who are lounging about to move along, as that's a violation of MTA rules. And they'll have the ability to contact outreach teams if they meet somebody who's in dire need of assistance, can't walk, or is suffering in some way. And to be honest with you, this new plan of having officers flood the subway and having them ride the trains, this is something New Yorkers have been asking for a long time. We all know that when something goes wrong, it usually goes wrong in the absence of law enforcement in a confined space that nobody can escape from. But the issue is our police face an uphill battle in this fight against crime, because even with cops on every train in service, anyone they arrest likely won't be held in jail for their behavior, as assaults and robberies have been decriminalized by our progressive lawmakers who seem content to let those crimes remain misdemeanors, which is what leaves us with a subway system that can never be fixed, which is ridiculous once you realize we've got solutions to stop fare evasion that are decades old, but we don't want to use them for some reason. Instead, we'd rather implement features that might stop somebody who's mentally unwell or disabled from entering the subway without paying, while allowing the very same criminals everyone's afraid of to come down here whenever they feel like it. And all these expensive programs do is siphon money from outreach workers who could be down here contacting those who need help. What do you think about the city's progressive push to install barriers and spikes in some cases to deter certain types of fare evasion? Are these a good plan, a stupid plan, or are these part of the problem? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.
Buses full of Mexican nationals also being sent back across the border. Mexico setting up the first of
News Nation cameras captured buses of Mexican nationals deported back to Reynosa, Mexico.
So, President Trump's promised deportations are now taking place across the country. And in a shocking turn of events, Mexico is now building shelters for the thousands of visitors they expect to receive in the coming weeks. A move that mirrors New York City's construction of shelters for that very same purpose within the past 2 years.
To leave, banging on the door, attacking boyfriend employee, is intoxicated.
Anyone who's a threat to our country is now very worried about what will happen next.
I'm not going back to one of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions.
First, it starts with an arrest by ICE agents. Then, immigrants are taken to be detained at more than 100 local ICE facilities. From there, they may have a chance to go before a judge and plead their case.
Even more deportations are expected to ramp up in the coming weeks. These are among the first Mexican nationals to be deported under the Trump administration after being processed by Mexican authorities.
Well, what we've seen over the last few weeks is a lot of fear-mongering that when Trump takes office, everyone's going to be deported en masse. That's simply not the case.
The president's been clear on this. We're going to concentrate on public safety threats. This election proves that the American people support the removals of criminal aliens in this country.
If a judge agrees that the person should be deported deported, ICE will fly them to one of 4 staging areas. Parents who have had children in the United States will have to decide if their children are deported with them or left behind.
So ICE agents are on the move, arresting hundreds of people in sanctuary cities, including New York. And what none of the activist leaders running our sanctuary cities will admit is that if we don't deport the gang members and criminals from our country, it's just going to become more dangerous for law-abiding immigrants. Something nobody in their right mind would ever be in favor of. However, right now, the open borders crowd is advocating for a halt to this new immigration crackdown, which would be bad news for New York City, which has seen over 200,000 immigrant arrivals, many of whom did not come here to be criminals, but who are now being targeted by criminals who've entered our country fraudulently posing as asylum seekers. Like Venezuela's Tren de Aragua gang, these guys are experts in human exploitation, and they've been preying upon other asylum seekers and immigrants all across New York City since this crisis began. But that's not all here in New York City. Looting and theft ravage small businesses in middle-class neighborhoods like Jackson Heights, Queens, where the streets are overrun by vendors and merchants selling items that still have the security tags on them from stores like Home Depot. On top of that, the person selling those items, they may not be on the streets selling stolen things just because they want to, but rather because criminals have told them that they better earn money to pay off debts to the cartels and gangs that helped them cross the border in the first place. And that brings us to the real reason why deportations targeting criminals are getting so much pushback from the very cities harboring them. These crackdowns are going to work, but as they work and the streets of these dangerous sanctuary cities get cleaned up, those in favor of how America's last president handled immigration will lose what little grip they have left on power. Power they derive from frightening immigrant communities across America, making the law-abiding who are legal U.S. residents think the new president is out to get them. When, as you're about to see, this crackdown is focused on the gang members and criminals, making America worse for everybody. So here we are at the Port Authority bus terminal, and what's shocking about these recent immigration developments is that the idea of busing people back to the border from sanctuary cities is the exact opposite of what's been taking place, at least here in New York, for the last 2 years. There was one day last year when New York City received 14 buses from Texas carrying newly arrived asylum seekers. But now, buses from America will be going the opposite direction as ICE carries out deportations designed to rid America of dangerous individuals who are going to be sent back to their country of origin. And as it turns out, many of these folks are headed back to Mexico.
Now take a look at this new video here. News Nation cameras captured buses of Mexican nationals deported back to Reynosa, Mexico. 3 new shelters are among to set to open soon in Reynosa, Matamoros, and Nuevo Laredo, Mexico. Each facility.
And the shelters Mexico is building to house these people, they can hold around 2,500 people each, which is a similar capacity to the emergency shelters that were built right here in New York within the last year. And what this must mean is that Mexico is expecting a historic number of people to be repatriated. Otherwise, why would they be copying New York City by building the exact same types of shelters that we built here when the asylum crisis first began? And the crazy thing about this is if these shelters can hold thousands of people and President Trump's deportation efforts focus on criminals and gang members, that means the vast majority of people in these new shelters in Mexico will be some of the most dangerous people you can find anywhere in America. People who may in fact have been living in New York City's notoriously dangerous Randall's Island shelter. Look at this place. It's a massive tent-like facility. Every time I went there to film, there were always police present, but now it's being shut down. And although this shelter was a verified refuge for gang members, once those gang members get apprehended, they're going to be living in another shelter just like it, only in another part of the world.
First, it starts with an arrest by ICE agents. Then, immigrants are taken to be detained at more than 100 local ICE facilities. From there, they may have a chance to go before a judge and plead their case. Typically, this process has taken weeks if it's fast-tracked, or if not, it has even taken years. If a judge agrees...
So that right there, that is the standard process for how deportations work in this country. Now, President Trump is making some changes to this whole process that will allow the fast tracking of individuals out of the country if they can't prove they've been in America for at least 2 years. A classification that is going to cover a lot of the criminals that have recently entered our country during the asylum crisis, along with a significant number of people living in sanctuary cities. And according to this New York Times article, this fast-track process will greatly cut down on the costs associated with deportation. And apparently the main cost associated with deportations is the transportation and housing of individuals who are waiting to see an immigration judge. But with this new fast-track process eliminating that for people who cannot prove they've been here for at least 2 years, those costs are going to go way down. And the U.S. government is going to save a boatload of money carrying out this historic deportation effort. But now critics are saying that this mass deportation agenda, crackdown, whatever you want to call it, they're saying it's not possible to deport millions of people from this country. But if that's true, why are other countries building shelters that can house so many people so quickly? And how many people were deported under the last presidential administration?
There are between 15 to 20 guards on board, and everyone is shackled, except for children and parents traveling with kids. In the last year, ICE was able to remove over 270,000 migrants, many of those on planes just like this.
Wow, so over the past year, a presidential administration with very different goals from the current administration, even they were able to deport over 250,000 people, which proves that the new president's deportation plans are possible even if ICE is forced to do it with one hand tied behind their back. And if ICE needs more resources, well, there are plenty of empty buses lying around New York City. Extra available transportation is plentiful here, and it's not going to be hard for the next administration to procure. And clearly, America has the resources at its disposal to do this job, even if it is a logistical challenge unlike anything the country's ever faced. And now that federal authorities have been given the green light to go anywhere criminals might be hiding to find them, the demand for extra buses and planes is definitely going to increase.
And today, the Department of Homeland Security announced it is widening the net. A new policy gives ICE agents the green light to conduct enforcement operations in schools, churches, playgrounds, and daycare centers. Those locations used to be off limits.
So all the footage of these ICE raids happening all across the country, none of that is because in the few days since Trump took office that we've built up some mass deportation force with hundreds of thousands of agents. No, this is what happens when federal immigration agents are allowed to do their jobs. And the idea that there were no-go zones, areas of town, where federal agents couldn't do their jobs is ridiculous. But apparently those are gone now. A criminal cannot go to a hospital and hide in the emergency room. They can't go to a church and hide under a pew bench and act like they've repented when they haven't. And what's also going to be interesting to see is how this affects local police departments like the NYPD, which are banned from cooperating with federal immigration officials. Are federal officials going to enter places the NYPD can't go, like our various asylum shelters, to see who's in there? Let's say ICE knows that a certain criminal is living in one of New York City's shelters, which is true right now. We know this. If they enter that shelter looking for an individual, to be here either. And if that happens, there could be
William George John 8112. William George John 8112.
Aren't supposed to be in this country.
Looking for a gray Kia SUV that's being pushed on the highway between River and Aries on 350
one of our shelters here in New York. So behind me right here, this is the hotel. It's one of the city's shelters for asylum seekers. It's supposed to be for families, but as we've been learning, gang members have figured out how to work their way into places just like this. But this is a highly visible 1,000-room facility in the middle of Midtown Manhattan. ICE is going to have an eye on places like this, and they may find out that certain people that they're looking for are residing inside. And that's a situation local progressives are really upset about.
The president's been clear on this. We're going to concentrate on public safety threats. This election proves that the American people...
That's what the initially advised, not having possibly seen areas of
border czar Tom Homan says migrants who commit crimes will be deported. But Mayor Adams wants New York City's thriving immigrant community to know that...
So the effect of New York trying to remain a sanctuary city in the face of all of these immigration changes and this mass crackdown is going to be that more people get deported from New York, not less. And that's because the NYPD are not going to be around to help when ICE needs to go looking for somebody. They're going to tell ICE to do it on their own time. But what that means is if ICE enters a facility like this or comes here, they're going to encounter people who aren't on their list. In fact, they'll probably encounter people here who are otherwise law-abiding, except for the fact that they don't have the legal right to be here anymore and have been ordered to leave. And the border czar's made it pretty clear that anybody they find who's here in an unlawful capacity will be arrested. It's just that he's not specifically looking for those people. He's looking for somebody else, but if he finds you and you're with that person, everybody's going to be apprehended. And the fascinating thing about that is if New York City really cared about immigrants and really wanted to stop deportations, they'd cooperate with ICE and tell them where all the criminals are hiding. And look at this, the NYPD, every single day they've got some sort of vehicle out in front of this place. They know who's here. And if they were to cooperate with ICE and tell them exactly who the national security threats are and where they can be found, ICE would not have to spend as much time or send as many agents here as they will if they don't get any cooperation, greatly limiting the overall number of people they will encounter. And this idea of gang members residing in shelters is not some myth. It's happening all over town, and these gang members are a danger to people who actually have a legitimate asylum claim. Now, admittedly, the new border czar says that over the last 10 years, 9 out of 10 asylum seekers have not had their claims approved. And what this could mean is that soon after these claims make their way through immigration court, that there are many more people living in New York shelters who are no longer lawfully doing so. Only time will tell if that happens, but the real issue here is public safety in general. Because just a few weeks ago, ICE agents raided a gang that was hiding out in a Bronx apartment. And if there are gang members living in an apartment and ICE agents enter there, things could get crazy. That could put other people at risk. That's insanely dangerous. And these are people who federal agents had to track down all on their own. That's insanely unsafe for everybody, especially the residents of that apartment. Yet, right now, we're witnessing something very fascinating. And that would be the propaganda that is being put forth by supposedly pro-immigrant advocacy groups that Donald Trump's plans are actually just wants to round up everybody who wasn't born in America. And even though to most of America that sounds absolutely ridiculous, in progressive places like New York, you've got some people who actually believe this stuff and think permanent residents are going to get deported.
But immigrants are still scared.
My mom, she's not a citizen, she's a permanent resident. And again, she's scared. She doesn't know what could happen.
As an attorney, I think that there's definitely a lot of fear. I am getting called
not the truck in question from earlier. All the UTL drove from 31 to 17. Unable to locate that person driver.
Especially if she's got a green card. And then we've got this attorney who says that her clients are calling her at all hours of the day, supposedly. And I wonder what she's telling them to calm them down. Because if she knows the law, she would know that people with a legal right to stay here have nothing to worry about, and that includes asylum seekers who are waiting for their court date. And even though college-educated progressives have a big problem with Donald Trump's new plans, you know who doesn't? People like this woman who lives in one of New York City shelters with their children and are terrified of these gang members. They want them gone just as bad as the rest of us. And when you've got people residing in a shelter who are begging for the police to intervene and do something, you know New York has a serious crime problem connected to its status as a sanctuary city, which doesn't do background checks before moving people into a place like this.
Fear-mongering and gaslighting in the communities as organizations, directly or indirectly at the behest of the mayor, have basically been warning people that when Trump takes office, everyone's going to be deported en masse, that if you are jaywalking, you're going to church, dropping your kids off at school, that you're going to be deported. That's simply not the case.
So this is happening in Chicago. If you pay attention to any of the recent protests taking place here in New York, it's the same thing. You've got these quote-unquote activists who say that they're out to protect immigrants, but they're riling people up for absolutely no reason.
Copy file. Heavy driver at 1016 Highway 77, 1016 Highway 77 for male driving a four-wheeler recklessly in the area. Visual 1,
making them in some cases ride around on mopeds and commit these snatch and grab robberies. You know what they the gang members are telling people. They meet people in these shelters, and they tell them, hey, we know your family back home in Venezuela. If you don't join us, you're going to be an outsider. Something might happen to you, and something might happen to them. A lot of these people are being enlisted and sucked into the criminal underworld, even when they came here without the intention of having anything to do with a life of crime. What do you think about that? Are these crackdowns a good thing for law-abiding immigrants like permanent residents who have nothing to fear from deportation? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
For the first time in more than a decade, officers enforcing immigration laws will now be able to arrest migrants sheltering in schools and churches. The new guidance coming from the Trump administration today. This comes after nearly 2.
So, as President Trump makes good on his promise to begin the largest deportation effort in U.S. history, undocumented immigrants living in New York are on edge. And while this immense deportation effort will prioritize removing the criminals, gang members, and terror watch list suspects hiding in this country, New York City is home to over 400,000 people who do not have a legal right to remain in America and now face an uncertain future. Because federal agents have been instructed to search everywhere and anywhere for those who are a danger to this country.
Now, the Trump administration is allowing ICE and Border Patrol to go into sensitive areas like schools, churches, and hospitals to arrest migrants.
New York City is now bracing for what happens next. The city's home to more than 400,000 undocumented immigrants. The city has a set of sanctuary laws that prevent city workers from cooperating with federal immigration enforcement, except when it comes to those who have been convicted of committing crimes.
They want to deport the gang members, the cartels, who have been walking in our streets, on the streets freely.
The complaints are still coming in. Homeless migrants leaving garbage on the street, fighting in local parks, particularly a group of about 50 men who they say are out of control.
I'm honestly scared because I left my country because of the warfare, because of the violence. We're here looking for a better future.
Well, first of all, President Trump, he had promised mass deportations, and today...
Communications, Ops 24, that was me checking the door at FIS.
Contact 7, we departing.
So people are now fleeing New York City's asylum shelters to avoid President Trump's massive immigration crackdown. But even though many of New York's progressive leaders have vowed to resist such plans, none of them even bother mentioning that under their watch, the entire immigration situation here has become an absolute disaster, especially for law-abiding immigrants. Because although most of the 220,000 asylum seekers who've come here are not criminals or gang members, dangerous individuals have co-opted this crisis from the onset, working their way into New York City's shelters, where in many cases they end up being housed next to families with young kids. An insane situation made possible because this sanctuary city doesn't do background checks and offers free housing to anyone who finds themselves here, while simultaneously banning its own police from patrolling taxpayer-funded compounds like the Roosevelt Hotel, where known gang members reside. And as we've seen over the last year, New York City's shelters
in the left lane on the westbound side.
But if you thought rampant gang activity was bad, it gets even worse, because as progressive as New York City is, it's got absolutely nothing to offer asylum seekers other than a temporary hotel room, with mass unemployment and homelessness persisting among their ranks more than 2 years since this crisis began, with many finding it almost impossible to get meaningful jobs in New York's modern economy, leaving thousands trapped in poverty and open to exploitation by the gang members and criminals who never should have come here in the first place. And that brings us to the real reason why these deportations are so important. New York City has allowed criminals to embed themselves all over town for free, and these criminals, they've taken full advantage of this opportunity. And now waves of moped crime and subway crime are sweeping over our city in ways no progressive ever thought possible. On top of that, these gangs have been turning middle-class parts of town into open-air flea markets where stolen goods line the streets. And as you're about to see, even though our televisions have been complaining about Trump's evil plans since 2015, locals living in immigrant communities right here can't wait for America's new president to take action. Behind me here, this massive building, this is the Roosevelt Hotel.
Number 333 the occupants are subject to ringing the doorbells and walking around the neighborhood.
But it's also a place where the city knows gang members are residing. But because this is a sanctuary city, police can't go inside, do anything about it, and the crime that comes out of this building affects all of Midtown. As we saw last summer with gang activity in Central Park and then gang activity in Times Square. However, it looks like that's about to change, and in a shock to many progressives, it looks like New York City's mayor is willing to cooperate with Trump's new border czar.
Mayor Adams once again emphatic the NYPD is not restricted from working with ICE when it comes to criminals. Now, the Trump administration is allowing ICE and Border Patrol to go into sensitive areas like schools, churches, and hospitals.
So, New York is a sanctuary city, which means that it is a non-immigration enforcement zone, which will not cooperate and in many cases resists the federal government. However, New York City's mayor has indicated he's going to cooperate with the federal government when it comes to arresting criminals. Plus, federal agents now have authority to enter sensitive areas, hospitals, schools, libraries, and places like the Roosevelt Hotel are going to be a magnet for federal immigration enforcement because we know there are criminals living inside these places, which is baffling to the parents of small kids that live in this place. They don't understand how it's possible for a government to feed and take care of New York is a sanctuary city. Police are not allowed inside of these places. They can't go on patrol in here, find criminals, put a stop to lawlessness. No, that's banned. But when the parents of small kids living in places like this go on record saying that the gangs have got to go, that reveals that this is not a race thing or an anti-immigrant thing at all. This is a public safety issue. But the mainstream media is absolutely devastated that federal agents now have the authority to go anywhere, looking for those who could be a danger to society, while entirely neglecting the negative effects gang activity is having on working class neighborhoods right here in New York, some of which are mainly made up of immigrants.
The complaints are still coming in. These community members are frustrated.
Number 32450 family, 2530 Marguerite, 2530 Marguerite.
Leaving garbage on the street, fighting in local parks, particularly a group of about 50 men who they say are out of...
So here in Queens, you've got a group of 50 men fighting in parks and destroying public places and trashing local businesses, all of whom recently arrived during the asylum crisis. And this is happening in an immigrant community that got more shelters than any other neighborhood in town. And to have rampaging gangs of men who don't have jobs and are just destroying the entire neighborhood, that requires an immediate law enforcement response. And residents there are begging for the city to do something. They say they don't even feel safe walking down the street with their kids. But this isn't the only area of town where that's happening either. According to ICE, there are now 58,000 criminals living in New York City, including 1,000 known gang members. That means you've got more criminals living in New York than you have people populating small towns in other parts of America. That's ridiculous. And when you realize that the city's got shelters scattered throughout every borough, and when you hear about how gang members are sneaking weapons inside these places in DoorDash delivery bags, the problems we're experiencing here are so obvious they could have been stopped. But now you've got these immigration advocates who would rather see the status quo maintained. They would rather see the gang members keep living in places like the Roosevelt Hotel than to see any successful immigration crackdown here that makes the city safer.
But many migrant advocacy groups
Number 32450 are declining contact advice. Motion for the disturbance of locations for loud music and yelling. With 3 males involved, 2 have walked away. All Hispanic males.
Go to hospitals because they...
Communications House 24, last arrival,
So
wheels
if you
down.
are a violent gang member who's already been ordered to leave the country and you haven't done so, now you should probably be worried about living openly in any city in America, including a sanctuary city. And that includes these sensitive locations that ICE can now enter. You shouldn't feel safe in the emergency room if you've been committing crime, gotten injured, and need treatment. And to be clear, somebody who's not on a federal deportation list, like an asylum seeker, they don't have anything to worry about, because when they entered the country, they were given legal permission to stay in a place like this hotel. But even though that's true, it hasn't stopped immigrant activists from riling people up, making them think that Trump is coming to round up permanent residents, people with green cards, anybody who wasn't born in America. It's crazy. That's propaganda, and it's scaring people for no reason. And it's all being done because if this crackdown works, those advocates that have fought for gang members to stay in places like this and for a dangerous status quo to be maintained, they are going to look and sound really foolish. But another potential reason for so much uncertainty among immigrant communities in New York is because over 400,000 people live here in a capacity that is against the law. And activists say they should not be forced to leave, even if they're criminals, even if they're dangerous. But as you're about to see, by fighting the federal government on this issue, the new border czar says that sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. So it's no secret that New York is a sanctuary city, but by fighting the federal government on immigration-related issues, now that there's this crackdown, that basically guarantees that the federal government is going to have to send more resources to New York City to accomplish the mission they are determined to accomplish. And even though activists say that they are against deportations of any kind, their actions essentially guarantee that there are going to be more deportations, not less, because there are going to be more immigration resources here, not less.
Who are the people that you're targeting, at least in this initial phase? Right out of the gate, public safety threats. But let me be clear. It's not only public safety threats that will be arrested. Because in sanctuary cities, we're not allowed to get that public safety threat in the jail. Which means we got to go to the neighborhood and find him. And when we find him, he may be with others. And unlike the last administration...
So for years, New York City's had policies that allow criminals who are dangerous to blend in with the rest of society. And if the city isn't going to do anything about that, if they're going to double down on policies like that, the new border czar is just going to send more agents here to find the folks that they need to find. And while they're doing it, they're going to encounter other people they also do not have a legal right to remain in the country. They're probably going to get deported too. There's going to be more deportations, not less. And if ICE goes into a business or into a shelter looking for somebody who they know is dangerous, that person's probably not in that apartment or in that store alone. They're probably with others. And this is going to result in people who are otherwise law-abiding but are in the country unlawfully getting arrested and getting deported. And that's why you've got so many people fleeing New York City's asylum shelters. They know that the presence of even one criminal in one of these facilities could be enough to lead federal authorities there, at which case everyone who's not supposed to be here is at risk. And look at how confused our leaders and other city officials are over how to react to this. They know that crime is a problem, but they don't want any deportations.
The city has a set of sanctuary laws that prevent city workers from cooperating with federal immigration enforcement, except when it comes to those who have been convicted of committing crimes. They've created an education campaign for undocumented immigrants. Pamphlets like this, for example, telling them what to do if an ICE official knocks on their door.
Yeah, New York really is between a rock and a hard place. The mayor admits and knows that criminals destroying our city is a bad thing, but at the same time, other city agencies are sending out paperwork to try and help people limit how they interact with federal immigration authorities, which is only going to end up aiding criminals. Nobody with a legal right to be here, including asylum seekers waiting for a court date, has anything to worry about from deportations. And it's not like our legal system doesn't already do enough to protect criminals no matter where they're from. After gang members attacked police in Times Square, our legal system did everything in its power to make sure they were sent free. Immediately, most of these guys were released without bail, but as we're learning now, even the people who did get convicted and were sent to jail, well, the person in this story got a light 1-year sentence and then was released after only serving 3/4 of that term. And you know something? ICE was able to track this guy down, but they had to do it on their own. This happened back in October, but this is why New York City has the crime and gang-related problems that it has. That's why these local communities here are just being absolutely terrorized by criminals, because after we catch them, we release them, even if they attack the police. And if they'll attack the police, what chance do you or I or anybody else have of staying safe from these people?
I'm honestly scared because I left my country because of the warfare, because of the violence. We're here looking for a better future. We fled the violence and all that to come here. The president is also...
So these women who got interviewed, I'd be interested in hearing from them what their status is. Do they have a pending asylum claim? Have they been given an order of removal from the country? Are they part of a gang? Because that would tell us a lot about whether they are rightfully worried about something happening to them or not. But this might explain some of their trepidation. According to the new border czar, 9 out of 10 people who've applied for asylum have done so in a fraudulent violent manner and will likely get denied. And that means during the Biden, Trump, and Obama presidencies, remember this goes back 10 years, people came to this country, applied for asylum, and did not get approved. However, what New York City doesn't realize is that by encouraging people to stay here in a non-law-abiding capacity, they're actually setting these folks up for failure and exploitation. Because if you can't live in America and succeed with the skills you have or legally work, you're going to be forced into the criminal underworld.
We also found a whole system in which people were using other people's social security numbers in order to work as DoorDash drivers. And you had some migrants making food for other migrants. You had other migrants selling coffee on the streets.
So think about how backwards this is. New York City is telling people, hey, you're here, you want to live a normal life, who cares about your immigration status? We'll help you stay in this sanctuary city. But while they tell people that, they're setting these folks up for absolute failure because they can't get normal jobs. And by doing what was mentioned in this news report, in order to obtain work, you've got to put yourself in the path of criminals. And these are the same criminals and gang members who are already here ruining the city, exploiting others, and they're going to exploit you too. When you go to Queens and you see people selling stolen tools out of a suitcase on the side of the road, how do you think those tools got in that suitcase? People were told to go and steal them, and now you've got somebody else who's told to go and sell them, to pay off perhaps a debt for helping that person get into this country to begin with. On top of that, some of this underground work, like unofficial food preparation, it might be making people sick. Here you have a restaurant that was letting people use its kitchen to make food that they would then go and sell elsewhere. But the place was full of health code violations. That's not good for anybody. And if this city really cared about immigrants the way it says it does, it wouldn't be okay with housing criminals in shelters like the Roosevelt Hotel. And the city would allow cooperation between local police and federal immigration authorities because everybody's got the same goal, to keep people safe. But our leaders and our laws have forced New York City to tell ICE to take a hike, and now the federal government's going to have to hunt down criminals and find them with its own resources on its own time. Do you think ICE is going to be successful in their immigration crackdown in sanctuary cities that have promised to resist them? Do you think it would be better for our local officials to hand ICE a list of names and shelter addresses where they can find criminals instead of having to look them all over town, possibly putting people at risk, like the general public, if they go to take down somebody who's dangerous and things get crazy? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video.
That's a New York City Housing Authority, or NYCHA employee, evicting a single mother Monday morning from the two-bedroom apartment at the Ingersoll Public Housing Development in downtown Brooklyn.
So evictions are now taking place more frequently across New York City during the dead of winter. But controversially, it's the city itself who's allowing people to get kicked out of its own affordable housing facilities with the help of private corporations. And to make matters even worse, this is all happening while 5,600 of these affordable units sit empty, collecting dust instead of rent during the worst housing crisis New York's experienced in decades.
The city's biggest landlord is currently carrying more than 5,600 vacancies across its portfolio. Mocha admits she'd been squatting in the vacant unit with her young daughter for the last 4 months. She says before squatting, they lived in a city homeless shelter.
That apartment actually has been vacant for 5 years.
The building itself is pretty old. I mean, they're installing new pipes and stuff like that.
This is what you slept with last night.
Yeah.
They say some of the conditions are inhumane. They have photos of different shades of water they say continue to come out of their faucets, paint in their apartments that's peeling from the walls, and cabinets with no doors.
Mocha argues New York City has a housing shortage, her family is homeless, and NYCHA should be using its vast inventory of vacant apartments to house the homeless.
The heat is barely coming through here, and the heat that does make it through is going right through drafty windows. Neighbors here say they are frustrated, and we are working to get them some answers.
183.
So after turning several public housing complexes over to private managers, evictions are skyrocketing. And while this is happening, nobody can live in the thousands of vacant apartments just sitting empty in the very same buildings people are being kicked out of. A situation that just adds to New York's growing homelessness epidemic instead of fixing it. During a time when sky-high rents, sky-high groceries, and apartment shortages are forcing many New Yorkers out on the streets, with some going so far as to live in our subway system in an attempt to escape bitter cold winter temperatures. Empty apartments during a housing crisis, and we certainly shouldn't be making people homeless during a homelessness epidemic. But that's exactly what's happening. And the most frustrating thing about this is that last year the city had just under 5,000 empty apartments which weren't being used. And during these dueling crises, that number has just gone up. At a time when there's a backlog of over 200,000 New Yorkers waiting for a spot to open up in public housing, who it seems are waiting around for no reason, as there are empty apartments right now they could live in, but instead those apartments sit vacant. And that brings us to the real reason why New York City is increasing the size of its homeless population while restricting the very supply of apartments that could help those in need. Nobody running these housing facilities cares if the people they're designed for benefit from them. And in spite of the fact that thousands are waiting for these apartments to open up, it still takes a staggering 400 days for a vacant apartment in New York public housing to get renovated and then re-rented to a new tenant. A process that private landlords who don't get government funding are able to accomplish in just a few days. But as you're about to see, the city seems to have no problem evicting people from these places at a much faster rate. So behind me, we've got a NYCHA public housing facility. NYCHA stands for New York City Housing Authority. It's the largest public housing authority in North America. And according to the city's website, NYCHA was created in 1935 to provide decent, affordable housing for low and moderate income New Yorkers. As you can see, there are some big problems with the way these facilities are run that start at the front door and then work their way inside these facilities, where apparently you have thousands of vacant apartments nobody can live in.
Mocha admits she'd been squatting in the vacant unit with her young daughter for the last 4 months. She says before squatting, they lived in a city homeless shelter. You decided to move in here?
Yeah, absolutely, because at the end of the day, I still have my daughter.
So in this story, we've got a single mom who's getting evicted from one of these apartments, which apparently had been empty for a very long time. Now, this woman does admit to finding her way inside this vacant apartment and residing there without a lease, which would make her a squatter. Now, squatting is definitely not okay, but this just goes to show you how backwards and poorly managed these facilities are when they're full of empty apartments that could really help someone, and when someone who needs that help finds their way inside of one, they're not allowed to live there. Nobody is. That's crazy. And if you look around New York City, you'll notice pretty quickly that there are a lot of people who need a place to live. We've got people living in the subway.
We just had a conference call at 4320 4th Street in Vacation for a 53-year-old female conscious and breathing. Everybody's the mother took a fall.
Tenants here at the Ingersoll houses tell us that there are vacant units scattered throughout this development, units which they say have been empty for years.
That apartment actually has been vacant for 5 years.
Mocha argues New York City has a housing shortage, her family is homeless, and NYCHA should be using its vast inventory.
So they were able to get an interview with one of the neighbors who says that the apartment that this woman found herself in was vacant for 5 years. That's a long time. Now, she was living there for 4 months, which again, she admits that she shouldn't have been doing, but the fact that this place was empty for half a decade, that is utterly ridiculous. One way of looking at this is, yes, this woman did something wrong, but on the other hand, at least somebody lived in this place for a couple of months and got off the streets for a little while. Now, of course, this is unfair to the 240,000 people who were apparently waiting for one of these apartments as of last year, but without someone forcing their way into one of these units, this story never would have made the news, and there would be no public outcry for something to be done. And this also reveals that these properties are not being run or managed by people who care if they are ever put to good use. And this is just so backwards from the way a normal apartment building is run. In a normal apartment building, if there's a vacant apartment, the landlord knows about it, the super knows about it. They know immediately when the tenant moves out, and they've got every incentive in the world to find somebody else to move in. For half a decade, and either nobody knows or somebody does know, or nobody has any reason to find someone to live in that place. It's totally backwards. It doesn't make sense. And these are places that are set up to help the less fortunate who are waiting in line, some people for years to try and get one of these. But look at this, even if you do get one of these coveted apartments, life is not all roses and flowers. A lot of these places have massive sudden problems, and living in them is certainly no vacation. And at this facility here, you look outside, there's not enough trash cans, there's waste all over the place. Folks shouldn't have to live like that in an apartment building, no matter what their rent is. But the city has an excuse for why they've got so many empty apartments just sitting around that nobody can live in.
The city's biggest landlord is currently carrying more than 5,600 vacancies across its portfolio. Agency officials say crews must perform repair and environmental work before safely transferring vacant units to the next tenants. Councilmember
So in defense of their 5,600 empty apartments, the city says that it's hard to renovate them. It's a lot of work, and we're trying, and we're doing better, and then there's the environment. But a private landlord can turn around their apartments in a legal manner in just a weekend if they need to. And NYCHA is the biggest housing authority in North America. They're in the business of renovating apartments. They should be pretty good at it, but for some reason they're terrible at it. Maybe that's why it takes 400 days to turn these places around. That's ridiculous. Either way, what we have here is a government agency that exists to help people but isn't doing that. And this is just a total failure of management. There's really no excuse. But if you look around New York City, you'll see thousands of different buildings owned by thousands of different landlords, and some of you are probably thinking that maybe somebody out there could do a better job fixing these public housing projects. But the city's tried this, and unfortunately the problems experienced in these places, they don't go away. Instead, they just change, and then there are new problems. So these housing facilities, they've got a lot of problems, from the way that they're managed to how old they are and how many repairs they need. And the city's tried to come up with ways around this other than changing what they do internally. And some of that has involved reaching out to private management companies that have experience doing this to see if they can do a better job. And even though they've done a better job on some of the aspects of running these places, they've also been kicking more people out.
There's a super on the premises, things get resolved immediately.
Neighbors at 572 Warren Street, which is owned by the city but managed by a private company under a so-called pact agreement, say along with those recent improvements,
Maybe there is a couple more evictions, there's new people coming in.
In a new report, the city...
So residents who live in some of these pact properties, as they're called, these are public housing projects that have been turned over to private companies, they say that the living experience is better. Things are getting fixed faster, there's more maintenance, the buildings are better run, but they also say that they see a lot more people moving in and out of these places, and that the number of evictions are much higher. Now, it's hard to tell exactly why this is happening. Is it happening because the buildings are just more efficiently run and the eviction process is more efficient as a byproduct of that? Or is what's happening in these facilities what the city's comptroller alleges after his internal investigation reveals that tenants in some of these properties are not being adequately informed of their options and their rights? Either way, something's going on, because auditors found that the private companies evicted tenants from 1 out of every 200 apartments, and the normal NYCHA eviction rate is 1 out of every 866 apartments, mostly for the non-payment of rent, which makes sense. You've got to pay rent if you want to live somewhere. But on the other hand, here you have apartments that are designed for people who may be in a tough situation and may have trouble paying their rent. And it's entirely conceivable that folks living in New York City public housing might need extra assistance or extra time or extra help getting their bills together. But the fact of the matter is, these evictions are happening while thousands of apartments remain empty. These are apartments that nobody can live in, and evictions are happening, forcing people to go live in homeless shelters or on the streets. But sadly, as you're about to see, even if you manage to snag one of these apartments, living in it won't be a walk in the park, that's for sure. In fact, conditions are so bad in some of these places that some of the residents might just decide to evict themselves so that they don't have to put up with what you're about to see.
Here inside NYCHA's Stuyvesant Gardens Senior Living Center, the heat is barely coming through here, and the heat that does make it through is going right through drafty windows. Neighbors here say they are frustrated. This is what you slept in last night.
Yeah.
We also found most making hot cups of tea or just running their ovens not to cook Christmas dinner.
This is a disaster. You've got people running their ovens and their stoves to try and heat their apartments because they're not warm enough in the freezing cold New York winter. That's not right. especially when the city likes to create blog articles bragging about how they're ready for heating season, and how they even state on their website the apartments have to be 68 during the day and 62 at night when it's below 55 out. What's even more maddening is that this facility on the news, it is a seniors facility. Everyone living there is of age, and extreme temperatures are going to be even harder for them to deal with. Yet every time they turn on their heat, nothing comes out, and the warmth they do have in their apartments escapes through old, drafty windows. And I hate to say this, but when you realize how bad the heating situation is in these buildings, if they can't be heated properly, moving more people into other apartments inside of them might just make the whole situation worse for everybody. And maybe that's the reason these apartments are all vacant. Maybe they can't be safely operated without dragging down the living conditions of everybody else in these buildings. Now, of course, if the buildings in question were better maintained, this wouldn't be a problem. You rarely hear about stuff like this happening in privately run buildings. And now the question is it really right for the city to be evicting people from its buildings when the conditions inside of them are so bad the people living there wish they didn't even have to, but their other option is the street?
One of the main concerns they have is the lack of clean water in their apartments. They say some of the conditions are inhumane. They have photos of different shades of water they say continue to come out of their faucets, paint in their apartments that's peeling from the walls, and
okay, if anyone saw that water coming out of their faucets, they would absolutely lose it. That's horrible. That could shorten someone's lifespan to have to live in a place with conditions like that. And on top of that, we're learning that when repairs are made to some of these units, the units are then unavailable for the original resident to re-occupy. That means either one of two things. Either they've been permanently evicted, which I don't think is the case. The more likely case is they've just been moved to another equally bad apartment somewhere else, and then the apartment they were in gets put up for somebody else. Either way, the people living in these places are getting totally screwed over every way possible. Finding one of these apartments is a challenge because the city is hoarding vacant units for reasons that don't make any sense. And if you do find a vacant unit to live in, well, your problems might just be getting started because the building could fall apart around you, and that's the only place the city will give you to live. And when private companies get involved and they start making repairs, yes, things get done faster, but the eviction process also happens faster, and there is contention over whether or not that's being done the right way. But one thing's for sure, if you're one of the 200,000 people who's waiting to live in one of these places and you find out that somebody isn't paying their rent and they get to stay, that's gonna feel pretty unfair to you, and you're gonna think that their eviction is justified, and it could be. But then again, the city is the one moving people into these places who they know need help, and if they're not getting it, that might not be a good thing either. What do you think about this? Should the city use these empty apartments to house the homeless like the woman who was caught squatting in one of them says they should? And what do you think they could do to get their act together and get these 5,600 apartments, a number that is growing, into the market for these affordable places so that folks can actually live in them who are struggling? Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you think. I'll see you in the next video.
It's pretty clear this wasn't what they meant when they offered a fast cash withdrawal option. These masked men grabbed this ATM and hauled it off, just the two of them. Cops say they've stolen 49 ATMs around the city.
So, thieves have stolen nearly 50 ATM machines, just like this one right here, from small businesses over the last few months. But as troubling as an unsolved robbery pattern of this magnitude is, it gets even worse once you realize the city's efforts to stop crime underground in our subways are removing much-needed police from our streets, making them even more dangerous. And since the thieves wear masks and always flee the scene in stolen vehicles, the police, who are supposed to catch them, they don't even know who it is they're looking for.
The NYPD has just released new video to help find those involved in a burglary spree across 3 boroughs. Take a look at the video of the masked men that police are hoping to find. Police say they're behind 40 ATM burglaries in Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx.
Very fast. I was surprised at how I never seen in the past like that.
He says the 2 men walked into the A&H deli, picked up the ATM, walked out, and got into a van. His co-worker, too stunned to even act.
And after that, he called cops. And the cops, he's coming after when he left.
The owner says the suspects clipped the bolt outside, lifted the shutter, then smashed through this glass door and headed straight for the ATM. They didn't touch anything else.
And this is where the ATM was. Harjit tells me he will not be getting a new one as he worries it could get stolen again.
Investigators say the 2 men, plus a getaway driver and a stolen vehicle, stole nearly 50 ATMs in the Bronx, Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens.
That temperature for 286, now I think I'll
So if you know who these crooks are, you can make $5,000 right now by turning them in. However, what nobody's talking about is the reason this crime wave isn't going to stop anytime soon is because the police who could stop it, the city's taking them off the streets and putting them underground to fight crime in the subway. And our leaders have decided New York's rotting public transit network is worth more than the small businesses serving communities all over town. Of course, nobody running our city will admit this, but after defunding and persecuting our police force, we've got the fewest cops keeping us safe since the 1990s. And by removing police from our streets and sending them somewhere else, we're creating the perfect opportunity for criminals to steal whatever they want, because there's even less police around to stop them. And what most people have already forgotten is that before extra officers were sent into our subways, they'd been previously tasked with securing Central Park and Times Square to end a surge of snatch and grab robberies that had taken over those iconic locations. And although the police were eventually victorious, police data reveals that crime may have actually just migrated to other neighborhoods, with robberies surging 400% just outside the park. Which brings us to the real reason why this crime wave targeting small businesses and any business that's got an ATM in it is going to continue long into the future. The city has a hierarchy when it comes to solving crime, and until they solve crime in the subway, there's not going to be anybody available to solve crime in places like this. But the problem is, every week we've got news stories about new horrible incidents taking place underground, which seem to be happening in spite of extra National Guard troops and extra police being deployed on a regular basis. And this is because our laws do not lock up criminals who rob stores or assault others. Instead, everyone who does that seems to get released, undermining the hard work of our meager law enforcement resources. And the sad reality is, no matter how dedicated and well-trained our police are, they're fighting an uphill battle against a legal system that is rigged in favor of the bad guys, who, as you're about to see, are taking this opportunity to prey upon small businesses like this one right behind me. So here we are, 8th Avenue in Midtown by 42nd Street, where you've got tons of little businesses, cafes, shops, coffee houses, pizza parlors, and all of them have ATM machines, and that's bad news, because it makes them a target for criminals who seem to be on an unstoppable spree of ATM heists, which has been going on for months. And these criminals, they're literally just walking in the front door of these places, unbolting the ATM, and taking it out with them. And not only are these criminals afraid of absolutely nothing, they stand to make thousands of dollars every single time they strike.
Water permit is going to be Sam Young Nora 394. Grab this ATM out of a Queens deli and haul it off, just the two of them. Cops say they've stolen 49 ATMs around the city. 49. Yeah, very fast.
I'm sorry, but if criminals can just walk into a little business like that one right there, or this one over here across the street, make a beeline for the ATM and then haul it off in 7 minutes, do it 50 times, and there are no consequences, that proves this city has a serious crime problem. And it's not that our police aren't smart enough to find these guys. Of course they are. The problem is we just don't have enough police to get there quickly and catch them when they're doing something wrong. And the worst part about this is we don't even know who these people are. And with so many businesses with ATMs inside of them, their next target could literally be anywhere. And here's what they're looking for. They go into a store like this, they try to figure out how close the ATM is to the front door. This one's pretty far away. Here it is, all the way over here, hiding in the back. Is it bolted to the floor? But this one at this 7-Eleven, this one's probably safe. Look, it's so far away, and then the door is way over there. They're not going to make it. But not every business has as big of a footprint as this place does, and some of them will have their ATM right by the front door because that's where the register is. And although it's very convenient for customers, it's also very convenient for criminals if they're trying to steal the ATM when the business is open and the front door is unlocked. But as you're about to see, even when these businesses are closed and they've got their security gates down, that still does not deter these guys. And apparently it only adds a couple of extra minutes to the heist when they've got to go through something like that.
They say the store was closed when it happened. They were home asleep. When the alarm went off, they checked the live stream from the security camera. The thieves were already gone. Police were already on scene. The owner says the suspects clipped the bolt outside, lifted the shutter, then smashed through this glass door and headed straight for the ATM. They didn't touch anything else. They were in and out within 6 to 7 minutes.
So this most recent heist, it apparently took 7 minutes minutes, and it happened at a time when the business was closed. That means they went right in through the front door, right through all the store security, took that ATM, and were out before any law enforcement response could even happen. And if any business can be robbed in 10 minutes or less, and the crooks can make off with thousands of dollars at any time of day, this is the kind of crime wave that's not going to go away until everyone's arrested or there's nothing left to steal. And of course, the security cameras are useless. These guys are covered up. They've got masks. They can't be identified. And what that means is the only way to catch them is going to be to pull them over for a traffic violation when they're in their stolen vehicle with a stolen ATM inside. But the real problem is this city has no intention of giving store owners extra rights to protect their property, which means even if they catch the criminals that are involved in this particular crime wave, there will probably be others, and they will find places just like this and go after them. The temptation's just too great, and the chances of getting caught aren't very good. These guys have gotten away with it 49 times so far.
The Sings Daily was hit on December 23rd. Cops say the spree started on September 19th. Investigators say the two men, plus a getaway driver and a stolen vehicle, stole nearly 50 ATMs in the Bronx, Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. The Sings have owned this business for decades. It's the first time they've been burglarized.
So probably the most disturbing thing about this crime wave is that many of these businesses, this is the first time they've ever been robbed like this. They've never had this problem before. They're totally defenseless and totally unprepared. But what we do know about these criminals so far is that it's a team of 3 people. You've got the 2 thieves, because it takes 2 of these guys to cart away one of these ATMs, and it's the getaway driver who's always driving a stolen vehicle. Of course it's a stolen vehicle. They wouldn't use their own car to risk getting traced and captured with their stolen ATMs. No way. And think about all of the crimes that have to simultaneously be easy to commit here in New York for this to happen. You got to be able to steal cars, you got to be able to break into businesses, you got to be able to take stolen property somewhere and hide it, and you got to be able to do all of it without getting caught. And it's so simple why this is happening. There's nobody around to catch the criminals. The police have been redeployed. And as we experience crime waves in our subways or in places like Central Park or Times Square, the rest of the city is going to continue to be unmonitored, creating opportunities for the very people who we say we're worried about and who we say we want to stop. And the problems we're witnessing now are all happening because as we redeploy police to a part of town like the subway, the criminals that were there, they redeploy themselves to the places the police just left. So here we are in the New York City subway, and as you look around, you're going to notice a couple of things. First, you're going to notice that it's filthy down here. Second, you're going to notice that there's a lot of crime, and when you see the police and the law enforcement response to that crime, you're going to realize that it's not working. And that's a problem because until crime gets solved down here, crime up on the streets is going to remain uncontested.
In October of last year, Pix 11 News reported on a similar robbery pattern by 2 suspects targeting these money machines in 20 businesses across Brooklyn and Manhattan. The NYPD confirming these 2 robbery patterns are not related.
So I get that law enforcement is saying that these crime patterns of ATM robberies might be unrelated to each other because maybe the criminals are not related to each other, maybe they're not part of the same gang, but both of these are definitely related because of the absence of law enforcement. And we know this because all the law enforcement you see down in the subways, that's taking away from law enforcement above ground. And the same thing happened just a few months ago. Look at this, when police were sent into Central Park, which you see there in the center, robberies were up 400% on the outside of the park. That's absolutely nuts. That's why you've got people stealing cars. That's why you've got people robbing ATMs and vandalizing businesses. There's no one protecting them. And this means law enforcement in New York is essentially playing whack-a-mole. Wherever the crime pops up, they gotta go there, then it pops up somewhere else, and oh, they gotta go there now. And when you look at how dangerous, disgusting, and lawless the subway is, you'll figure out pretty quick that the police we have, all of our resources, they can't stop the crime down there, which means crime up here on the streets is going to keep going for a very long time. And it's all because we've got a justice system that sees these criminals as victims of something and likes to release them after they do anything wrong. That's why you have so many repeat offenders. That's why why you've got so many people who are now at the level where they can steal an entire ATM. That took practice. They didn't get that way by accident. Our city and our lax justice system not only gives these criminals the opportunity to do more that's wrong, it also trains them and hardens them. And this has made every progressive non-solution to crime totally worthless. You can install as many cameras as you want. The thieves don't care. Security gates, security guards, none of that's going to matter because those people are going to be the ones in trouble if a thief gets taken down and gets injured, leaving these businesses with only one way to stop and deter these criminals once and for all.
First broke 2 outside security cameras before smashing down the front door to forcibly remove the ATM. And this is where the ATM was. Harjit tells me he will not be getting one as he worries it could get stolen again. We have too much worry here.
So the guys at this deli, they figured out what to do. Get rid of the ATM, but the problem with that is the ATM is there to help customers who want to use cash. And you know what? These businesses, they could stop all the crime in the world if they just stopped doing things that benefited their customers. But then they'd be out of business. But that's how things work now. Go into any store in the city, you're going to see the aisles of locked up shampoo, lotion, all the plexiglass stopping criminals from stealing, yes, but also stopping customers from shopping. That's what this stuff does. All because our legal system is not able to stop crime. So what do we have to do? We've got to lower everyone's quality of life by degrading the in-store experience, all because criminals are allowed to do whatever they want. And yes, if you're willing to remove everything the criminals steal from your store, they won't come in anymore. But neither will the people you need to buy stuff and keep your doors open. But notice which businesses are not having their ATMs robbed. Those would be banks. Not only are their ATMs better secured and non-removable, robbing a bank is a federal offense. And that's going to come with federal consequences, which are much worse than whatever is going to happen to the people who eventually get caught robbing these delis and these bodegas. But now the question is, how long is this ATM crime wave going to go on? What are they going to hit? 50, 60, 70 ATMs? What's the final number going to be before the police make an arrest?
Trains are just a little bit of a disaster right now, I feel. There's not a lot of safety precautions.
To quash such concerns, the governor used her statewide address to debut a plan to scale up the police presence on the subway system. Hochul says she plans to work with Mayor.
So this ATM crime wave, it's not even on the radar. Our leaders are laser focused on crime in the subway because we don't have enough police, and the most people are affected by crime underground right now. And you know what's going to happen? Our leaders are just going to up the numbers of law enforcement in the subway to a point where criminals are so likely to get arrested and have their afternoon wasted getting released from jail that they just give up and decide to commit crimes somewhere else, at which point there will be a victory lap. The subway will be safe. We accomplished our mission. Meanwhile, the criminals are on a new mission elsewhere in the city above ground committing the same types of crime. We haven't done anything. We've just redistributed our crime to somewhere else. And there will be a few weeks before the general public notices that there is danger somewhere else, before the news picks up on it. And during that time, our leaders will tout their many successes and talk about how they brought crime down to levels never before seen, and they're great and we should vote for them. But even though the governor and the mayor might be held responsible for crime in our city, it's not their fault that we have it. They did not create the legal system that allows people with 87 prior arrests to walk the streets until they get arrested for the 88th time. And electing someone else isn't going to magically change destructive laws and policies that allow criminals to do whatever they want in this town. That's the real problem that we've got here. We're going to have to pass a whole new slew of laws, which might require an entire new state legislature and city council. New York is going to have to start from scratch. They're going to have to bring in all new people who are willing to vote for stuff, pass stuff, and sign stuff that's actually going to get a handle on our crime problems. Because as most of you are already well aware, the solution to crime is to put criminals behind bars. We're just not doing that. And you've got to wonder to yourself, how does a criminal learn how to steal 50 ATMs without getting caught? How many other crimes did they commit that were much smaller than an ATM heist that helped them practice and interact with law enforcement to get better at living the life of a criminal who steals things? What do you think about that? Are New York City's soft on crime laws that are meant to deter future criminal activity having the opposite effect? Are they training and hardening criminals? And are these laws a bad thing? Are they a net negative for society? And should there be consequences for people before they get to a level of being able to steal 49, 50 ATMs without getting caught? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.
This MTA security video shows a group of 5 men on a Manhattan-bound
7 train. 2 of them stole bags from a sleeping 69-year-old passenger and the fight starts.
So this is just the latest in a string of armed altercations involving homeless people in the New York City subway. Incidents which often start underground but end in the emergency room. And now that this crime surge has been going on for the last 4 weeks and counting, New Yorkers are starting to doubt whether or not our leaders are keeping the subway as safe as they claim they are. Because to many people, it sure seems like this entire network of trains and stations is just getting more dangerous every single day.
From the Union Square subway station to the Uptown number 2 train and the E train at Columbus Circle, unnerved riders coming face to face with unstable people.
It's really unfortunate. People can't travel, they can't take the train or a bus, and they have to always look over their back.
Mental health crisis, and it doesn't seem to be being dealt with.
We know that too many New Yorkers cycle between the hospital and homelessness.
We can't stand for that in New York City. The subway system's way too important. The subway system has to be there for individuals to be able to take in safety and predictability.
Governor Kathy Hochul cited that mental health crisis in announcing plans to spend $1 billion to revamp care and change New York's involuntary commitment laws.
We need to ensure that those who are suffering from severe mental illness are getting the care they need, and we're also protecting the innocent bystanders on our subways and on our streets.
For many, it's an endless cycle going from the street to the emergency room, then back out onto the street.
Show me upon the EAP, Ortiz.
So, in a surprising twist, the 4 surviving men who assaulted an armed homeless man are now the ones facing justice. But what nobody's talking about is this incident took place inside a subway car, and that's where New Yorkers have been begging for more security for the last year. Not the entrances where police and troops have been stationed. Plus, the entire time incidents like this have been going on, we've been told by our leaders to stop imagining things because overall subway crime is down. But the reality is that since 2020, assaults and other types of crime down here remain elevated to levels everyone who's ever ridden the train knows are unacceptable. But the mayor understands this, which is why he's now risking the wrath of New York City progressives by removing homeless people from the subway if they pose a danger to themselves or others. Something activists say is immoral and wrong. However, it's hard to see how allowing someone who's in need of rehab to wander the subway with a weapon, believing the resources to help them don't exist, is even close to compassionate. And that brings us to the real reason why we've got a subway system that's dangerous. Neglecting people, that's not compassionate, and instead it just encourages those who need help to come down here and fend for themselves. But now that riders are terrified and elections are coming up, something's finally being done to try and save the subway and those who call it home. However, with the NYPD chronically short-staffed, it's hard to see what New York's finest will be able to do in the face of a justice system that has stacked the deck against common sense solutions to crime and lawlessness by releasing people with dozens of prior arrests who end up right back on the streets where they continue to be a threat to themselves and others. And that's why, as you're about to see, our mayor has decided to start removing homeless people from the subway, in some cases against their will.
Downtown 45. Two shows single flag, people together. We're a couple of vehicles in front of us.
So here we are at the 34th Street Herald Square subway station, and as you can see, this new crackdown, it's real, it's happening. In fact, this entire area where we are right now used to be a place where people sadly were trying to reside as if it were their home or apartment. And even though activists say that allowing people to stay here is the right thing to do because everyone's free and this is a public place, neglecting people and letting them think that this is where they have to sleep every night, that's not compassionate either.
This young man, homeless and disheveled, surrounded by a joint response team made up of 2 NYPD officers, a social worker, and a nurse. After protesting for several minutes, the handcuffs stay on. One of the many involuntary removals the Adams administration conducts on a weekly basis in the New York City.
So, 1 month ago, before crime spiked in the subway, this particular station had 96 people living in it. The New York Post referred to it as an underground wasteland, and right over here, you can see the area where people were residing. This little area, which is the the former entrance to a mall, which is now closed. And the reason city officials are now doubling their efforts to help those who might think this is the only place for them to stay to leave is because the city does have shelters that are available for people, and they're not in a noisy, loud, dangerous public transit system. But here's the problem. These efforts can only go so far, which is why the New York City subway is still the site of an ongoing humanitarian crisis. But before we get into why this new plan may ultimately fail to help the homeless and make the subway less safe, you've got to realize that overall unchecked lawlessness down here is the reason we find ourselves in a dangerous environment. For example, it's illegal to carry a knife in the New York City public transit system, but dangerous individuals are down here carrying them and nothing is being done about it. And that's bad news because the individual in this photo was armed and went after other commuters randomly one afternoon.
Why'd you do it, Jamar? What's that, sir? Anything to say to the victim, sir?
So the man in this video, he's 52 years old. He's now been arrested 88 times, and allowing him to live in the subway was bad for him, and it was bad for everybody else. And he's not alone. There's still many other people down here who need assistance and may not even know that assistance is out there. He was apparently well known to law enforcement, and security camera footage shows him carrying a weapon at various points, which kind of makes you wonder what these cameras are for if they record crimes and nobody does anything about them. But people carrying weapons, that's just one type of lawlessness taking place down here. If you happen to look down at your feet, if you dare, you'll see a very good reason not to walk around with open-toed shoes, a reason that could also contribute to a lot of the problems that people are experiencing down here. Regardless of the lawless environment down here is why the mayor knows his plan is facing an uphill battle. He's trying to work within the restricted confines of New York City's laws to help the homeless, although some say those laws tie the hands of justice so they can't help anyone or keep anyone safe. Something riders down here are reminded of every single time they take the train.
There has been a pervasive misunderstanding of the law in New York.
Brian Stetton, the mayor's senior advisor on severe mental illness, says response teams perform about 130 involuntary removals a week under a broader interpretation that determines whether a person is a, quote, danger to themselves or...
So, is Mayor Adams perfect? No, nobody is. But this is the first time in recent memory anybody in charge has tried to interpret New York's progressive laws in a non-progressive way. But now the problem is that if someone's in need of mental health treatment, how do you help them enter a program if they aren't interested in it? And that's why the mayor is now fighting for this Supportive Interventions Act, which would apparently make that process easier. Apparently, right now, if somebody's in trouble, the best the city can do is to involuntarily commit that person for a period of 72 hours, after which that person will regain their freedom, and if they're in a bad place, may go on to continue being a danger to themselves and others. And that's why critics say you've got people with dozens of arrests in the subway who keep coming back here, and no one can stop them. They're in a destructive cycle, and that cycle leads to elevated levels of danger down here that terrify riders. And as you're about to see, the current way city officials are forced to go about helping people who are down here and may not know they need help isn't really working.
It's a direct response to the public's palpable concern over innocent people being victimized above and below ground. From suspect Ramon Rivera to Sebastian Cepeda, who's accused of walking out of a homeless shelter and then setting a woman on...
So the way this outreach program works now is law enforcement officers accompany aid workers who make contact with people who look like they need help. They're looking for people who appear to be incapacitated, sleeping, or just unable to care for themselves. And if they see somebody who's obviously in that predicament, the right thing that any of us would do for a family member of ours who was in that spot would be to go out of our way to make an intervention and help them, and that's what the city's trying to do. Just look at this place. If any of us knew that something that we cared about was living down here and didn't know that there was help out there for them, or that anybody cared about them, we'd be down here in a heartbeat, pleading with them, doing what we could, dragging them out if necessary to get them to a place where we can help them. That's compassion. However, the reason you've got elevated levels of crime, elevated levels of danger, and riders who are scared is because for a long time we thought compassion was just letting someone sleep on the grounds over here, which, as you're about to see, unfortunately still happens, as the rules New York City has handicap law enforcement and our aid workers so that they can't make a difference. And sadly, that's why things down here are continuing to get worse. So here we are in another level of this very same station, and as you can see, the humanitarian crisis going on down here is still here. And this is in spite of the mayor announcing a new $650 million push to help that crisis and assist those who might think that living in the subway is their best option. But that's because, as you're about to see, New York's laws don't allow anybody who needs long-term help to get it. Instead, there are just short-term solutions, which might actually be making this entire problem worse.
What it comes down to is what you're describing is someone who actually is not ready for discharge from the hospital.
The reality is the man who was involuntarily removed minutes earlier will likely be back down here in the subway system in a matter of days. A function, critics say, of what amounts to a revolving door of treatment. Am I wrong in saying that?
So here this city official is telling Pix 11 that every single person they help get off the subway, a lot of those people, once their short-term treatment ends, they just go right back. No one's actually benefiting from this except the people who get paid to enact the treatment, making these short-term solutions just a waste of money in the minds of many people. Plus these aid workers, this is a dangerous environment. They need to be accompanied by police who could be riding the trains and patrolling them to keep people safe. Specifically on the very trains themselves, where crime just doesn't seem to stop in spite of the presence of the troops we've got down here. And this is for two reasons. First of all, you've got people down here who might be a danger to themselves or others. And secondly, you've got people down here who are just not afraid of law enforcement whatsoever. They know the police can't do anything. Sure, they'll get arrested, but they'll be right back out on the streets. And that's because most of the crimes that take place down here, assault, robbery, these are just misdemeanors. They've been decriminalized. Now criminals benefit from that.
Am I wrong in saying that the system as it exists right now does discharge that person? You're certainly correct that we've done that a lot historically.
In the worst cases, there are devastating consequences for a system's failure to find,
12/27 of 1988.
and successfully help someone experiencing mental health issues. Stanton acknowledges it's a difficult situation.
Now, here's how to interpret what you just heard. The city can spend unlimited amounts of money on outreach programs, supported housing, treatment programs, you name it, but if the people who those programs are for are under no obligation to take them, they don't know they need them, and they refuse, how are those programs going to help anybody? It sounds like those in charge of them are admitting that no help is going to come of this. And as you just heard, somebody who gets released from one of these programs, they may end up roaming the system or going to another location, trying to level up, making themselves harder to monitor and track down if they ever do become further distressed. In fact, you could even say that these revolving door short-term programs are actually part of the problem, because if someone down here is arrested or apprehended and then released, they've now got practice interacting with and possibly evading law enforcement. Does that mean that somebody who finds themselves down here is a criminal? No, not necessarily, but it does mean that when somebody is a criminal, short-term treatment or catch and release type programs are just giving them more experience living a life of crime.
From the Union Square subway station to the Uptown number 2 train and the E train at Columbus Circle. Unnerved riders coming face to face with unstable people.
All of those things, I think, contributes to our own mental health, being anxious all the time.
Ann Williams Isom.
So that's the sad reality of the New York City subway system. Our leaders, like the mayor, look at it and say, this is a disaster, we've got to do something. But then our laws and our legislature seems to have no interest in actually giving the mayor the tools that he would need to make a difference. Like laws that would allow involuntary commitment on a longer term basis for those who are unfit to care for themselves and won't be after 72 hours. And it's incredibly misguided to think that allowing somebody who's in a state like that to live on their own in a public transportation network is compassionate. Nobody would let a loved one do such a thing that they cared about, and if the city cares about those who live in it, we shouldn't allow that to happen here either. Especially when doing so has allowed crime to happen not at out-of-the-way stations, but places like this, 34th Street, right below Macy's. And it's not fair for a city as rich and well-off as New York to have stupid laws that mean we have to neglect those who are vulnerable. And a lot of these individuals, just like me or you, they've just gotten a raw hand in life, and that was too much for them. They thought they had to bear it alone, and here they are now living on the streets thinking that they've got nobody out there who could possibly support them, yet we're spending all this money to do that and getting absolutely absolutely no results, not for the people who ride the trains, not for the people who are living in the trains. It's a bad system. And you know what this also proves? It proves that progressive non-solutions, like dumping troops and police into the subway without giving them the tools to actually do their jobs or get people off the streets, don't help anyone either. All of this activity is still happening after a massive troop deployment and after extra police officers have been sent underground. They can't do anything. Their hands are tied. Meanwhile, we've got people sleeping on the ground beneath Macy's who think that's the only option out there for them. And then we've got people who are on the trains who are now in danger as they try to commute and work for a living. What do you think about all this? What do you think New York City could do to help those who are in need and make the subways safer at the exact same time? Should we pass new laws? Should we get rid of old ones? Let me know. I'll see you in the next video.
We begin with a new report that the vicious Venezuelan gang Trendy Aragua are mobbing border crossings at El Paso, Texas in an attempt to break into the U.S. before Trump takes office.
So a new kind of crisis is emerging at the border, and it's a crisis of time, something the gang members who haven't yet made it into America are running out of. Because President Trump has promised that when he takes office, he's going to finally secure the border and deport those who pose a danger to our country, leaving criminals with what may be their very last chance to enter America and make their way to a sanctuary city. And unfortunately, they're making the most of it.
The Venezuelan prison gang known as Trendy Aragua is reportedly attacking border agents with knives, attacking them with tire irons. This seems like open season on Border Patrol agents. This is frightening.
The NYPD's chief of detectives says undocumented criminals are carrying out retail robberies and committing crimes on scooters, snatching people's jewelry, watches, and cell phones.
They are a violent gang. They are well structured, and they're here to make money. They're going to identify states that are out there that they can go to. They can raid ATM machines, do extortion. They don't care. They see the U.S. as a big money pit.
They went into migrant shelters in New York City, for example, and they started to recruit more members. These migrants had settled in sanctuary cities, and they found that
when we do make arrests and we're able to charge them on 4, 5, 6 incidents, when they go before a judge in New York City and their arrest record is wrong, they show no prior criminal history. They're released on their own recognizance.
So members of the notorious Trendy Aragua gang are trying to enter the country before Donald Trump's second term starts. What nobody's talking about is that even after Donald Trump secures the border, the process of stopping these gangs from committing more violence in America will only just be getting started. And that process will be made infinitely harder by the backwards, unsafe policies of sanctuary cities like New York, which put law-abiding immigrants and asylum seekers in danger, allowing gang members wanted by federal authorities to hide in plain sight, access city services, and even live down the hall from women and children inside city-funded asylum shelters. On top of that, over 200,000 asylum seekers have come to New York during this crisis. And although the majority are here for the American dream, these gang members have an entirely different dream. And this humanitarian crisis has been the perfect pathway for those with a dangerous criminal past to not only enter the country, but to get started doing two things: recruiting new members and exploiting those closest to them. A huge problem for the law-abiding immigrant communities. Many of them are trying to blend in where they go on to involve themselves in every type of crime you can imagine. And that brings us to the real reason why the fight to stop these dangerous criminals very well may start on day 1 of Trump's next term, but it might not be over on day number 2. By making their way to sanctuary cities, these gang members are now entrenched in places where they benefit from legal protection. And since they can make money exploiting backwards laws that protect criminals of all backgrounds, sanctuary cities like New York enable their efforts to traffic everything from people to products along the streets and sidewalks of our middle-class neighborhoods, which, as you're about to see, has allowed them to create a self-sustaining criminal empire so ruthless it's beyond anything our country has ever faced. This right here is the entrance to the Port Authority bus terminal, where every week hundreds of people still arrive in New York seeking asylum from either the southern or the northern border. However, because New York is America's largest sanctuary city, any criminals who find their way here can hide in plain sight, as our laws do not allow police or the local government to turn them over to federal authorities, which essentially makes this the best place to be a criminal in America. But any criminals who aren't in America yet, they're running out of time because in a couple of weeks, the border's going to be closed for good, and now is their last chance to enter the country.
According to the New York Post, at least 20 TDA members tried to force their way into the U.S. last week, attacking border agents with knives, tire irons, and the new violence is happening just miles from the scene of this migrant riot back in March. These migrants were...
So a few things are apparent from this. First, the criminals know that right now the border is at the weakest point it's gonna be for the foreseeable future. And all the troops and security down there, they're fighting crime and border incursions with one hand tied behind their backs. And adding to the urgency the criminals at the border now face is the fact that recent assaults on the border have been met with low or no consequence. For example, some of the rioters who stormed the border a few months ago ended up being gang members, but they all had their cases dismissed. But in just a few weeks, a similar event might not be handled the exact same way because the new border says there's going to be a massive crackdown on any criminal activity in this country related to immigration. But the current border security we have, if you even want to call it that, is signaling to criminals one message. And sadly, that message is that it is now or never if you want to try to make your way to a sanctuary city. And the New York Post is reporting that these assaults on the border are a regular occurrence now. Gang members are trying every single day to get through the border and make their way into this country. And they're reporting that this always takes place in the wee hours of the morning around 3 a.m. And before we get into how successful these incursions might end up being, it's important to understand that these gang members are not stupid. The border is massive, and it's understaffed, underpoliced. These criminals know it, and the reason this Tren de Aragua gang is growing so rapidly in America is because these are not your average criminals.
Tren de Aragua started in the Tocaron prison in Venezuela, where the gang took over, driving out the prison guards. Tren de Aragua gang members posed as asylum seekers at our southern migration.
So these gang members attacking our border, they came from a prison in Venezuela, which they took over. Is it any wonder that they're now taking over apartments and businesses across the country? And is anyone really shocked that a group of criminals this dangerous wouldn't try to come to a place where they could commit all sorts of crimes they can't right now, wherever it is they are, while benefiting from legal protection and a justice system that releases those who steal and assault people? The fact of the matter is that a progressive sanctuary city is a magnet for criminals. And if you're a criminal who's in the country without permission, this place takes it one step further, because if you get arrested, the NYPD is banned from sharing your immigration status with federal authorities. In fact, our city kicked federal authorities out of all of our jails so that when a dangerous individual the feds are looking for is in custody, they can be released, and the government's then got to track them down again, all on their own, putting people at risk for no reason. Yet, for some reason, the activists here who continue to defend these sanctuary policies do so saying that they're great for all immigrants, when now we're learning that the opposite of that is actually true.
They went into migrant shelters in New York City, for example, and they started to recruit more members. These migrants had settled in sanctuary cities, and they found their way there because they knew that it would be an easy place to start to unleash crime. And they knew that if they had been arrested, they would also be released lightly.
So what's going to shock most of you is New York City's right to shelter rules that guarantee anyone a place to stay just for asking. Since this is a right that anyone who finds themselves in New York has, the city does not do any background checks, and that's how you get gang members living down the hall from families with little kids in taxpayer-funded facilities like the Roosevelt Hotel, where gang members have been located. That's a 1,000-room facility. It's the flagship shelter, which is also the asylum seekers' welcome center. Yet from the moment they enter the country, there are gang members in that facility already who might be looking to recruit them or exploit them, because that's what this gang does. To make matters worse, these gang members have also been busted smuggling weapons inside these facilities. How they got weapons in a gun-free zone is something no progressive politician will be able to tell you, but they smuggle them into the shelters in food delivery delivery bags because apparently those don't have to go through metal detectors. There's a great write-up on exactly how this smuggling ring works and how our shelter system has basically been turned into a set of facilities that cost hundreds of millions of dollars and harbor criminals, giving them a free place to stay while they plan on what crimes they're going to commit next. And now that we know all of this and that it's happening right here in New York City, anybody who truly cares about the safety of immigrants should be on board with a deportation plan that's going to get rid of criminals and gang members. But not everybody can agree on that.
Violent gang, they're well structured, and they're here to make money. They're going to identify states that are out there that they can go to, and they can raid ATM machines, can do extortion. They see the U.S. as a big money pit.
Yeah, these gang members, they're not here for the American dream at all. They may be dreaming, all right, of opportunities to take advantage of people who live in America, but these folks are bad news, and something needs to be done to get them off the streets. Because after they make their way to this country, that's exactly where they go, and you can see the evidence of their crimes all over the streets of our middle-class neighborhoods where they are running open-air theft markets where people who may not be there because they want to be there are selling things out of briefcases that men unload from vans and hand to them. And as the commenter just said, these criminals, they do this specifically in sanctuary cities. Our laws and policies are what they need to commit their crimes. And that's why they're so intent on making their way to places like New York while they still can. They're not going to sneak across the border and then hide in a place like Florida after Trump's president. They're going to make their way to a blue state and a blue city that's going to help them live out their criminal fantasies, which reveals that progressive backwards justice-related laws only help the bad guys. But now that we know this gang is deeply infested in certain parts of America, how likely is it that the incoming president can get rid of the bad guys before they do any more bad things? Some think the new president's plans will be carried out almost immediately and the effect will be a resounding success, while others are decidedly less optimistic of how quickly this new security initiative will be able to take place and worry that it will take a long time to get rid of the thousands of gang members who could be hiding in our country. Either way, one thing's for sure, as this is taking place, the number of criminals who realize coming to New York is going to be a good thing for them is going to go up, not down.
Arizona is going to be Adam Mary, 71977.
So for the longest time, the narrative of America's migration crisis has been that since our borders are so large and so vast, and since we've got two of them, one with Mexico and one with Canada, that completely securing them is pretty much impossible no matter who's president. However, after the incoming president threatened tariffs against Canada and Mexico if they didn't crack down on illicit activity taking place along our borders, many people were surprised that they immediately offered their assistance, revealing that it very well may be possible to secure the U.S.'s borders, both of them. However, many are wondering what's going to happen now that so many criminals have made their way to sanctuary cities like New York and are doing their best to remain undetected. How long is it going to take to detect them and get rid of them?
President Trump will probably on day one declare some sort of emergency based on the Immigration and Nationality Act, which would allow us to basically close the border and not allow anybody to come in until we achieve operational control.
So, if the borders get secured, and that happens on day one of the next administration, it's not just that people won't be able to enter the country the way that they are now. No, they also won't be able to secretly leave either. So anybody who's not in won't be able to get in, and anybody who's here might be very hard for them to just walk out. And that's a big problem for many of these gang members, because if they're in America and the federal government closes the door and starts looking for them, if they're caught, they could lose their freedom, something they have now. And if they're caught inside the country and deported, then they face a 10-year ban on re-entry, something that doesn't happen if they leave on their own. And this may be why some people are choosing to quote-unquote self-deport ahead of the next presidential administration, but not all criminals can leave the country and then go to a place where they're better off. This might be their last option, especially if their goal is to make their way to the U.S. and exploit others and live a life of crime. They're going to be able to do that here better than they will in most other places, that's for sure. And since these individuals don't want to be found, and since they're doing everything they possibly can to blend in, it may take a very long time to locate everyone who might be a danger to others, especially in sanctuary cities like Chicago, where the mayor has promised to fight back against any deportation agenda. And although we have yet to see how that situation plays out, the mayor of New York, Eric Adams, has promised that he's going to cooperate with the federal government because he understands that gang members roaming the streets of a city that can't lock them up or arrest them is a bad deal for everyone.
Anybody who's arriving at the border and saying that they're concerned that they're going to be persecuted in their home country, they're going to be allowed in. They're not going to be detained. They're going to be released in the community. So I think President Trump...
So what many people forget is that this entire asylum crisis came about because of the elimination of Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. This was a policy that said people can seek asylum in America, but while they do it, they've got to remain in Mexico. However, at the time it was ended, many people thought that it was a controversial and unfair policy. And prior to 2022, many Americans never imagined a situation where hardened criminals would escape from a prison and then plan deliberately on entering this country. And you've got to ask yourself, if there's a group of people out there who assault others and smuggle weapons and take advantage of people who've just come here, tricking them into doing things that are very, very dangerous, how are they not a terrorist organization? They're terrorizing this country.
A gang, they've been noted to be in at least 19 states all across the country. Your thoughts?
Couple of points. Agree with Nicole, it's a terrorist group. What does terrorism mean? Not only does it cause great havoc and damage, but it scares everyone. So it creates a whole sense of unsafety around.
So it's not just that these gangs are terrorizing the country. The sad thing is that since they're trying to blend in with immigrant communities, those are the communities that are negatively affected by their presence first. And sanctuary city laws and policies that harbor these criminals and protect them, those are the worst policies immigrants could ask for. Also, designating Tren de Aragua a terrorist organization might help with deportations, which Mexico now says they're on board with in some cases. But even though Mexico shares a border with the U.S. and says that they're going to help secure it and they're going to accept some people back who've crossed into our country from their country, the idea that they're going to take back somebody who is a known gang member and a known threat, we'll have to see if that actually happens. Either way, gang-related activity taking place in America, that's a bad deal for just about everybody who's not a member of that gang. If you're here and you're trying to obey the law, and this gang comes around and, God forbid, they're getting special protection in a place like New York, they're going to get away with things that are just unheard of. And that's what's happening. Do you think it's a good idea for them to be designated a terrorist organization, this Tren de Aragua that's smuggling weapons into shelters that have small kids living in them right here in New York? Will that help secure our cities? Let me know. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next video.
The NYPD arresting a man accused of at least 2 stabbings on the subway last week. We're now learning the suspect has been arrested, drumroll please, 87 times.
So, if you're wondering why New York City has a subway crime problem that just won't go away, this is your reason. Our progressive justice system allows people to commit the same offenses over and over again, yet they never get sent to jail. However, subway riders are starting to get fed up with the lawless environment down here, forcing our desperate leaders to deploy even more police. All to save us from a dangerous environment we're told is just
heard about crash, and now her bathroom door is locked. Kirby does have a firearm on her. She was invited to secure it when officers arrived. She was waiting outside in a light brown tank top and blue shorts.
Strategy, and it has to do with where they deploy cops underground.
I gotta worry about getting pushed by someone if I don't know them and a random homeless person. I don't feel safe.
I've never felt less safe to be here. It's just a pure mess.
We need to make sure New Yorkers are feeling safe.
Someone got burned on the train the other day, right? So I think
this guy you're talking about, 87 priors, not hard to find.
Living in the subway.
He lives on 2 lines. He only is a creature of habit, rides the 2 and the 5 train with a knife in his hand.
So effective this week, the extra officers will get on the trains and ride with people, according to Commissioner Tisch. And the NYPD crunched the numbers and found 3/4 of all transit crime is happening on board trains and on subway platforms.
As for what kind of impact this will have by moving cops from the entrances and mezzanines to trains and platforms, that part is still unclear.
So as our leaders tell us New York is safe, felony assaults are headed through the roof. And what nobody running this place wants to admit is even though crime is allegedly down, the chances of someone getting hurt down here are way up, and everybody knows it. All because we live in a city that will not lock up those who put others in danger, even after they commit robbery or assault someone. Crimes which should land a person in jail, but here have been decriminalized and are just misdemeanor offenses. Which gives those with long rap sheets and a history of criminal behavior unlimited get-out-of-jail-free cards that never expire. There's literally no other explanation for how a person with 87 prior arrests still has the freedom and opportunity to get arrested for the 88th time. And it's situations like this which leave many New Yorkers wondering if today will be the day they become another subway statistic. However, our leaders are finally realizing something has to be done to secure America's largest public transportation network, especially now that New York City's controversial new driving taxes ban cars in Manhattan unless people pay a $9 toll. Which brings us to the real reason why New York City's subway crime problems are finally getting some attention. Our leaders are punishing people for not using it at a time when it is getting increasingly more dangerous to use. Plus, in 2025, New York City will vote for its next mayor, and in 2026, New York State will elect its next governor, putting pressure at the highest levels of leadership to finally start winning our war on crime. However, since our legal system releases criminals, critics say nobody should expect a victory on that front anytime soon. Because, as you're about to see, adding police to our subway only means the people committing crimes over and over again will just get arrested faster before they get released once again. So, subway security here in Midtown at Times Square, it's higher than I think I remember it being at any point over the last year. There are a lot of police here. However, the irony in all of this increased police presence is that the same progressive leaders telling us the subway is safe and that policing doesn't make us safer are now forced to deploy more police to deter a criminal element they say isn't actually in the subways with us, but is instead only present in our minds. It's our perception of safety that's the problem, not actual safety.
Today, NYPD Commissioner Tisch adding more than 200 New York cops to the trains and platforms for safety. That's on top of the hundreds already on patrol underground. But many say they need more than just 200 extra new cops. So what to do about all this?
Now, everyone hopes that the police succeed down here in keeping us safe and keeping themselves safe, but the reality is this is a massive system. There are so many nooks and crannies to this whole thing and so many trains and entrances that they can't possibly cover it all at once. In fact, New York City has 472 subway stations, and although it's easy to pack the popular ones with National Guard troops and police, many stations and entry points remain completely unmonitored, allowing criminals to enter the system despite the best efforts of law enforcement. Furthermore, even with 1,000 National Guard troops and hundreds of extra officers, the resources simply do not exist to have an authority figure who's able to arrest somebody on every single train and at every single gate, leaving riders in a position where they are constantly watching their backs and looking over their shoulders, feeling on edge as they wait on platforms or when they're squeezed into packed subway cars where one can barely move at times, an environment that many say brings out the worst in people. People who are frustrated with mounting delays and service disruptions in a rotting network of trains that costs $20 billion a year to operate. But here's the thing, while our leaders constantly tell us that the subway is safer than ever and that crime is down, they now have to say that while spending real money to deploy real police to solve a problem that doesn't actually exist. Unless, of course, you're somebody who rides the train on a regular basis.
I gotta worry about getting pushed by someone if I don't know them and a random homeless person. Okay. I don't feel safe.
I've never felt less safe. A pure mess. It's hard to blame riders for the way they feel these days underground.
So the question that a lot of people have is, if the problems down here are not real, why are we spending real money and real resources to fix them? What on earth do we think we're going to accomplish by taking real police out of environments where they're stationed that actually do have a crime problem, only to deploy them here where there isn't one? What's that going to do? Well, even though there's debate about the reliability of New York City's crime statistics, the dirty truth is that the crimes New Yorkers are actually most frightened about have been way up for quite some time. And these elevated levels of crime have existed since 2020, which also means that any rise or decline in crime since then doesn't really have a whole lot of effect on the big picture of subway safety in general. And every rider down here knows it. That's why people feel unsafe, no matter how much media spin is put on whatever statistics come out recently. They're all statistics in the context of elevated crime in general. And try not to act shocked when you see why that's the case.
We're now learning the suspect has been arrested 87 times.
This guy you're talking about, 87 priors, not hard to find.
Living in the subway.
He lives on 2 lines. He only is a creature of habit.
That's why the subway's unsafe. That's why it's been unsafe. If somebody can get arrested 87 times and still have the freedom and opportunity to do it again, danger is always going to exist down here. And this type of legal system just aids criminals. They can roam the subway. Some of them even carry weapons because they're not afraid of anything. They know that after they get arrested 87 times, arrest 88, arrest 89, those are going to probably go the exact same way, and they'll probably still get set free. And what's even worse about this whole thing is the person who was arrested, they were well known to law enforcement. Apparently everybody knows who this guy is. He's notorious. They knew exactly where to go and find him, and that's what just makes this whole thing so frustrating, because he was out there and people got hurt. Revealing that a no consequences environment just puts the general public at risk, and there is literally nothing that will stop these criminals, because these crimes that they're committing aren't actually crimes at all. And according to our progressive leaders, it's a good thing that these are misdemeanor offenses and that nobody goes to jail for them. And look at this, new data reveals a staggering spike in felony assaults by repeat offenders, all because of our broken justice system. And the question now is, what exactly are elevated levels of police actually going to do? Yeah, they can arrest these people faster, but they're still going to get released. They're still going to be out there unless they do something really terrible, at which point it's too late.
The cops lock him up. D.A. Bragg, you know his name, cuts him loose time and time again. He's a threat to everybody in that subway system. Then they put out an all-points bulletin. This man is extremely dangerous. Well, let me tell you something. Everyone is in danger on the subway. Look at that woman.
So this is the part in our story where things get incredibly controversial, because New York's laws are putting every single subway rider in danger. And this is all happening under the misguided idea that we somehow need a lax justice system now that convicts nobody, because in the past there may have been over prosecutions or people who got sent to jail and were actually innocent. And it's not just rising assaults and other types of crime that are terrifying people. It's also the way our justice system handles incidents where bystanders try to defend themselves. And some experts are calling this the Daniel Penny effect. Daniel Penny was a former Marine who intervened when a homeless street performer named Jordan Neely, with 42 prior arrests, got on a train and started acting in a manner that was threatening to other riders. But he was prosecuted by Manhattan's notoriously progressive district attorney, and the whole case took a year and garnered national attention. And if you've got people in the subway with 42 prior arrests, 37 prior arrests, and they're all down here just waiting to get arrested again, potentially, how are riders supposed to behave themselves if they see something happen and they know that the only people who are going to be held accountable are them? That's going to terrify people, and it's almost as if the criminals are the ones getting protection when it's the law-abiding who should be getting it instead. And this is the real reason why we've got this new plan now to flood the subway with even more police to try and arrest our criminals faster, to deter them and get them to go commit crimes somewhere else. That's the best result we can hope for from all of this increased police presence and all of this added security. But as you're about to see, to accomplish that, the city itself certainly isn't going to be any safer. In fact, it could even be more dangerous. So the city's plan is to take police.
Hey, we are recognizing about major business routes at F-143 and 286 South. There's people vehicle that hit a down wire. Looks like a stakeholder third party. We also have another call further north on F-143 and Weber for a vehicle that pulled off the road and hit a pole, possibly related.
Of safety everywhere else in the city.
Effective this week, I've directed that we move more than 200 officers onto the trains to do specialty train patrols. And I have further directed that we deploy more officers onto subway platforms in the 50 highest crime stations in the city.
So, I have no doubt that crime is going to go down in the subway once they pack it with police. This happened a year ago during the first deployment of police, but there were some unintended consequences of that, which are probably going to happen again. And the first of those consequences is that whatever police officers they find to put in the subway, they're not just sitting around doing nothing right now. No, these are officers who are most likely deployed in an area where there is criminal activity. And then they're going to be taken out of that area, that neighborhood, wherever it is, and sent down here to stop criminals, most of whom don't pay the fare. Also, some of the police who are now going to be riding the trains, they've been removed from the subway entrances where they used to do bag checks and arrest fare evaders, many of whom go on to commit much worse crimes once they're already inside the system. And for over a year, stations like this one right here at Times Square have always had a police and a National Guard presence, but now that presence isn't here at all. This area is totally unmonitored because the sad reality is that we just don't have enough officers. The NYPD is having trouble staffing its academy, and very few people even want to be police anymore in this city. On top of that, we've got proof from the last increased police surges in the subway that once that happens, crime very well may spike in other parts of town.
So effective this week, the extra officers will get on the trains and ride with people, according to Commissioner Tisch. And the NYPD crunched the numbers and found 3/4 of all transit crime is happening on board trains and on...
So, more police in the trains? That's good, but when we don't have enough police, it's just going to mean less police out here on the streets, and that's a bad thing. And this is exactly what happened the last time we had a police surge in the subway about a year ago. More police went underground, and that opened up opportunities on the streets in heavily touristed areas like Central Park, where crime went way up. Because that's where police weren't. They'd been deployed to our subways back in March to deal with that crime wave right after the National Guard were first sent down there, leaving other areas of the city totally unguarded. And then, to stop the crime wave that took place in Central Park, what happened? Another surge of police and resources, which meant removing them from the subway, leaving it unguarded. And the same thing happened in Times Square, which experienced a crime wave immediately after the Central Park crime wave, which was orchestrated by many of the same individuals. They were pushed out of Central Park by that massive police deployment, and then they just committed a crime here in Times Square instead, which then received its own deployment, and now there's crime back in the subway. This is crime coming from criminals of all backgrounds, but the point is, the best our law enforcement can do is basically play whack-a-mole. We can chase the crime waves around, but we can never get in front of them to put a stop to them and actually keep the general public safe until it's too late.
So the NYPD can't staff an academy like they used to.
Right.
So because
DPS is noting that there's major item 43 and 26 south. Reference to a vehicle that hit a light pole.
Because there's no qualified immunity. You're gonna get sued if you put your hands on anyone. There's cameras everywhere trying to...
So probably the most astounding thing about all of this is New York City has millions of dollars to waste on stupid things, but we won't spend any money on our police. We only start new officers at $54,000 a year in a city with some of the highest rents and highest living costs anywhere in America, and we're wondering why we can't staff our police force. On top of that, our police are not protected by our justice system. If something goes wrong when they have an altercation with a dangerous individual, they could be prosecuted for the results of that interaction, even if it's not their fault. And that basically means that every form of proactive policing that could keep our streets much safer and deter crime before it happens isn't happening here. Police are just too afraid to get involved until it's obvious that they have to. And you know what all this means? It means that our subway system is never going to be safe. If we are going to hire and pay police to arrest our criminals faster, they're not going to stop committing crime down there. And they're just going to go somewhere else where the police aren't. And the fascinating thing about this is you could keep our police force somewhat defunded from where it used to be if you had an actual justice system that would put the bad guys in jail and prosecute them. But no, we let the criminals walk in the streets. We tie the hands of our law enforcement behind our backs, and we wonder why we've got them and let them know. Think about that. How would you secure the New York City subway without compromising safety in the rest of New York? Let me know. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next video.
The NYPD is looking for several suspects in a drugstore burglary pattern.
Police say the suspects were involved in 8 different incidents where they tried to break into pharmacies by breaking their glass doors and rolling down those heavy security gates.
Great, just what we need, a new robbery pattern targeting pharmacies in New York, many of which are having problems staying open. With Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid closing a combined 40 locations in 2024 alone, leaving New York with about half the number of pharmacies it had just 10 years ago. Before our leaders thought it would be a good idea to stop sending thieves to jail where they belong.
We've spoken to several managers at various drugstores around New York City. Though none would go on camera, all tell us they've seen an increase in thefts.
Millions of dollars in stolen goods seized in Queens and put on display for the cameras. The thieves had an eye for cosmetics, beauty products, designer clothing, and accessories.
The shoplifting concerns are part of a growing trend in the city, but due to current laws, many of those arrested were released back on the streets to do it again.
This man just came in, grabbed a whole bunch of makeup stuff that was on the side, and just ran out. Security tried to stop him, but he was already gone.
Raphael and Sean Martez have been getting their prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least a year. They believe shoplifting played a role in the store's closure.
They have it locked up because sometimes they get boosters that come in there and steal their stuff.
I don't know if they're stealing it from here or they're stealing it from another place to sell it here.
These plexiglass screens and all these other inconveniences creates additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
And it's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting bolder?
Yeah, it definitely is getting bolder.
So, nearly half of New York City's drugstores have disappeared over the last decade as retail theft continues running rampant. But what nobody's talking about is all of these pharmacy closures. They're happening 1 year after our leaders promised to get tough on shoplifting, a promise many businesses are still waiting for them to keep. And sadly, if you walk through any pharmacy in town, you'll be greeted with all the signs that the high crime environment afflicting our stores is here to stay, with locations throughout New York locking up their products because here we won't lock up criminals. Because stealing here's been decriminalized, making New York a breeding ground for professional criminals who take things that aren't theirs and then sell them on the internet or on the side of the street somewhere. Perpetually funding illegal retail arbitrage businesses that will exist as long as shoplifting here remains a non-jailable misdemeanor, provided it's peaceful shoplifting that doesn't escalate to a physical altercation with another person. As for some reason, our criminal sympathizer leaders don't think destroying security barriers or cutting security tags counts as violent behavior. And that brings us to the real reason why New York is losing so many pharmacies, leaving many neighborhoods without a viable alternative to get things like prescription medication or everyday basic items. Many of these businesses were already struggling for a variety of reasons, and as retail theft continues to creep up, it erodes whatever was left in the store's margins, leaving them no choice but to shut down. Something Walgreens alone did 22 times last year, leaving it with just 189 locations left in New York. However, as you're about to see, retail theft isn't just a problem for pharmacies that end up closing. It also raises the cost of living for every New Yorker, even those who already buy everything online from places like Amazon, revealing that as criminals loot and destroy these businesses, they're actually destroying New York City itself. So New York City has obviously got a lot of former retail storefronts that have been shut down. But if you want to see what out-of-control retail theft is really doing to the city, take a look at the stores that are still open. Like this one, where pretty much everything is locked up behind plexiglass, except for low-demand products nobody's buying right now in New York, like sunscreen. Look at this. Even the picture of the product that is here, so you don't steal the actual product, even it's locked up, so you don't steal the picture. But on top of all this in-store security, you'll also see something else, a blinking camera array on top of the CVS, with flashing lights meant to scare criminals into thinking the police could be inside, or at least watching. But sadly, none of this security is having the intended effect because our stores are still shutting down.
It's terrible what's going on.
Raphael and Sean Martez have been getting their prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least a year. They believe shoplifting played a role in the store's closure.
I have seen it happen right in front of my face. This man just came in, grabbed a whole bunch of makeup stuff that was on the side, and just ran out. Security.
So, as you can tell from all this security plastic, these places are getting robbed constantly, sometimes right in front of paying customers. And look at all the cracks around this product locker here on this Tide. It's almost as if somebody tried to tamper with this and break through it to get at the products underneath. And before we get into the unstoppable proportions this crime wave has now reached, look at who the real victims are from all this stealing. Now, of course, the store itself is a victim of crime, obviously, but the people who live near a place like this, they're the ones that suffer the most, because after a store like this is gone, where do they go to get the things they need and have relied on buying from it on a weekly basis? And what about the people that work at a place like this? Once it's gone, where are they going to work? Now, yes, every time a store like this shuts down over crime, the brand always says that they'll do everything they can to redeploy their workforce to other locations. But that just hurts everybody, because now the people who work at those other locations are going to have less hours because there's now a surplus of workers. If the workers that were at a store that closed can even get to whatever location they've been redeployed to. But even if the workers can get to the new location, so can the criminals. In fact, they ride around on the subway here for free because we don't care about fare evasion either. And that's the real problem here, because if customers need a new store to shop at and workers need a new store to work at, criminals, they're going to need a new store to steal from, and everybody's going to end up at whatever store is still hanging on. And hanging on is definitely the best way to describe it. After one Upper East Side pharmacy closed, the sole surviving location said that they were getting robbed once an hour. And as you're about to see, closing stores is not going to put a stop to New York City's theft problems at all. In fact, it's only going to make it worse.
Another guy was chasing him, stole candy.
And it's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting bolder?
Yeah, it definitely is getting bolder.
Walgreens said only economic headwinds are making it too difficult to cover.
So the reason it seems like theft is getting more out of control and thieves are getting bolder and more brazen is because they have to. You've got the same number of criminals, but now you've got fewer stores to steal from. Like this CVS right here, its theft problems definitely got worse after the Walgreens, which was across the street, shut down when that happened, and crime that was taking place split between the two stores now all has to happen at just one store. And you can tell from the lack of rust and dings in the paint on these cabinets that many of them are a recent installation here. And not only are many of these aisles completely walled off on both sides, you've also got that blinking security camera. The store's literally doing everything it can to deter crime. And that's because any surviving store is under more pressure now than it's ever been. And there's no way out from any of this. Unless, of course, laws were to be passed that made crime again. But since that's not happening, every single thing you see here are the last moves of a store that probably won't be here forever. But the real problem is all of this product security, it doesn't just deter thieves, it also deters customers.
Flash screens and all these other inconveniences that are added to customers who are simply there to make a purchase creates additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
Walgreens said in a statement,
friction is the death of retail. He's 100% right, and if it takes longer to buy things in a physical store, less people are going to put up with that. But it's not just the inconvenience factor that's a big deal here. All this security costs money. It's not free, because every time somebody wants to buy something, they need a human to help them get it, and that costs money. And that money can only come from one place. Just look at the price of this deodorant. It's absolutely expensive, almost $20, when a 3-pack of the exact same stuff costs $23 on Amazon right now. That's crazy. And if prices are going up and convenience is going down, what reason is there to even shop in a physical store anymore? You'd literally have to be desperate for some overpriced item and need it immediately for some sudden purpose to even go into one of these places. But if things are 3 times the price of what you can get them for on the internet, people are going to change their habits, and most people are. They're willing to wait a couple of days to get their dryer sheets. Just order your dryer sheets ahead of time. That way you don't have to run out and then come into the store and pay more than you'd pay on the internet. However, the internet is a double-edged sword, because it's both the cure for in-store theft and the cause of in-store theft in many cases. Because although you can't steal these cleaning products from Amazon as it's online, someone else could steal them from a place like this and then resell them back to you. And that is the whole reason stores like this, no matter how well guarded they are, may not have a whole lot of time left, at least in this city. So this right here behind me is probably the most well-guarded Walgreens in the entire city. Not only does it have security cameras, but we're in a brand new train station, which is being patrolled by National Guard troops, and exits are limited. You can't just run out of this place right through this massive front door and then be on the street. No, you're still in a facility which is being monitored. But even though you'll see a few more free-range products on the shelves of this particular store compared to the CVS we were just in, there is still a lot of progressive plexiglass in here, that's for sure. Because sadly, even a place like this is not immune to theft.
As long as there are resale markets that are not held accountable for the sale of stolen goods, then this kind of conduct is only going to get worse.
Here's how it works. A criminal network hires an individual or crew called boosters. After robbing a retailer, they turn over the stolen goods to someone waiting nearby called a fence. The fence then takes the haul to a home or warehouse where a cleaner removes anti-theft devices or marks.
So there's a couple angles to this online retail theft component. The first angle is that it makes it very easy for anybody to say that they have a product and to list it for sale and to offload it. And the second problem is that these companies like Amazon benefit whenever something is sold on their site. They take a cut. And some people say that's why they aren't doing more to get rid of illegal products from their sites. However, even though Amazon and eBay benefit from the sale of anything, no matter where it's from, it's not the fault of these sites that New York has a massive retail theft problem. A problem which is so bad we've even got to lock up our ice cream with a massive padlock. Look at the size of this thing. Now, of course, you can't sell ice cream online, but there's another place you can sell it in New York City, which is why this stuff, too, is locked up, revealing that it is not the fault of the internet alone that New York has a $4.4 billion shoplifting economy. But before we get into the other ways stolen products are offloaded in this city that is unique to it, it's important to understand that even if Amazon stamped out every illegal listing on the entire site, this stuff would still get taken, and it would still end up somewhere else because people who steal want money. And even though Amazon and eBay probably should be doing more to keep the sale of illicit goods from taking place on their platforms, the real problem is places like New York aren't doing enough to stop criminals from taking things in the first place. Here's an example of a serial shoplifter with over 100 arrests. How is this even allowed to happen? How is somebody allowed to commit 100 crimes and still be walking around on the streets? And how are we supposed to expect this person to learn something the 101st time they get arrested that they didn't learn the other 100 times? We're not, and criminals like this are the real reason New York has an out-of-control crime problem. Now, that doesn't mean Amazon is innocent. After all, the more products that are locked up in stores, the more people who will just go online to buy from them. But the reality here is that in New York, you've got a lot of places to offload something that you took and want to resell, and the city's not doing anything about it.
Millions of dollars in stolen goods seized in Queens and put on display for the cameras. The thieves had an eye for cosmetics, beauty products, designer clothing.
The defendants utilized social media, Instagram, and other online resources to advertise for the stolen goods for sale both here and for abroad.
Thousands of...
So here we've got a multi-million-dollar crime ring which was busted towards the end of last year. And they didn't just sell on Amazon. They sold on pretty much every website, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. And they also sold things physically here in New York and physically in other countries. Not to mention, you've also got people selling things on blankets on the sides of the road throughout New York. Police see this stuff happening. They walk right by. Nothing gets done about it. It's not even legal to do that without a license. And the sad reality is that New York is just such a big place with so many people living in it that anybody who's got that entrepreneurial spirit and zero morals, and who also might not have the computer skills necessary to take pictures of stuff on their phone and then list it for sale on a website, they can make money in a number of ways. The first thing they can do would be to take the products they steal to somebody else who wants to sell them online. They could also unload them from a suitcase and sell them themselves if they want to. Or in the case of food, they could take this food to a nearby deli or bodega. That's why the ice cream is locked up. It gets stolen and then gets transported to another store where it then gets resold. This happens with clothes as well. There was a quote-unquote cosmetics store that was selling stolen goods from stores like Macy's, and it existed around the corner from Macy's in a physical location where customers could walk in. And they had stolen items from pretty much every store. Macy's, Nordstrom's, all of it in their store, some of it with the same tags that it had on it in the store that it was taken out of. And when you hear about stuff like that, and then you go to a store like this and you see things like ice cream behind bars. And when you see the vans of products parked in middle-class neighborhoods that are like miniature shopping malls that can drive away when the police show up, the full reality of New York's predicament when it comes to theft starts to emerge. It's so big, no store can stop it. And we're at a point now where anything that can be stolen will be stolen and taken somewhere else for profit. And obviously none of this security is a deterrent whatsoever, because you can have as many police and as many National Guard troops as you want. A store like this in a well-guarded area, it's still gonna have to lock things up because criminals just don't care. They know that if they wait long enough inside the store, an opportunity will arise for them to take something that's not theirs and then run off. It's terrible. And right now we've got criminals with hundreds of arrests just wandering our streets, looking for new opportunities to do the thing that they've done hundreds of times already. They're the reason a brand new Walgreens and a brand new train station still has to lock everything up, even though it's surrounded by people in full military dress. And is Amazon partly responsible for this? Absolutely. They gain new customers every single day. Somebody walks into a place like this and has to wait longer than they want to buy something that they know is already overpriced. But the reality here is that without new laws that criminalize crime once again in this city, more of our stores are going to shut down. More pharmacies this year will close, just like they did last year, and there will be even less places for people to buy basic things. And the quality of life for New Yorkers is going to go down, while the costs to live here go up as the remaining stores do even more to crack down on crime because our laws won't. What do you think about that? Should people who steal go to jail, or should we do something else? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
So welcome to the teeny tiny shoebox pod inside the arcade. There are lots of others in the building just like this. So mine is about 250 square feet. There's a walkway right in front.
So this here's an abandoned shopping mall, and it probably should be turned into apartments just like these. Because with New York City featuring some of the highest rents in America, 1 in 3 people here spend half their income on housing. But even though New York's numerous dead malls are a great solution to its housing crisis, they're just sitting here rotting away, collecting dust. Yet our leaders would rather have us go broke than live in places like this for some reason.
It has been interesting with people trying to unlock my door, thinking that this is an Airbnb apartment. So sometimes you have to deal with the public more than you would in a regular home. But for me, that's a small compromise.
And if you're struggling to pay rent, you are
because rent is rising faster than income.
Rent is way too high.
I live in New York and Maryland, and it's a lot more expensive to live here than Maryland.
This city has a major supply problem in terms of housing. We need housing for all income levels. More homes in New York City will equal more affordability.
The arcade had long been a center point in Providence's bustling downtown. But rather than letting this historic building fall into ruin, developers came in and decided to build 48 micro-lofts here on the 2nd floor and up here on the 3rd floor.
We cannot be the council that says no to giving people places to live.
The whole housing crisis is certainly manufactured. There's tens of thousands of warehouse apartments that are just empty. They should start there.
Since a majority of New Yorkers, 2/3 rent and don't own their home, any relief, it seems, would be welcome.
So instead of apartments that would help people live affordably, one of our abandoned malls has been turned into a Squid Games pop-up attraction, which I guess looks kinda cool. But even though the city just passed new laws which will allow the construction of more apartments, what nobody wants to talk about is how we're wasting tons of space in the city that could be put to good use at a time of record unaffordability. And although New Yorkers won't survive very long paying unaffordable rents, these empty malls won't survive forever either, and the longer they sit empty, the more expensive it will be in the future to convert them. And with the city needing hundreds of thousands of new apartments to keep pace with population growth, critics on one side of the aisle say our recently passed laws don't go far enough to bring down rents, while critics on the other side say building new apartments will destroy historic neighborhoods without respecting their character or the families who have lived there for generations and are part of a small, privileged status quo who can afford their homes. Which brings us to the real reason why our leaders don't want to convert convert pre-existing structures like this into apartments. It's illegal, and for some reason, they want to keep it that way. Which makes no sense, just like our housing laws, which say that if you've got a big empty space, like a former office or a former mall, and you want to make that apartments, if it's a few inches too long, that plan becomes against the law, leading to some of the most incredible properties in the city sitting empty with no tenants during a housing crisis, when all it would take to change this would be for our lawmakers to make a few new rules, which would probably pacify everyone, as turning pre-existing structures into homes won't require the tearing down of old buildings to build new ones, which could displace residents because these places have no residents. And as you're about to see, we're sitting on a golden opportunity of potential affordability.
229 East Avenue D. David, 229 East Avenue D. David, 70-year-old female witnesses.
Away. So if you look in this window, you can behold the former glory of what once was the Manhattan Mall. Location here's great. We're in the middle of Midtown. But times have changed. Not only is this mall completely vacant, a lot of the other stores over here have closed down as well. This used to be the Gap. And it's not just this part of town that's having problems. The East Broadway Mall down in Chinatown, it's got problems too, because the world is just a different place than it was when a lot of these places used to be popular. When I first moved here, the Manhattan Mall was popping. It had tons of stores, but now they're all gone. And we've got this massive piece of real estate that could be turned into something useful, yet the potential here to solve New York City's housing problems is lost on pretty much everyone.
So welcome to the teeny tiny shoebox apartment inside the arcade. There are lots of others in the building just like this. So mine is about 250 square feet. There's a walkway right in front of the facade because this used to be a shop front, and so people had to access it.
Isn't that something? So in Providence, Rhode Island, they took an old shopping mall that went out of fashion and went empty, and they turned the storefronts into apartments. That's interesting. You could totally do that here. Look at the size of these windows. Those would be some pretty sweet apartments, and they're just sitting there empty. And you could still keep all of the stores downstairs, like the Squid Games pop-up, which probably won't be here forever. Now, we can't go in the Manhattan Mall, but here's a photo of it from when it was open. It's a pretty incredible structure inside. It's got multiple floors, there's various levels. You could do exactly the same type of conversion here that we see in this video of what happened in Rhode Island. And it's not the only mall in town where you could do something like this. Yes, some of our facilities are a lot older than others, but there are apartment-sized spaces that nobody's going to use for anything in the near future that are just sitting there, yet could be someone's home at a time when New Yorkers are paying some of the highest rents in the country, and 1 out of every 3 people living here spends half their income on rent. And here's why we need to think about this. As much as people want to see these old malls succeed and they want to see some smart guy come in and fix them up, it's just not happening. A year ago, we heard about how the East Broadway Mall was going to turn around. There's going to be a new restaurant, but I was just there and you don't see any of that stuff going on. But what you do see here is a lot of wasted potential. This is a big space. It's already wired up for the individual suites. It would be possible to have people live in part of a place like this. And what's fascinating is in New York, we're already doing office to residential conversions in some buildings. This would be very similar because it's a commercial space. And I'm sure the 1 or 2 remaining tenants on the ground levels would appreciate any increase in foot traffic, no matter where it comes from. However, before we all get too excited about the potential a currently useless building like this actually has, you've got to understand that if they decide to rig the laws so that they can turn a place like this into apartments, there are going to be some serious sacrifices, and that's happening in other parts of the country where they're already doing stuff like this.
Amy Hinion has been living on the top floor of a 3-story mall in Providence, Rhode Island for the past 2.5 years. But living in a converted store does present some challenges. Here is my very tiny kitchen. Because of codes, you can't have any cooking devices with an open flame. So none of the units have stoves or ranges.
So right away, we got a couple problems here that would probably also exist in New York. I guess the laws in Rhode Island don't allow any of those places to have kitchens. And to be honest with you, here they might not either. Things are pretty strict. And at the Rhode Island facility, they were only able to get micro apartments out of it. Perhaps here they could get something bigger because a lot of these stores were much larger. And in this mall in Rhode Island, you've got people who've been living there for 2 years and seem perfectly normal. Did they only go out of their way to find the one normal person who lives there and everybody else is different? I don't know, but the point is, if people are willing to make it work and it fits within their lifestyle, we should build housing that accommodates that. And adding housing at any price point would be a big win for the city, that's for sure. Plus, if this place reopened as apartments and there were storefronts downstairs, I'm sure they'd all rent again. Now you've got foot traffic coming through the building, and it would make enough money from those apartments that there would now be a purpose to open the rest of it. This could actually be pretty cool for the right person.
Ever have any concerns about privacy? Not really. Everybody has blinds in their apartment that they can raise or lower as they like.
Despite those challenges, residents say having access to shops and restaurants makes living at the arcade a unique experience.
I get my hair cut in the salon downstairs.
So some of you might remember when this place was open, the anchor store there was JCPenney's. They had the first 2 floors of this building at one point, and they were right next to the subway. But this used to actually be something that improved the neighborhood at one point, but now it can't do that anymore. Wouldn't it be great if it could? Once again. And in case you're wondering, apartments that are in this neighborhood are pretty hard to find. Right here you've got Herald Towers. It's right next to the Empire State Building. Studio apartments in this place go for around $3,400, and that's for a one-room apartment. And from a development perspective, giving these guys a little competition would probably bring down their rents. And that's the thing with housing in New York. Since there's no competition, rents go up and they stay up. And that's why we're going to have to get creative and look at solutions that might be a little bit outside the box, so to speak. Because without more housing, New York will just increasingly become a city where only the rich can stay here. And if you think about that, denying the working class a place to live is going to cause massive economic problems. The city relies on working class individuals and the jobs and the economic activity that comes from them, yet there's nowhere for many people to live affordably. And if you can't live somewhere affordably, how are you going to make choices that are in your best interest economically? How are you going to take a new job or work at a new position or try to start a business or take any risk? No, every single choice you make is going to revolve around whether or not you'll be able to pay your rent after you make it, and that traps everybody. Now, of course, new studio apartments, those won't be immediately useful to families, but they'll still lower rents for families, because even though someone with kids who needs extra bedrooms won't be able to live in a one-room apartment, people who are working professionals living with strangers they met on Craigslist would probably jump at the chance to have their own apartment. Yet, because we aren't building enough apartments quickly enough, many people who live here, even if they're making 6 figures a year, are putting up with conditions unheard of in any other part of this country. So here we are, surrounded by dilapidated buildings just a couple of blocks from that nice mall nobody can live in. And these buildings, these are the perfect example of why we've got to do something quick here about our housing situation. Now, we did just pass some housing laws, which are a step in the right direction, but they're going to allow new apartments to be built, something which a lot of people think is controversial, and they don't go far enough to help us repurpose existing structures like our dying malls.
The goal of this legislative package is to create more than 80,000 new homes by approving changes to a number of rules. In certain areas, new housing developments will no longer be required to provide parking if they are built.
Okay, this is definitely great, but how dumb is that? We're a city with a very large public transit network, which we keep encouraging people to use. Yet if you want to build a building in a place like this, it still might need a parking mandate. Meanwhile, in most of the buildings here, they're so old they never had parking mandates and people live in them just fine. But we can't tear them down and build the same thing just taller. That right there explains how it's possible to have vacant space in a city with a housing crisis, because our laws make doing anything with that opportunity so expensive nobody wants it. Think about it. There's no reason for there not to be a skinny skyscraper there with an elevator and a bunch of people living it, calling it home. But no, nobody can do anything with it. However, one of the big problems with our zoning rules is that whatever you want to put in this space probably has to resemble whatever's in this space, because I'm guessing this was the same type of building as that, and ancient archaic rules like that are why it's so hard to have any progress in what is supposedly a progressive city. And even though these new rules that just got passed will add around 82,000 new homes over the next few years, experts say we're going to need a lot more than that if people want to be able to survive here financially.
The whole housing crisis is certainly manufactured. There's tens of thousands of warehouse apartments that are just empty. They should start there.
I think that the infrastructure needs to be in place before we start building. All I see are water main breaks, cave-ins.
So even though this new housing law just passed, you can tell that there are a lot of people who are upset with it for a variety of reasons. And this idea of warehousing apartments, what that is referring to are apartments that exist which nobody can live in. These are apartments which are subject to the city's rent stabilization laws, which govern how much rent can be increased on one of these units. And the purpose of these laws is to keep housing affordable by maintaining a price cap on certain places. But what happens when a really old apartment comes up that's been lived in for decades and needs tens of thousands of dollars in work? The owners of these properties can't justify it, because if you got to sink $50,000 into a place and you can only raise the rent $100 a month, it's going to take a long time to get that money back. It's not a worthwhile investment, and a lot of what these landlords are doing is they're warehousing the apartments by hanging on to them, keeping them off the market, keeping them in a state of disrepair, because they think if they do that long enough, eventually laws are going to change in their favor and they'll be able to bring these places back and make more money with them. Revealing that if you want to win and beat New York City's housing crisis, you're not going to do it by stamping out greed or the motivation to make money doing something that helps other people. Instead, the way to win here is to do something that everyone who's greedy really hates, and that is to increase competition. Competition brings down prices and improves things. Yet if we live in a city that only allows old buildings because that's what our laws do, there will never be competition. Having a place means you're in. But the other problem brought up in that interview with our council people is this idea that we don't have the infrastructure in New York to support more apartments. And although that's true, our sewers are incredibly old and definitely need to be fixed up. This idea that we somehow have to tear up all the roads and fix all the sewers and create massive traffic jams before we can start the multi-year process of building buildings that are bigger than these buildings to actually give people an affordable place to live, that's not going to work either. For example, here we have a brand new building that somehow managed to get created and opened even though it's on a block with a bunch of tiny buildings. And if that building creates sewer capacity issues, those are going to need to be addressed immediately. And in certain parts of town, like Gowanus, Brooklyn, which floods, they are. On top of that, our leaders know which areas of town have the oldest underground sections that need the most work. And even now, we aren't taking the proactive steps to stop water main breaks and things like this from happening. And that's definitely not something this city's capable of doing before we build any new homes. Which is why converting some of our pre-existing structures, like these malls that used to be packed with thousands of people, is such a no-brainer idea. The infrastructure to support all of those people already exists. You've already got the building. It's just that we need to tweak things a little bit so that we can do here what is benefiting the lives of people in other parts of the country that aren't too far from New York. What do you think about that? Would you live in a shopping mall apartment? Would you
really
downstairs? Would that be better than
related to y'all? It's coming over on the island.
inventory?
Well, before they're even out, well, before they arrive on it.
Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
First, a horrific scene on the New York City subway. The video difficult to watch. The suspect quickly captured by police and just charged with attempted murder. Witness reporter Sonia Rincon has the story.
So we've got a problem because over the last few weeks, the governor has been pouring troops into the subway to stop incidents like this from ever taking place. But that hasn't been working, and New Yorkers are starting to realize that no matter how much security our subway gets, the marauding criminal element down here is going to find ways around it, making the subway so dangerous, nobody down here is 100% safe.
The chilling video shows a man standing close to the edge of the platform behind a couple of ferry evaders and another man approaching and casually shoving him. First responders would go between the stopped subway cars to rescue the 45-year-old.
A series of violent incidents on New York City's subways has some strap hangers shaken.
I definitely think it's very scary riding the subway sometimes. There should be a bigger presence of police.
Quite scared. I mean, today I've had some trouble on the subway, I'll say.
Reducing the amount of people who come into the system without paying is ultimately reducing felony crime. Because these are going to be people who are going to have knives, they're going to push people on the tracks.
Police say this attack appears to be random, and this comes 1 week after NYPD says a 72-year-old man was pushed onto the tracks. And of course, earlier this month, a woman was set on fire by a man police say illegally entered this country.
So as another subway incident unfolds, the preventable nature of this crime and others like it becomes shockingly clear. But what none of New York City's leaders want to admit is that the police, the troops, although they make us feel safe when we see them, that's the best we can hope for. Because it's New York's laws that are enabling rampant lawlessness, as the world recently witnessed when a homeless person who was in the country illegally did something absolutely terrible to another rider. An act so shocking you'd have thought the local government would have been down here right away protecting people. But since it happened, we've only had more assaults, more altercations, and more people being targeted in high-profile ways that reveal the seriously out-of-control safety problems the subway is experiencing. Something that just does not compute in the minds of New York's progressive elite who keep telling us crime overall is down, when at the same time the crimes that make it more dangerous down here are going through the roof. Which has our leaders perplexed. How can crime be up if they've defunded the police and scared the law-abiding into a defenseless posture by prosecuting those who stand up to criminals in the absence of police? Which brings us to the real reason why we've got a never-ending crime wave down here that the city just can't seem to stop in spite of the presence of troops and police. In New York, we've built a justice system that protects criminals instead of punishing them. And when someone gets arrested, oftentimes they are released without bail, even in cases of assault or robbery. Crimes which in many cases have already been decriminalized and are only misdemeanors that do not result in jail time. But it gets even worse because, as you're about to see, New York rarely even penalizes those who break the law on their way into the subway, signaling to criminals that they can do pretty much whatever they want down here, which is why they're doing pretty much whatever they want down here. So here we are by the entrance to the New York City subway, and if you want to know why crime down here is so bad, it's because that crime problem that we've got, it's allowed to start right here at the front door. In fact, I just saw multiple people walk through an emergency exit gate and none of them paid. All of those folks just rode for free. Now, do those particular people look like dangerous criminals? To me, not necessarily, but the NYPD says that a lot of dangerous, aggressive criminals who are inside the subway right now also didn't pay to use it.
They say the people that are committing most of the crimes down here aren't paying their fares. They're then going on to prey on the commuters, commit violent offenses, and then go on to create lawlessness throughout the transit system.
So, according to the NYPD, people who commit crime on their way into the subway have a higher likelihood of committing more crimes once they're in there already. Is that shocking to nobody, to somebody? Now, obviously, if that's true, there's only one way to put a stop to it, and that is to stop people from accessing the subway without paying for it. A monumental task in a city that does not have the resources to keep people safe when they're in here to begin with. On top of that, a lot of our progressive leaders, they don't like that solution because it means somebody might end up going to jail and suffering a consequence for their behavior. On top of that, they like to tell us that it's too expensive to do this, it's just not feasible, we should just let it go. But try telling that to the people who end up getting hurt when they're down here. On top of that, a recent frightening altercation reveals that no matter who you are, you may not be safe down here at all. And the criminals down here only need a couple of seconds to absolutely ruin your day.
The chilling video obtained by Eyewitness News shows a man standing close to the edge of the platform behind a couple of ferry evaders and another man approaching and casually shoving him. First responders would go between the stopped subway cars to rescue the 45-year-old. Sources tell us
So that incident took place at a station just a couple of stops away from the one behind me, and it started off with two people hopping the turnstiles to gain access to the subway illegally, and then moments later, a much worse crime is committed by somebody else. Almost as if you've got lawless behavior stacked on top of lawless behavior down here. But the worst part about this is these incidents are taking place after extra National Guard troops were deployed to keep the subway safe and secure, revealing that there's not a whole lot all of this extra security is actually doing to help people, especially when you'll be hard-pressed to find troops and police at every station. Look, this one right here's empty. Unless you see this emergency help button as an adequate deterrent to crime. But the problem is, you've just got way too many subway stations in general for police and troops to be at all of them at once, and this is a system that operates 24/7. It never takes a break. And the reality here is we've got 1,000 National Guard troops scattered throughout the terminals and the various entry points to this system But that's not enough. You'd need tens of thousands to completely lock this place down, which is never gonna happen. And that's a shame because we've just witnessed how a lawless environment emboldens criminals. Literally, 2 guys evade the fare, and then seconds later, another criminal comes out of nowhere to show them up doing something 10 times worse. And according to the NYPD, there's a very high likelihood that criminals like that are not also paying to use the subway.
I'm ready to go back home. I came here for a good time, and I'm scared that things like this might happen to me.
They want to hike fares up and they want to do certain things, but they can't even keep the people of New York City protected. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of sad.
Literally nobody down here feels safe. Everybody knows this is the wild, wild west, a completely unmonitored environment where anything can happen. Yet as the environment down here continues to deteriorate, the fares required to use the subway keep going up. All because the system itself continues hemorrhaging money as so many people don't pay to use it. And the individual who was arrested in this case, according to the New York Post, he was already facing other charges for incidents that also took place in the subway. And one of these altercations allegedly involved a police officer. Now, if somebody's not scared of the police, are they going to be scared of you or me? Probably not. Especially when our laws don't put people in jail when they assault others. You saw it right there on the security camera. People are assaulting others. They don't even care because they don't think anything's going to happen to them. And if you're going to allow people with horrendous rap sheets into the subway, how can you not expect the level of safety down here to go down? Especially in the absence of any law enforcement presence whatsoever in most cases. But what about this idea that the subway itself is so large and so vast with so many riders that your chances of being involved in an altercation are rather slim?
I actually still feel relatively safe. You know, it's a big city and there's a lot of subway stations and a lot of people commuting, but yeah, it's still really scary when you see it on video like that so clearly.
Kamel Hawkins.
So that particular rider is right. It is possible to feel a little bit safer at times than at other times, and many people use the subway every day and do not have a problem, but that does not invalidate any of the crime that's taken place down here. Nor does it invalidate rising levels of weapon seizures down here either. Nor does it invalidate the fact that there are criminals roaming the halls, platforms, and stairwells down here, just waiting in the shadows for what they're gonna do next. And the best way to think about subway safety is as if you are one of these beautiful, adorable sea lions basking near the beach. Can you go for a swim? Sure. But there are dangerous predators lurking in those waters, and some of the sea lions will not make it back to shore. But we human beings, we are not animals. You and I have consciences. We know right from wrong, and every single criminal that's done something wrong down here weighed their options and then took actions that were detrimental in many cases to other riders. Yet for some reason, we don't want to bring law enforcement into this in any meaningful way. We want to have a few troops at Grand Central or at Penn Station. We don't want to actually secure this place and keep people safe. But what if we did? Is it really possible that a law enforcement or authority presence in general would clean this place up and make it safer? Some people say that's the case. Yet as you're about to see, our progressive leaders are completely against any such ideas. Two National Guard troops just went up the stairs over here, and seeing them does make me feel safer. When they're around, nobody's gonna try anything. But if you're wondering why the subway is never gonna get enough resources to properly police itself and lock down and keep people safe, it's because our progressive leaders don't think that's a good idea. In fact, some of them even think that law enforcement is toxic to the idea of public safety, which is why many of them are still in favor of defunding our police. But as we're learning today, that way of thinking, that might actually be the whole reason we've got this out-of-control crime wave in the first place.
With the dozens of fare beaters, our cameras caught jumping the turnstile or walking through the emergency exit to avoid paying, you'd almost think the subway is free. But not paying still comes at a cost, especially for this man.
So here we've got a video that proves that when police go after low-level fare evaders, amazing things happen from a public safety perspective, because a lot of the people they stop have warrants for other things and end up getting arrested and taken off the streets. In fact, one study from 2023 revealed that almost half of fare evaders have active warrants. And when you consider how many high-profile crimes our security cameras are capturing, you've really got to work hard to ignore the connection between fare evasion and other types of lawlessness. And here's how this pilot pilot program worked. Undercover officers would set up shop around turnstiles that were constantly hopped over, and they stopped everyone who entered without paying. Now, fare evasion itself is just a misdemeanor. Nobody goes to jail for that. However, once the police have someone stopped, they can see what other things that person may have recently been up to, which is when they then locate people who've got outstanding warrants and can make an arrest. And when someone gets arrested, that's when they get searched, that's when weapons get found, and that's how you make the subways safer, by getting weapons and dangerous people carrying them off the streets. But there's a likely reason this was only a pilot program. This program proves that policing works and makes things safer. And with the number of weapons being discovered down here already skyrocketing because of random bag checks that rolled out around the time the National Guard was first deployed, it would be pretty hard to pass the subway off as being safer than ever if more weapons than ever start getting discovered. And that's likely why our leaders want to try to clean this place up while discovering the smallest number of weapons possible.
It may look like a low-level crime, and it may start out that way. But reducing the amount of people who come into the system without paying is ultimately reducing felony crime. Because these are going to be people who are going to have knives, they're going to push people on the tracks.
They're looking for transit recipients.
You know, the saddest thing about the subway is it doesn't have to be dangerous. In fact, we've got evidence right here of what could be done to clean it up and make it safer, but we won't do it. And every single subway crime on the news recently followed a similar pattern. You have an individual who was bad news already because of past behavior and past arrests. Yet that person was on the loose, putting others at risk, and eventually went and did something in an unmonitored, lawless environment. And in all of those cases, we did not see police or National Guard anywhere near the scenes of those crimes. Yeah, they let him go. He fare evaded, but the cops just let him walk. And to be honest with you, I'm behind our police and our law enforcement. They've got tough jobs to do. Their safety is at risk just by virtue of them being down here as well. And the worst thing is that they can only be stationed in areas of the train by entry points. They can't afford to ride around on the trains. Then who's going to block the exits when a criminal tries to flee? However, that's not what New Yorkers want. New Yorkers don't want to just feel safe when they walk into a train, pass police, and then get on a train, which is totally unmonitored, and have to start looking out for themselves. We want police riding the trains, keeping us safe, but that just doesn't happen. However, if that did start happening, the trains themselves would become a lot safer almost immediately, because right now there is zero authority presence on most of them.
The volunteer vigilante group known as the Guardian Angels are returning to the New York City subway system. The Angel strategy will focus on performing wellness checks on homeless people and those with mental health issues.
We'll obviously make sure that that train is stopped and that the police respond, and that we keep order in the car.
So the Guardian Angels, they're back to policing the trains again. They're a concerned citizen activist group. Some people say that their actions are a publicity stunt, which is an argument I can understand. After all, they are unarmed. They do not have the power to arrest people, but they are a watchful eye in an area that has no authority presence whatsoever. And if they see something, they will alert the police. They will try to get the attention of authority figures if something goes wrong. And we're at a point now in our subway system where just the presence of someone who looks like they could intervene will be enough to deter some criminals, who will then decide to wait or move on for an easier opportunity in the future. Of course, this won't deter all crime, and again, they're not police or National Guard troops, but any check on lawlessness right now is a good thing. Anything that makes it harder for criminals to be criminals is a good thing. Right now, there's nothing down here stopping them from being criminals. And sadly, what this reveals is that if our city were to employ a group of people whose goal it was to prevent crime and had the power to arrest people, things down here could change quickly. Yet we already have that. Those are our police officers. However, funding them isn't something all of our elected leaders agree is a good idea. And look at how little the city cares about safety. Only $5.8 billion, which is a lot, goes to the NYPD out of a budget that eclipses $100 billion. You've got Dr. Evil money going to the city, and only around 5% is spent on keeping its residents safe. But what do you think about that? Are more police resources the answer to keeping people safe when they're underground? Is the National Guard a deterrent to crime? I personally think it is. I feel safer when they are around. I wish they could be everywhere. Do you think that would help? Let me know. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Feds have now busted another ring of these alleged gang members. They found them in an apartment and arrested 7 of them. Now, most of the 7 individuals who were caught in this...
So an entire apartment full of gang members was just taken down by Homeland Security and the NYPD. But while this huge bust is definitely a step in the right direction, New York remains America's largest sanctuary city with over 3 million apartments where more gang members could be lurking. On top of that, this gang isn't just in New York. They've set up shop in cities all across the country. And as you're about to see, tracking down even just one of these individuals is as difficult as it is dangerous.
They walked across the border for a better life, but now they are walking out in handcuffs after police say their American dream was to commit crime.
He tells me he came to the U.S. for a better way of life and denies the charges against him. ICE agents have been watching this particular subject for at least a week.
Now, most of the 7 individuals who were caught in this apartment in the Bronx actually had significant rap sheets and warrants out for the arrests after they had committed, allegedly, multiple crimes in the United States.
On this day, it took about 16 ICE agents to arrest 5 immigrants who ICE says are undocumented, have criminal records, and had been released on bail by local jurisdictions instead of being turned over to ICE.
Do you have enough resources to do this?
No, we don't.
One of the other members of the group had already been ordered deported by an immigration judge, but because these individuals are from Venezuela and the Maduro regime refuses to accept deportation flights, these Venezuelan gangbangers are stuck in limbo in the United States.
So recently, a gang member went home wearing his ankle monitor, which led police to arrest him and all of his buddies. But what nobody's talking about is there are so many places for these gangs to be hiding, not just in New York, but also across the country, that tracking them down is going to take quite some time. Unless the new president and border czar go on a hiring spree, which it sounds like they're going to do, as the incoming administration has vowed to increase federal resources in troublesome sanctuary cities like New York if they fail to cooperate with what will be the largest deportation plan in American history, a plan proponents say is necessary because for the last 3 years the country has experienced record immigration, but as we're learning, not all of it has been positive. Which is obvious with all the problems New York is having with gang members living in our apartments and in some cases down the halls from women and children in city-funded asylum shelters. Places which ban police from entering unless they have a specific warrant for a specific person who they know is inside, which means law enforcement can't just roam the halls of these taxpayer-funded former luxury hotels to maintain order and get rid of the bad guys. Which is a problem now that we know the bad guys are smuggling weapons inside some of these places hidden in DoorDash delivery bags. Which brings us to the real reason why sanctuary cities like New York are gonna be the focus of this new deportation agenda. These are places where gang members can hide out before exporting their crime to the rest of the country. But this recent gang bust in the Bronx looks like it's going to be a much more frequent occurrence in the near future, as national security threats and dangerous individuals are sought out by Homeland Security before they can act. But as you're about to see, this is going to be pretty strange for many New Yorkers who could soon see ICE agents knocking down the doors of apartment buildings just like this one. So here we have a photo of the apartment building where this gang was hiding out, and it looks just like every other apartment building you'll see in this city. But the way federal agents found out about this gang hideout is shocking.
It was a joint raid with the NYPD and Homeland Security, and they were able to identify the group by tracing them to the apartment using an ankle monitor that had been administered federally to one of the individuals alleged to...
So inside this apartment, you had 7 gang members all staying there, and one of them decided one evening to come home wearing his ankle monitor, and that's what led the federal government right to him. Now, although it's shocking enough that a gang member wanted by the federal government was able to live in a New York City apartment, it's even more shocking when you consider the person in question had 3 prior arrests and had already been ordered deported. And although he was roaming the city as a free man and could have removed his ankle monitor, he didn't even bother. Which is pretty frightening because this person was living with other gang members. They hadn't changed their life one bit. And it must also mean that nobody's really monitoring these ankle monitors. However, what's even more interesting is this gang bust was not orchestrated by the NYPD. Yes, they were involved, but this was actually orchestrated by the Department of Homeland Security. And having federal agents raid an apartment building that's got criminals with active warrants living in it puts everyone in danger. These are apartment buildings. What if the criminals decide to resist? That could be very, very bad for everybody involved, including the neighbors. And that's because these gang members are some of the most dangerous people in the entire country. And in New York, they've been able to take advantage of our sanctuary city laws and policies and have done everything in their power to exploit the ongoing asylum crisis. In fact, a few months back, one gang member confessed to police that since security guards at city-funded shelters don't put food through their scanners, they were able to smuggle weapons inside of those facilities using DoorDash and Grubhub delivery bags, which they then go on to use while riding mopeds and committing crimes of opportunity, or to intimidate other asylum seekers into joining their criminal empire. On top of that, these gangs are behind much of the shoplifting and reselling of stolen goods on street corners in middle-class neighborhoods, which is where they get the money to rent apartments in the first place. Because unfortunately, our laws have decriminalized most theft.
Now, most of the 7 individuals who were caught in this apartment in the Bronx actually had significant rap sheets and warrants out for the arrest. One of the other members of the gang that was caught in this apartment actually had crossed 2 different U.S. borders. He crossed into the United States.
So this apartment really was a goldmine of criminal activity. Everyone arrested had long rap sheets. These were all very dangerous individuals. On top of that, many of the folks arrested had already been ordered out of the country. Now, what does that tell you about sanctuary city rules and policies? Because if these laws and policies allow gang members to hide in plain sight and blend in with the rest of New York while committing crimes, they're not exactly making the world a safer place, are they? And for some reason, we have this idea in America that sanctuary city laws are great for immigration and that they help everyone. But the thing is, law-abiding immigrants don't benefit from these laws one bit, and that includes asylum seekers who are here waiting for their future day in court. They don't benefit from these laws either. In fact, all these laws do is create safe spaces for criminals who have no intention of reforming or changing their ways. Some of the people that were arrested in this gang bust had records going back to 2022. They probably thought they could hide out here forever. And the scary thing is that if their friend who was wearing his ankle bracelet hadn't decided to wear it home, none of them would have been discovered or caught. They'd still be out there. Which means that right now there could be hundreds of these operations throughout our city that nobody even knows about yet. But before we look at how federal agents track these criminals down, sometimes without the help of local sanctuary city police, it's important to understand the one reason why this particular gang, Tren de Aragua, has exploded in the United States despite the best efforts of law enforcement.
But because these individuals are from Venezuela and the Maduro regime refuses to accept deportation flights and provide the necessary documentation to ICE to allow them to carry out deportations, these Venezuelan gangbangers are stuck in limbo in the United States.
So if any of you were wondering why we keep hearing about this one particular gang, it's because once they get here, we're essentially stuck with them. There's no way to send them back, which could change once the new presidential administration takes over. However, not only is it hard for the country to deport these individuals once they're caught, they're also a gang which profits from human exploitation. That's their thing. And in cities like New York, you've got a massive asylum crisis that they're taking advantage of. First off, many of these criminals came here saying, oh, I'm here to seek asylum, when they actually weren't. And then once they get to a place like New York, they're surrounded by legitimate asylum seekers who they can then start trying to exploit and bring into their gang. Remember, they've got weapons inside some of these very shelters. The police aren't allowed inside. And if they go in there and they tell a person, hey, join us or something bad might happen to you, what choice does that person have? You can read about it right here. This isn't just speculation. They're recruiting people, they're giving them weapons, they're giving them mopeds. And this New York Post article also says that traffic cops, they can't even ticket these things because oftentimes they're stored on shelter property, which is not like a physical street, so they're inaccessible. But obviously this all reveals that something very, very wrong is happening in this country with these gangs being able to grow and succeed in their criminal endeavors because of sanctuary cities, and the fact that local laws and policies often exist in opposition to efforts of federal agents who want to make our country and these cities safer is also a massive issue. And as you're about to see, it makes the job of those who are supposed to track down these criminals even harder than it already is. So, in a lot of America's major metropolitan areas, you've got progressive laws that favor criminals, and you've got other laws that exist in opposition to federal immigration policies. And what that means is that you're gonna have criminals hiding out in places like this trying to blend in with the regular population. But because there's so many people here, tracking them down and finding them can be extremely difficult, even for the most well-funded of law enforcement operations.
So after several hours of waiting, they've just found one of their targets and we're on the move. When we arrive, we see an immigrant from the Dominican Republic who ICE says is here illegally. And as a convicted ICE agents have been watching this particular subject for at least a week.
This is a big problem. Look at this. You've got dangerous criminals who aren't in jail. They're out living their lives as normal members of whatever populace they're embedded in. In this bust, which happened in Boston, you had multiple squad cars, multiple agents, all working on getting this one guy. And when you look at stuff like this that says there are over 1,000 gang members and thousands of criminals living in a city like New York, apprehending everyone's going to be a monumental operation. And not only is this going to take a lot of work, require a lot of agents, because these people could be anywhere in a society. When agents decide to make their move, they better make sure nobody else is around. What if something like this happens on a public street or someone flees and they've got a weapon? And what's even worse about this is some of these individuals that are now being sought by law enforcement, they were at one point in the back of a local police car or in a local jail. They were in custody. They were in a place where they couldn't do anybody any harm, and then they were released, and then the government has to start all over looking for them, which is what happened in the case of the 7 gang members busted in the Bronx. They were all in jail at one point, and then they were all set free.
On this day, it took about 16 ICE agents to arrest 5 immigrants who ICE says are undocumented, have criminal records, and had been released on bail by local jurisdictions instead of being turned over to ICE, each requiring 40 to 80 hours of surveillance beforehand.
So when you've got someone who's bad and you set them free when they're still wanted for other crimes, that is a bad law and a bad policy, and laws like this do not fight crime or protect anyone. And the logical way to deal with crime and keep people safe is the opposite of what sanctuary cities do. It literally makes no sense for local law enforcement to arrest someone, find out that they've got a federal warrant, and then release that person and not help the federal government bring them in for other crimes. But that's how things work in New York. Our police are not allowed to cooperate with the federal government, and if they have someone and the federal government asks for that person, that is called an ICE detainer request, and our local police are forbidden from honoring those. But things haven't always been this way. In fact, there used to be an ICE outpost at Rikers Island, New York's infamous jail, a jail which holds a revolving cast of criminals to the tune of around 10,000 every single day. And that's part of the reason why this gang stuff is so out of control right now. In the past, if you had a bunch of criminals in a city like New York and they all got put in the back of police cars and hauled off to jail, the federal government would be there waiting for them, and they could safely pick those individuals up without a struggle because they're already in custody, and get them not only off the streets, but also out of the country permanently if they've been ordered deported. But that ICE outpost at Rikers, that was disbanded a long time ago, and the incoming border czar says that he's going to get cooperation from sanctuary cities one way or another, even if it involves prosecuting mayors in some cases.
President-elect Trump won, pledging to do much more, including mass deportations. And after Democratic city and state officials vowed to block Trump's deportation plan, incoming border czar Tom Homan is doubling down with this warning.
If they cross that line and knowingly harbor and conceal illegal alien, well, I'm going to seek prosecution.
I am concerned of what he...
So it's worth noting that New York's Mayor Eric Adams has said that he's willing to work with the federal government because he understands that having gang members living all over our city is a big problem, which probably means at a minimum the NYPD will not interfere with the federal government, but other sanctuary cities have vowed to resist. And the new border czar has apparently warned the city of Chicago, saying that he's coming there first. But it's important to understand that even if a sanctuary city mayor now decides that they're going to work with the federal government to clean up their city, a lot of the gang activity places like New York and Chicago are dealing with, it's already out of control. Not only because we have laws that may unknowingly harbor criminals once they're here, but also because some high-risk individuals may have entered the country without showing proper ID. And what that means is that a city like New York could have people living in it that are actually very dangerous, but are living under an assumed identity or a false identity and are essentially starting over when they may have already been ordered to leave.
We pressed ICE about its current mission. There are some who fear that ICE will also arrest immigrants that are here that may not have criminal records. To that, you say what?
To that, what we are focused on is obviously public safety, national security threats. But then there are those too that have exhausted all legal means. In the end, they've been ordered legally removed from the United States, and
So a crackdown is coming, and it is going to be focused on people who make this city, other cities, and the country less safe. But will it be successful? That's the question a lot of people have. Because not only are our local law enforcement agencies understaffed, our federal law enforcement agencies that deal with this are as well. On top of that, sanctuary cities might act as a magnet for internal migration within the United States because we've got laws here that protect the bad guys. And what could end up happening is as the new president walks into office, you can actually see more gang activity in the short term in places like New York. As these criminals who are doing everything they can to evade federal authorities realize they're running out of options. And even if the mayor of a sanctuary city does want to cooperate, what exactly does that even mean? He can't order the NYPD to do things that are against local laws that govern how they operate. What do you think is going to happen? Is there going to be a big crackdown in every sanctuary city at once? Is it just going to focus on places like Chicago that have been singled out as being particularly problematic? And what's going to happen in New York? Do you think that something's finally going to get done to get these gang members we've got living here, some of whom have been here for years, off the streets? Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Construction brings change to the block. Crews are tearing down the old jail facilities in Chinatown on Center Street to build a new one. It's part of the plan to close Rikers Island. The next door neighbor is Chung Pa.
So this jail, it's going to go in this hole right over here behind me, but it's not just any old jail. It's actually going to be the tallest jail in the entire world. And when it's finished, it'll resemble a massive tower, becoming another part of New York City's iconic skyline. However, residents say this monumental construction project won't just make their neighborhood less safe, but it's actually destroying the foundations of buildings nearby, which could mean that while inmates get a new place to stay, people who live around here end up losing their homes permanently.
It's going to disrupt this entire neighborhood. He chose Chinatown to be in a decade of dust with the construction of the tallest jail in the world.
Back in 2017, the city laid out a plan to close Rikers by 2027 and open a jail in every borough except Staten Island.
Chang Fui-Lin and her neighbors have had a tough year since demolition started. They shared these images from inside. They're worried about cracks in the walls.
Rikers Island, New York's massive jail complex, just a few miles from Midtown Manhattan and scene of a humanitarian crisis.
What are some words you'd use to describe Rikers Island?
Hell, plain and simple.
NBC News recently obtained more than 100 hours of surveillance video from inside Rikers. Scenes like this and an inmate-organized so-called fight night where some detainees were forced to participate.
It is an exterior concrete wall with cinder blocks popping out of place. The building owner says the result of demolition happening at the mega jail site in Chinatown, a jail no one in the neighborhood wants.
So, as construction on the world's tallest jail continues, people are wondering what building it will accomplish, other than terrifying those who see it into straightening up and reforming their lives. But even though this construction project is wreaking havoc on nearby buildings, what nobody's talking about is that after this jail's done, that's when the issues for this neighborhood are just going to be getting started. And the timing couldn't be any worse, because ever since 2020, Chinatown has been fighting a losing battle for survival, with many of its formerly bustling commercial districts now reeling from lost economic activity that's just starting to come back, but may soon vanish again, this time forever after Manhattan's congestion pricing tax on cars goes into effect, a tax local advocates say could really hurt this neighborhood, which relies on vehicular traffic for the local businesses down here and also for the tourist traffic that may stop coming in the future. And then there will be this massive jail, an infrastructure project no neighborhood wants, which will not only be a gigantic eyesore, but represents another move by the city to dump one of its undesirable projects in a neighborhood that locals say continually gets passed over when it comes to government-funded affordable housing projects many of the middle-income residents here could benefit from. Which brings us to the real reason why building the world's tallest jail in the middle of a massive population center could be a bad idea. It might make things worse for everybody who's not in jail, especially since this project is only happening because New York City's horrific Rikers Island facility is set to be closed down. Chinatown, a facility which has a history of doing great damage to those it houses, something people in Chinatown do not want imported to their neighborhood. And as you're about to see, the construction of this massive facility, it's causing so many problems for the immediate neighborhood down here that by the time it's completed, some of these buildings may not even still be here.
0406. How many 10-24? He's not using it.
So here we have a Department of Buildings inspection vehicle, and it's a good thing it's here because apparently these ancient buildings, some of which are apartments, have all kinds of problems due to the construction going on across the street. The foundations are shaking. People inside think they're going to fall down. It's frightening. But that's because if your goal is to build a massive jail skyscraper that scares the living daylights out of people so much so that they straighten up, you're going to have to dig really deep into the ground, and that's what it looks like they're doing over here.
Especially over here, we can see it is an exterior concrete wall with cinder blocks popping out of place. The building owner says the result of demolition happening at the mega jail site in Chinatown, a jail no one in the neighborhood wants. Part of the city's controversial plan to shut down Rikers Island.
So it's maddening to think that in order to build a nicer jail, which is going to be taller than most of what you see down here, some people might end up losing where they live. Hopefully that doesn't happen. It hasn't happened yet. But the construction workers were just repainting damage that happened on the side of this building right here, which is going to be right up against the new jail. But before we get into how the construction of this facility is going to totally alter the NYC skyline forever, it's important to understand why it's being built and why residents are so upset that it's being built here, even though there was a jail here before. First of all, residents' fears of their ancient buildings collapsing are not entirely ridiculous or unfounded. In fact, a residential building in the East Village, a few blocks north of here, is in danger of collapsing due to nearby construction in this hole next door, even though the construction plans there were signed off on by the buildings department as being safe and appropriate. But that's not the only thing residents here are concerned about. This is apparently what the finished thing is going to look like. It's gigantic and it's black. It's like a Death Star. This is going to be an eyesore and it might make the neighborhood worse. And when this facility ends up being completed, it's going to be 300 feet tall and it's going to hold over 1,000 inmates. And it's hard to see how building a massive, ugly, hideous tower is going to improve the neighborhood. It's certainly not going to make it more beautiful or more functional for the people who live here. They're not going to get anything out of it. And having a view of the Death Star out of your window could tank property values.
Back in 2017, the city laid out a plan to close Rikers by 2027 and open a jail in every borough except Staten Island. One of the 4 sites would be in Chinatown, at what is now the Manhattan Detention Center. The community gathered there today, urging Mayor Adams.
So that clip was from 2 years ago, and obviously those protests didn't work, because if they had, we wouldn't have this here hole in the ground behind me. But believe it or not, this jail is part of a plan to disseminate the horrors of Rikers Island throughout multiple borough-based facilities. Basically, the city's gonna build a whole bunch of jails and spread out the problems they've got in one place to every place. Now, there might be benefits to doing this as far as the inmates are concerned. Obviously, a dangerous jail isn't good for anybody. Apparently, people at Rikers Island miss their court dates, don't get to meet with their attorneys, don't get visitations. But this particular facility, it's being built near the courthouses. Those are just on the other block here. It'll be convenient. From a court's operations perspective, however, the neighbors here, they're not having any of that. And it's not just about construction and vibration at some of these nearby buildings. No, there's going to be dust. Toxic dust that comes from this that blankets the entire neighborhood. People are worried about their health. And one has to wonder, once a massive tower, the world's tallest jail, gets built here, what's that going to do to future property development in this area? Are developers going to say, you know what, I don't want to build buildings near this jail because of how hideous it is? That very well could happen, and local activists say this neighborhood continually gets passed over when it's time to designate affordable housing projects, which would be of immense benefit to the many middle-income residents who live here. And we haven't even gotten to the fact that soon the horrors of Rikers Island will become the horrors of Chinatown and 3 other borough-based facilities. But before we get into that, you've got to understand that the city, they're saying that they're not worried about any of these buildings like this one right here behind me getting damaged throughout all of this construction, yet they've set aside hundreds of millions of dollars in case that happens.
Meanwhile, City Hall tells Fox 5 they are confident there's no immediate danger or threat to safety. And now Fox 5 has learned some $460 million has been set aside by the city, anticipating damage the site might cause to neighboring buildings, and that the contractor will go in and...
Yeah, all this, it's all fine, no problem, but just in case it's not, we've got $460 million just waiting to repair accidental damage? Really? If you're a resident in one of these places and you feel it shaking and you've felt it shaking over the last 9 months since this demolition started, you've got to be pretty frightened. But even so, the things happening in Rikers Island, those are incredibly frightening as well, and those things threaten to destroy the lives of people who go there for rehabilitation and correction purposes. It's a corrections department, and that's why the city is barreling forward with this plan to build this jail. They've got no choice. At least that's what they're saying. They just brought a guy in there in handcuffs, and the controversy over this mega jail gets even more divisive once you realize that it's a replacement or a partial replacement for one of the worst correctional institutions in the entire country, Rikers Island. And when this place gets finished, the people who live around here are going to be able to see it, 'cause it's going to be tall and massive, and they're going to know that perhaps what's going on inside of it is not exactly making the world a better place, even if a lot of the people that are there because they did something wrong.
Rikers Island, New York's massive jail complex, just a few miles from Midtown Manhattan, and scene of a humanitarian crisis.
What are some words you'd use to describe Rikers Island?
Hell.
What do you see in these pictures?
I see myself. I see everything that I experienced while I was at Rikers Island. I see inhumane conditions.
You know, hearing someone describe this facility the way he just did as it being hell, plain and simple, that's terrifying. And that place right now can hold a maximum of 15,000 people a day. On a daily average, it holds around 10,000. And it does this on essentially what is a prison island across 10 different facilities on that island. And apparently one person who was there recently recalled some appalling conditions: overcrowded spaces, broken toilets, unsanitary living conditions everywhere. And that's not even the worst of it. Apparently, when people are transferred out of this detention center, perhaps to go to a hospital to get minor work done, according to the Daily Mail, they may be preyed upon by doctors who tell them that this is their last chance to get certain elective, expensive surgeries. Apparently, inmates were told when they went to Bellevue Hospital that this was their only chance to get the weight loss surgery, and that if they didn't decide right then and there that they were going to get it, they'd go back to Rikers and miss their chance. But then there's the issue of people missing their court dates, having to spend even more time there. But now, since the new jail's going to be in this hole, and these are the courts over here, that will probably start to happen less, and people who deserve speedy justice will get it. But think about the residents here for a moment. Everyone who lives in this neighborhood is going to be towered over by this prison facility, which may in fact be a place where people are being treated in an inhumane manner. Can you imagine having to think about that all the time?
Violence, he says, was rampant. What you say is the percentage of prisoners who have weapons?
You know, there were several units that were unstaffed completely. There was no correctional officer physically in the unit, and I can't remember looking under a sheet or a mattress and not seeing a shank under.
You can't blame residents for thinking that the same stuff that's being reported as happening in Rikers is also going to be reported happening in their neighborhood. This might literally end up being a house of horrors, especially when you consider that the former boss of this jail says that he couldn't blame the inmates for arming themselves. And this is supposed to be a place that keeps people safe until they can be correctly tried and determined to be innocent or guilty. But instead, people going in here may come out as criminals who had to do things that were wrong to survive. And inside that facility, you didn't just have a total breakdown of law and order, it's a total breakdown of humanity in general.
Who was running the place?
The inmates run the facilities.
The footage came to light as part of a lawsuit brought by the New York County Defender Services on behalf of a client awaiting trial, who argued he should be released because of the unsafe conditions inside Rikers. In a groundbreaking decision, a judge agreed, finding the city.
So think about that. You're at Rikers, you're waiting for your day in court, but it might not get there because the place is so dangerous. And when it finally does arrive, your record might be drastically different than it was when you entered. But now it's looking more and more likely that the federal government will take control of this building from New York State. And although a federal takeover of it will make things there better in the meantime while the world's tallest jail gets built, it's kind of dumb to think that whatever made Rikers so horrible wouldn't also make the world's tallest jail just as bad, if not worse. I spoke to some people that work here in corrections. They said it's going to be real nice inside that place, but if what happens to those people because of the other people in there or lack of controls isn't very nice, it's not making anybody's life better. Apparently, the city's been ordered to come up with a plan for a possible federal takeover of this place by January 2025, and this comes 10 years after a 2015 decision that installed a federal monitor at Rikers Island as a watchdog who just keeps reporting on how bad things are. And now we're going to take that system, chop it up into 4 smaller pieces, and divide it around all of New York City.
They're treated worse than many prisons in which people are fully convicted.
Was it possible to come to a place like Rikers and melt in and not...
I don't see how that's possible.
A court-appointed federal monitor of Rikers recently reporting conditions have progressively and substantially worsened.
You know, if you get sent to a place like this, you could end up becoming part of the criminal underworld, even when that wasn't your intention. If you see the wrong thing happen in there or the wrong people rope you into something, your life could change forever and you hadn't even done anything. If you're found innocent, not guilty. But now we're back at the beginning of this whole story. Here we've got one of the world's worst jails. We're going to spread that pain and suffering around to the rest of the city, and no neighborhood wants this, especially not this neighborhood. The city says this is going to be a good thing because downsizing is going to help them better staff these new facilities. There will be less people running rampant. But here's what's pretty unbelievable. Right now, Rikers has an average daily population of around 10,000 people. When these new jails open, they're only going to be able to hold around 1,000 people each, and there's going to be 4 of them, which means that 60% of the people who are usually at Rikers will have to be released or something. That could end up being really bad too. What if these are dangerous criminals? Lately, the city saw this when a man released from Rikers because of good behavior went and did something that was utterly appalling. Which means that while the city is building the world's tallest jail, that could endanger the general public while this place exists. And that makes it kind of hard to see what the benefits of building this actually are. It's going to transform the skyline. There are some who say the city will end up being less safe, and neighbors are worried about what the construction is going to do to their health, their apartment buildings, and the future of their neighborhood as it now looks entirely different than it does today. What do you think? Is building the world's tallest jail a good idea? Is it going to scare people into reforming their ways, or is the city actually going to be less safe because of it? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
There are now more National Guard soldiers down in the subway system than after 9/11. The governor's saying that the initial deployment was so successful, she's adding more troops to accomplish the safety mission.
So you heard it right there. We now have the most troops that we've had stationed in the subway since 9/11. And while our leaders say this is not in response to any specific incident, there have been a number of recent incidents which have captured the attention of riders and reopened a conversation about how safe the subway actually is. And by flooding the subway with troops, critics say our leaders are subtly admitting that without them we'd be in danger of something.
Scores of additional soldiers are taking up positions in the New York City transit system. It brings to 1,000 the number of National Guard members stationed at subway entrances. A show of force intended to deter crime and to reassure riders.
I saw officers on duty, which I was like, okay, I'm safe here.
There's too many crazy people out here, and the more they have down here, the better.
The mental illness, the homeless, they need help.
250 additional soldiers are being deployed to stations across the city. Are being added to the 750 on patrol since last March.
I've heard from many people that the presence of the National Guard has made not just a physical difference, but a psychological difference in how they feel about safety.
Since the pandemic, crime is down overall by 12%, but murders are up 200%, felony assaults are up 55%, and burglaries up 140%.
So as our leaders tell us the subway is safe, they continue rolling out the military just to make sure nothing comes along to prove otherwise. But that's exactly what's happening, and nobody in charge wants to admit that the New York City subway is a lot more dangerous than most people think it is. But in spite of that, we're being told that there's nothing to worry about because crime is down now after it was up earlier this year, and it likely would have stayed up had the military not been deployed back in March to scare away some dangerous criminals, while assisting the NYPD with randomized bag checks looking for weapons and contraband, with seizures of such items skyrocketing earlier in 2024. Something that can only happen in an environment where criminals are not scared one bit of law enforcement or the consequences of getting arrested. And elevated levels of criminal behavior are something our country has witnessed recently, with several high-profile incidents taking place beneath New York streets, which critics say is proof our decriminalization efforts are not making this city a better, safer place, but instead of making sure that if anyone gets arrested with a weapon or for assault, they're released back into the general public and not sent to jail. And those crime stats our leaders say are down, well, critics have serious problems with those statements because they allege there's evidence our real problems are being deliberately hidden and swept under the rug. And that brings us to the real reason why there are now more troops deployed to the subway and why this deployment has lasted almost one calendar year so far. If the troops were to be removed, it might signal to the criminal underworld that the time is right to come back out of the shadows. However, the frightening reality of all this security is that it only focuses on the entrances to the subway, of which there are so many. Policing and militarizing them all is virtually impossible. Plus, our troops and police do not ride the trains themselves. We're told the trains have cameras that will keep us safe, which is why all this extra security is focused on the subway's entrances. And as you're about to see, this reveals that once inside the subway, nothing can be done to guarantee anyone's safety. So here we are at the Times Square 42nd Street subway terminal during the morning rush hour, and you'll see troops posted at this entrance right over here, but that's not the case at every terminal in the system.
Yes,
Some of the others I went through earlier today didn't have any security.
Were you able to reboot your computer?
Sporadic security has people on both sides of the aisle scratching their heads because we were told earlier this year that crime was so high we needed the National Guard to bring it down, which it did. And all year we've been hearing about how safe the subway is, so why then would we need more National Guard troops? And how safe can the subway truly be if not every entrance has people stationed at it, and if troops and police are not riding the trains and spending time on the platforms as much as some riders would prefer?
Keisha Irby about the governor's plan to enhance safety in the subway system. She announced Wednesday 250 additional National Guard soldiers are being deployed to stations across the city.
So here you have a reporter interviewing people outside of a police bag check, and what happens is another rider gets aggressive. Now, if people are having heated screaming matches at the entrance to the trains, what do you think is going on once people are inside the trains themselves? And what could happen to a person waiting on a subway platform if an individual who's aggressive is allowed inside? This is the frightening reality many riders are faced with on a daily basis, and this has been going on all year. It's not exactly new. Now look, I ride the subway. I took the subway to get here. I take the train all the time, and personally, I do feel better knowing that there are National Guard troops throughout the system. It's definitely making a difference. Nobody's going to try anything when they're around. I just don't personally think that it's making as much of a difference as we're led to believe it is, because right now down here, I mean, where's the security presence? And what's to stop a person who accessed the subway in a manner that went around a National Guard checkpoint from coming to this platform and doing something? Absolutely nothing. Ditto inside a subway car, which is moving and will not stop until it reaches the next station. But while security in the subway is being upped, we're continually told that crime stats here are actually down and things are trending in the right direction. And we're told that the reason you or I or somebody else might feel unsafe on the train is all psychological.
I've heard from many people that the presence of the National Guard has made not just a physical difference, but a psychological difference. I saw officers on duty, which I was like, okay, I'm safe here.
So a lot of what people are afraid of having happen to them down here, a physical altercation of some sort, that stuff hasn't gone away. And some say it's actually being covered up. By the way, our statistics on crime are reported here. Bloomberg has an article article about this showing that serious assaults are up. And then in this little paragraph right here, it talks about how assault statistics are not reliable or comparable across jurisdictions. For example, in 2022, only 40% of assaults were reported to police. Also, different law enforcement agencies have different definitions of assault. And according to Bloomberg, the NYPD doesn't record anything that constitutes aggravated assault. Instead, Bloomberg says our assaults in New York are divided into two categories, one for misdemeanor assaults and one for felony assaults, and then assaults that would constitute the FBI's definition of aggravated assault. Those are somehow filtered out of both categories of assaults we do record and then are reported to the FBI. And apparently this poor method of record keeping, along with the underreporting of assaults in general, likely explains why crime can be down officially but actually be up in real life. And think of the effect decriminalization efforts have on who it is that's going to report crime. If you're a victim of a misdemeanor assault, why report that to the police if they're not going to try and locate the person, and if that person will just be given a desk appearance ticket and won't spend any time in jail? Critics say some people don't think reporting crime is worth it anymore.
The mental illness, the homeless, they need help.
The guardsmen are being added to the 750 on patrol since last March.
In the Oculus, I would see them. Penn Station, I'd see them.
They're also supposed to keep watch in the outer boroughs.
It's a deterrent to those who would break our laws and threaten other riders.
So there's a new element to all of this added security measures, and that is the case involving Jordan Neely. After that case, which garnered national attention, was completed, there all of a sudden was this massive effort on behalf of the city to start assisting the homeless who are in the subways, and also to increase the presence of law enforcement down here, which is odd. It took a massive court case playing out for people to realize that our laws don't exactly keep us safe, because they not only may have decriminalized behavior that puts everyone at risk, our laws also do not allow our leaders to intervene in a person's life when they're unable to care for themselves, which essentially creates a scenario where a person who's a danger to themselves or others cannot be sent to jail and also cannot get the help they need to become rehabilitated. And now Mayor Adams is leading a renewed outreach effort to the homeless to try and assist those who think that the subway is the only place where they have to stay, to go to a better place that's actually designed for them and isn't some loud public transit network. But even though efforts to assist the homeless and crack down on criminal activity are definitely appreciated by everyone, there are others who say that the timing of these new security initiatives is suspicious for another reason. And they say that reason is because not only is 2025 a local election year, but it's also the year New York City turns on its controversial tax on cars, which is going to make every single person who drives their personal vehicle into the city instead of taking the subway pay a fee not to put themselves in danger. So not only is the subway experiencing security and safety related issues at a time when people will be told they better use it or pay a fee, the amount of money that people have to pay to use the subway, that is also going up, which to a lot of people doesn't seem fair. After all, in order to charge more for something, you should improve the product and make it better, but we're being told we have to pay more to use the subway at a time when it may in fact be more dangerous.
So Steve and Natasha, right now it costs $2.90 to ride the subway, but that soon could be increased to $3 starting in probably August. But this comes just weeks before congestion pricing is set to go into effect on January 5th. Now congestion pricing will...
So look at that, you now get to pay more money if you want to come down here and use the train, and if you don't, you have to pay even more because cars now have to pay a fee just to drive around in certain parts of town, like anywhere below 60th Street in Manhattan, which is why there's now this big push to get everybody on the trains so that the subway can start earning more money and so that all the taxes from vehicles can be used to supposedly fund improvements to a place that already costs $20 billion a year and shows no signs of improving because of that massive amount of funding. But now all these added police officers, all of this new attention to security, it's coming at us pretty quick because these new plans to tax vehicles are already starting and may have already started by the time you watch this video. And it's almost as if our leaders have waited until the last possible moment to realize, hey, wait a second, things might not be super safe in the subway. If we're going to force people to use it, we better secure it. And the last thing they want is to tell people that they're going to be taxed if they don't take the train, only for people to come down here, try to use the train, and then realize how dangerous it really is.
There's too many crazy people out here, and the more that they have have down here, the better.
The first time I saw it, it started jolting me back a little bit.
So, as you can probably tell, riders do not have a high opinion of the subway at all. Most people know that there's stuff going on down here that they'd rather not be going on at all, and it doesn't make people feel safe. And the question now is, have our leaders realize that if the entire populace starts to feel this way and starts to feel as if they're being punished for not using the subway, could their disdain for it turn into disdain for the people who might be running the city and the state? It could. There's a governor's election in 2026 and a mayoral election in 2025. But the idea of subway safety may be beyond anyone's control at this point because things are so out of hand currently. And it very well may be that no amount of extra police or militarization can cure a problem that is bigger than the subway itself. Because the reality is our legal system does not operate in a way that has public safety in mind. It has the safety of the criminals in mind. So our elected officials are up against bad laws, a bad system, a security nightmare, if you will. But there's actually another issue that's going to keep popping up over the next few weeks as they try to force more people to use it.
A power outage brought some trains to a screeching halt during the afternoon commute yesterday. The issue so bad that some trains had to be evacuated, sending passengers walking through the subway tunnels. Today, Governor Hochul calling for an investigation into...
So this next one's a big one because the moment fares go up, people down here are going to be paying more for everything that we have around us right now. There's not going to be any immediate improvement. There will be the promise of immediate improvement, but the improvement itself isn't here and may never come. Remember, this system in its current form already costs $20 billion a year, and the fares go up every single year. And we're constantly told how the increases are needed to maintain the smooth operation of the subway and to continue improving it. And if the subway's current state is the result of a whole bunch of broken promises, and now we're going to layer more broken promises on top of the ones we already have, that's going to be bad for everybody who's in charge. And it's going to be a constant reminder to people riding the train that the promises they were given were not kept. And if you couple that with the fact that the city isn't really able to stamp out its crime problem down here, and the fact that this place is not going to be magically newer the day these car taxes start, there will be greater and greater amounts of people who, when they're down here, start to feel as if they're lied to.
This is what we know so far from the MTA. A 90-plus-year-old electrical substation had a fire, an explosion of some kind before the door was blew off the hinges. Head of MTA, Jenna Lieber, said it was one of the, quote...
So here you have a 90-year-old piece of power equipment that exploded, shutting off power to multiple trains, stranding people in the evening when they're trying to get home from work, when it's rainy and cold out. People are going to be experiencing stuff like this on a regular basis as the fees to ride it down here go up and as the crime problem remains. And we might be getting to a point where our leaders realize that the subway is a massive liability. But even more than that, these constant problems that it's experiencing show that it can never truly be fixed because it's not a self-sufficient system. Because even if the subway was perfectly safe and there was no crime down here, it would still break down constantly because all of the money that's supposed to be for the purposes of fixing it gets wasted. Even though this place gets $20 billion a year, it just doesn't make sense. And after you raise the driving taxes and you tax all these cars and funnel all that money into the subway and they fix everything now, how do we know things aren't going to end up just as they are today in a couple of decades? Our leaders can treat the people who live here like an ATM, but eventually it's going to be out of money. The only question now is, are the overdraft fees going to come due next election cycle, or will it take longer than that? It might happen sooner than expected. The city just rolled out some new subway cars and none of them work. Luckily, these new trains are still under warranty. They're going to get them replaced, but can you imagine if they weren't? This would just end up being another massive disaster and waste of money. And some people say it already is because, according to the New York Post, the city paid double what Chicago paid for similarly equipped brand new train cars prior to 2020. But what do you think? Should the city be spending money on infrastructure improvements to a system that is dangerous and will continue being dangerous in the near future? Is it ever going to be possible for them to get a handle on the crime problems here so that people can enjoy the wonderful public transportation network of the future all New Yorkers have been promised? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next video.
I want to go to the asylum crisis, as tens of thousands of migrants that are living in New York City shelters could soon be told to leave.
But the city insists parents and children won't be left out on the streets.
So what does that mean? What is the plan?
So the 60-day evictions of families are now starting, but the city is already walking them back. For asylum seekers with children enrolled in New York City schools, who, if they still need housing after 60 days, will be given a new permanent shelter placement. And while nobody here wants to see families with kids out on the streets, the city only announced this change after the presidential election, for some reason.
The president-elect could run into some hurdles trying to implement mass deportations.
Yeah, experts say manpower is a major issue here, and if the feds ask the state for help, they would likely face pushback. But Trump does have some laws he can use to carry out his campaign promise.
That's absolutely right, and that kind of speaks to the complexity of this issue, right? We have seen the city grapple with this for quite some time now. But again, the city is once again reassuring these families that they are not just kicking them out and saying, hey, get out of here.
She says she started recording these videos of the food at this Long Island City shelter. Migrants living here say they're served moldy sandwiches, foul-smelling meals, and food that is still partially frozen. She says that's why the staff is often tossing out these big bags of uneaten food.
We know that thousands of crimes have been committed in our city, and so I support President Trump's desire to prioritize the removal of people in this country who are committing crimes.
It will all happen within 2 weeks.
That's law professor Anna Patratz-Acosta talking about a federal law that allows the government to speed up deportations. Right now, she says the government only uses it near the border to handle people who crossed into the country within the last couple weeks.
So families with kids in school will no longer be permanently evicted from city-run shelters. But what nobody's talking about is that ever since Donald Trump got re-elected, how the asylum crisis is managed here, that has become fragmented and now resembles a rudderless, directionless ship. Because not only has the city been forcing families in its shelters to move every 60 days to new shelters for months now, citing statistics that reveal some get fed up with constant relocations and just decide to leave on their own, the city's taken other actions that look somewhat contradictory to this new offer of free permanent housing, like canceling its debit card program that gave asylum seeker families $350 a week for food, which the city claimed was a massive success because it apparently saved everyone money while eliminating food waste, something that's now happening again at many of our shelters as the quality of food asylum seekers are receiving has dropped drastically. And now these places are throwing food right back into the trash, uneaten and unedible. And that brings us to the real reason why the city is now halting evictions of families who've got kids enrolled in public schools. Politically, it looks and sounds incredibly compassionate in the face of Donald Trump's deportation agenda. And we're America's largest sanctuary city. But even though we're a sanctuary city, critics say our shelter system has been jerking families around for months in an attempt to get them to decide to leave on their own. Yet because we're a sanctuary city and the home of the Trump resistance effort, New York has decided to double down on progressive plans to fix the homelessness many families are experiencing, not by preparing them to live on their own independently, but instead keeping them trapped in tiny hotel rooms, eating questionable food in the name of compassion, while the owners of those hotels get filthy rich. Which, as you're about to see, reveals that our asylum crisis seems destined to sustain itself no matter who's running America. So here, with the American flags, we have the Roosevelt Hotel, which is a 1,000-room shelter for families, as well as the Welcome Center for every new asylum seeker that arrives in town, where they need to go in order to get placed in a shelter. But the problem is our shelter system here is full, and for months now we've had rolling evictions of adults and families on 30 and 60-day time frames, a practice city officials have defended as being necessary to free up bed capacity, but now those plans are being rolled rolled back, and the plans to do that only materialized after the results of the recent presidential election.
President-elect Trump's mass deportation threats concerning many immigration advocates, fears amping up after Trump posted on Truth Social that he agreed with the idea of declaring a national emergency and using the military to deport. Trump said that he is...
So New York City's eviction policies when it comes to its overcrowded shelters have always been a source of contention right here. And as you can imagine, families with little kids getting moved out of places like this every few months, it's particularly hard on them. And critics say that's on purpose because statistics show that some of the families who leave never come back. Where they go after leaving the shelter is anyone's guess. The city does not keep track of that information, only that a family has left. And some of the families who moved into these midtown hotel shelters ended up getting relocated to some of the most remote facilities in the entire system, like the tent shelters, which exist over at Floyd Bennett Field and look like those pictured here on Randall's Island. And because of this policy, kids who used to have an easy commute to school now had to commute hours on buses and trains, which around here are notoriously unreliable. And this was a policy that had been going on for the last several months, but now they're changing it because the president's changed, I guess. But city leaders defended this policy as being necessary and humane, even though critics contend the city was deliberately making things difficult for asylum seekers. Now, whether this process was intentionally hard on families or unintentionally hard on families, we're never going to know. But one thing that we do know is now that the election is over, New York City is being looked at as a place that needs to resist a president many progressives do not support, and now policies that weren't humane in the past all of a sudden aren't, and now they're changing. Which is a weird reaction to plans that the new president has, which could get gang members and criminals off of our streets and out of shelters like this one where we know they're living. Look, here's a mom in front of this very same building talking about how she's afraid her kids will get swept into the criminal underworld because criminals live in this building. But because New York is now trying to resist all of Donald Trump's immigration plans, critics say this could create a pathway for some of the wrong people to keep living in places like this.
We know that thousands of crimes have been committed in our city, and so I support President Trump's desire to prioritize the removal of people in this country who are committing crimes.
So a new president gets elected, announces a deportation agenda targeting criminals, and what does the city do? Well, they cancel their own deportation agenda because that's what these revolving evictions were. Jerking people around, having them move every couple of months to a new place, that is its own deportation agenda because it gets people to give up on a system that they were welcomed into, that was designed to help them in the name of compassion, and then doesn't do that. And it looks extremely critical for the city to do this. Furthermore, this pause in evictions comes just a few weeks after our leaders were all celebrating the first major declines in the number of new arrivals coming here seeking shelter to begin with. And because less people were coming here and people were being moved around the shelter system, the number of people in the city's care also dropped. At the end of last year, the city had around 68,000 individuals in its care. And that number's dropped by around 10,000 people. So the asylum crisis here overall is getting smaller. And according to this article, for every 600 asylum seekers that arrive in the city on a bus or on a train looking for a place to stay, 1,400 leave this very same system. And these declines were being touted as a major achievement, a success story showing how well New York has managed this crisis from day one and how they're helping people. But if that were true, why would they change their policies to allow people to stay in the shelters longer if moving them out is such a great thing? And what about the dangerous gang members who live in these places and make them less safe?
Well, Trump's promised policies of mass deportation are spreading fear among millions of undocumented people living in this country, whether it's new asylum seekers or dreamers who've been here for decades. The issue front and center here in New York City, the New York Immigration Coalition working feverishly to fight back against President-elect Trump's immigration policy.
So it doesn't seem to matter to anybody advocating against President Trump's deportation plans that ICE only has around 6,000 people right now who can act in a deportation role, or that everybody involved in this, including the new border czar, have mentioned repeatedly that they are only going to target criminals and dangerous individuals. On top of that, the local ICE officials in New York are saying that it will take a lifetime to deport all of the criminals that are here. And even though most asylum seekers are not here to join gangs or be criminals, since we're a huge sanctuary city and we've got laws that help the bad guys evade the federal government, who has rules in place that are meant to keep people safe, including many of the asylum seekers that live in this hotel. Critics are saying those sanctuary city laws act as a magnet for criminals because they can come here and hide from authorities. Yet because there's so much progressive pressure on New York to resist everything the incoming president wants to accomplish because of who he is, we're now going to start doing things in New York that very well may lead to more criminals deciding to come here specifically because of what we offer people who the government is looking for. And the city's already experienced a whole bunch of protests against a deportation agenda that could actually make this place safer for immigrants who aren't here to commit crime. And with most asylum seekers and law-abiding immigrants having a legal right to remain here, these protests, all they do is spread fear among people who aren't actually at risk from any sort of deportation. But even though the mayor has come out against mass deportations and the city is halting evictions it was so proud of before the election, the fragmented nature of New York's asylum crisis continues when you look at the other ways the city is making things, some say deliberately worse for the 56,000 asylum seekers who are still in its care. So there's a massive dump truck here, and this is the back of the Roosevelt Hotel where they throw things out. There's also someone here in military gear who has some sort of ID, not sure what that's all about. But what's interesting is even though the city is now allowing people to stay permanently in these shelters if they've got kids in school, the actual accommodation that they're providing people with is so bad, many folks might decide to leave just because they can't take it anymore. And a lot of what gets thrown out at these shelters are the meals the city pays for asylum seekers to eat, which are apparently so bad, nobody can eat them.
That's why she says she started recording these videos of the food at this Long Island City shelter. Police and other migrants living here say they're served moldy sandwiches, foul-smelling meals, and food that is still partially frozen.
As a mother, it hurts to see my children cry because they don't want to eat the food at the shelter.
So, to refresh your memory, just a couple of weeks ago before the election, there was a debit card program that gave asylum seekers money that they could use to go out and buy their own food because everyone knows the food in these shelters is absolutely horrible. Now, the city has canceled that program even though they said it saved money and eliminated food waste, and now they're telling people that, hey, you can stay in the shelters as long as you want, but apparently you've got to put up with the terrible food we serve here, and they will then permanently evict themselves, which lines up with what the news is showing us. We've got a meal plan that's so bad, nobody wants the shelter the meal plan comes with. That's our asylum crisis now. And we're America's largest sanctuary city that claims to care about immigrants. And when you consider that just a few weeks ago the city had no problem providing people with the means to buy their own food, it almost looks like this new anti-eviction policy with the removal of the debit cards is just a reallocation of resources. And now that that program's gone, it's possible that 14,000 families may now have the opportunity to stay here as long as they can put up with the food. Yet politically, this sounds compassionate.
She says that's why the staff is often tossing out these big bags of uneaten food. Food provided by Healthy Heart Food Service, a vendor with more than $20 million in active contracts. Healthy Heart stands behind and takes great pride in the high-quality food it supplies to all of.
Now look, the news says the food's bad. I've spoken to people who work at these facilities and they say the food's bad, but the CEOs of these companies say that it's not. And how much do you want to bet that both sides are right? These companies aren't delivering food that's unedible. They're giving it to the city, who is then supposed to store it and serve it to people. And perhaps that is when the unedible part of this whole debacle comes to light. What if the food that's sent to these shelters is improperly handled and stored and it goes bad before it's supposed to? What if these meals are being pulled out of the freezer and just given to people? Or worse, what if they're unfrosted and then refrozen because nobody ate them and they tried to save money? And if the meals that were getting delivered to places like this were coming off the trucks and were obviously rotten and unedible, why would they bring them inside and try to serve them to people? That doesn't make sense at all. But look at this. One of the news reports shows one of the meals that people are complaining about, and it has instructions on it saying that it was packaged on October 7th and is supposed to be frozen from then until it's eaten, which has to happen before December 7th, which does reveal that the food people are getting in these places was probably made weeks ago. And if it's going to sit for a long period of time in one of these facilities while it waits to be eaten and anything goes wrong, that could cause it to spoil, and that could explain everything.
But one says the complaints keep coming about other vendors. The Department of Homeless Services would not agree to an interview, but sent CBS News New York a statement saying in part, protecting the health of our clients is a top priority. And the Department of Homeless Services...
You know, it doesn't seem to matter how much time, effort, or reform is put into our shelter system. It's still not a system that's helping people or accomplishing the goal that it's supposed to have. After all, shelters are supposed to help people get back on their feet. Yet with our shelters instituting revolving door evictions, 30 days for single adults, 60 days for families, and keeping that process going for a long time, it's pretty obvious that people are being forced out of these spots before they're actually ready to go. And now they're going to get to stay, but things are going to be so uncomfortable inside of these places that many people may choose not to. They're going to leave the second they're able to do so. And then the city will have another success story to celebrate because more people are voluntarily leaving the shelters and are not requesting more time inside of them. Yet none of this is a success story. In many cases, you've got people living in tents outside of some of the shelters they've been evicted from because they haven't achieved anything. They're not back on their feet. They're not living the American dream that many of these folks were welcomed off buses at the bus terminal and then brought over to shelters believing was at their fingertips. And whether you think New York is doing the right thing by offering shelter to people or not is besides the point. These facilities, because we're a sanctuary city, they're dangerous. Police cannot go inside and arrest the bad guys, which is why some of the bad guys, gang members, are now living in them. What do you think about that? Are New York's shelters actually helping people? And are President Trump's deportation plans that are going to target gang members and criminals a bad thing for a sanctuary city? Are they a bad plan for a place that's got problems with gangs that its own laws don't allow our leaders to get off the streets? What do you think? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Trump has promised mass deportations, but fear is already spreading. The Immigration Coalition is ready to go to court. Together, we will fight the fascist president-elect and his racist deportation.
So, as sanctuary cities across America brace for the impact of Donald Trump's second term, they're secretly making plans to fight back. And although our progressive leaders here in New York are still in shock that Vice President Harris didn't win, President Trump has made it clear that since he won, there's going to be mass deportations and a crackdown on sanctuary cities. And now our leaders are plotting behind the scenes to stop him by doing exactly what he campaigned against.
Trump, hear us. We are here and not leaving.
Steps away from the Trump International Hotel, you could hear the cries of immigrants and allies.
We know that immigrant communities are going to be under attack. We will begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
President-elect Donald Trump is doubling down on a key campaign pledge, but the American Immigration Council, a pro-immigrant advocacy group, says if Mr. Trump truly means to deport everyone, there are more than 13 million undocumented people in the United States.
Fears of an even larger migrant crisis grow ahead of Inauguration Day. People who have waited in Mexico for months for legal entry to the United States, they're afraid it's now or never.
On the flip side, more Latino voters supported Trump in this year's election.
I am Latina. I am heartbroken to see so many people voting for Trump.
3 suspects marched in. On the upper right of the screen, the barbershop owner jumps in to intervene. While the recent police crackdown on Roosevelt Avenue sparked pushback from migrant advocates, the barbershop owner says he wants more police.
So Mayor Adams says he'll work with Trump. However, behind closed doors, plans are being made that are beyond his control. But what nobody's talking about is that when President Biden announced his recent border security initiatives, nobody here cared. But now that President Trump wants to go a few steps further, the same individuals that could have been upset about the last initiative are all up in arms about this one, proving that New York City's sanctuary status and continued asylum crisis aren't just powered by progressive thinking, they're also powered by hatred for President Trump, who wants to bring those things to an end. An ending everyone hoped would eventually happen after Vice President Harris won the election and in their minds saved America. And in the months leading up to the election, our leaders were high-fiving each other because recent asylum seeker arrivals had dropped to around 2,800 people per month as a result of President Biden's executive border actions. And yes, 2,800 people a month is still a lot, but it's much lower than the 16,000 a month who were coming here earlier this year thanks to the help of Texas. And this reduction reduction in new arrivals led to the first reductions in asylees the city's caring for, 60,000 of whom still live in shelters, a number that could drop even lower if Donald Trump's deportations end up removing dangerous criminals and gang members from these locations where our officials know they're residing. And that brings us to the real reason why New York City is gearing up to fight President Trump's new immigration plans with everything it's got. This isn't just a sanctuary city. It's also a sanctuary city with soft on crime laws that typically releases dangerous criminals after they rob and assault others. Here, people who commit crime aren't viewed as crooks. Oh no, they're just victims of an unfair society, which is why our society refuses to lock them up. And even though President Trump's plans dictate priority arrests of the gang members and criminals and terror watch list suspects who've escaped into the country, those are the very people our leaders and activists end up defending when they say they're going to double down on sanctuary city policies in the name of protecting all immigrants, no matter who they are or what they may have done in the past. But as you're about to see, the idea that nobody should ever be deported, ever, for any reason, just puts the law-abiding immigrants and law-abiding asylum seekers in danger. So New York is America's largest sanctuary city, but it didn't get that way by accident. Years of elections have packed our city council and many elected positions throughout not just the city, but also the state, with enough left-leaning politicians to capsize just about anything. And this has led to laws that stop the NYPD from protecting immigrant communities from violence, because there's this idea floating around that police and immigrants are somehow toxic to each other. And even though Trump did better than many Republicans ever thought possible in New York, there are still quite a few people here who didn't vote for him, wish that he had lost, and aren't exactly being quiet about it.
Steps away from the Trump International Hotel, you can hear the cries of New York immigrants and allies.
We know that our immigrant communities
are in and out, black shirt, white pants, black shoes.
Protected from
So you've got to realize that the idea behind this rally, that these deportations may somehow be bad for immigrants no matter who they are or what their status in this country actually is, that's still how a majority of New Yorkers think. But this rally is based on a premise that stuff's going to happen, which can't. And the first point brought up is that immigrant communities are somehow under attack because Donald Trump won. But what immigrant communities are they talking about? Because in the last election, immigrant communities here voted redder than they ever have in recent memory. And how can it be possible that the anti-immigrant candidate, if that's what Donald Trump really was, did better with immigrants than any Republican has in a long time? People vote in their best interest, after all, and certainly immigrant communities wouldn't elect someone who they thought was going to remove them en masse from the country on his first day in office. That just doesn't make any sense. Also, it's worth mentioning that asylum seekers, they've now got the legal right to reside in this country as their asylum case plays out. So it can't possibly be them who Trump is after and is going to round up when they've got permission to be here. And Donald Trump's new border czar has given many interviews telling us exactly who he's going to prioritize, and they are specifically going to be looking for people who are criminals, people who are gang members, and folks who are on terror watch lists. Not families, not green card holders, not asylum seekers. Most of the people in New York don't have anything to worry about. On top of that, since this is a sanctuary city, the NYPD will not be involved at all in these deportation plans whatsoever. And as far as federal immigration agents, there are only 6,000 right now who are equipped to act as deportation. So the resources for a 1 million-man deportation army, those don't exist here in New York, and that makes one wonder. The immigrant communities the protesters say that Trump is coming for, are those communities of criminals? They very well might be, but you've got to remember that in New York, we don't see criminals as criminals. We see them as victims, and these are people who need to be defended and given second chances, which is why so many criminals that wind up in the back of police cars wind up walking free a few hours later. And you've got to remember, we've just been through a really tough election cycle, and many people can't drop the rhetoric and see each other as human beings. And you've still got people in New York and in this country who believe every single negative thing the television ever said about the president-elect. But what none of the protesters and activists who are trying to resist Donald Trump will tell you is that right now there are actual immigrant communities in this city who are under attack, and it's not from Donald Trump.
3 suspects marched in. On the upper right of the screen, the barbershop owner jumps in to intervene, trying to get the suspects out of his shop.
They believe the shooting was gang-related, and in particular, they say gang members from newly arrived migrants in New York. That's the latest from here.
So it was kind of hard to hear at the end there, but the people at the barbershop that was raided by gang members, they believe that those gang members were of Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan gang that was started in a prison. And this incident took place in a part of town that this gang has been operating openly in, packing the sidewalks and streets of Queens with illegal businesses. A New York Post investigation reveals that much of what's being sold on these sidewalk markets are stolen goods from places like Home Depot and department stores like Macy's. And when you realize that this gang specialty is human exploitation, you've got to wonder if the people who are out on a sidewalk on a freezing cold morning prefer to be there, or if they wish they were somewhere else, but we're told that this is what they better spend their time doing in service to a criminal organization. This whole thing looks even more suspect when you realize that the people who are selling things are being handed suitcases full of items to offload by men who are unloading a van. And to most people, gangs taking over barbershops, gangs stealing things from local businesses and forcing people to resell those things, that's what a real attack on an immigrant community looks like. It's happening right before our eyes in this very same city, but there aren't the same type of protests against it for some reason.
Trump, hear us. We are here and not leaving. We're going to resist, right? And one key way that we're going to resist is we're going to demand that our city and our state step up for immigrant communities.
That means making sure they have access to legal services. On the flip side, more...
So if we look at this situation and we take everyone at their word, both the activists and the new border czar, a frightening reality starts to emerge because these gang members, they're gonna be found and they're gonna be deported. And the activists are right. Some families may indeed get separated, but only if one family member happens to be on a terror watch list or a member of a dangerous criminal organization. And there very well may be raids at city-funded asylum shelters, but that's only because gang members happen to be living inside these places and everybody knows it. But once they get caught and arrested, the activists here are already saying that they're going to tell our city to support these very same individuals, possibly providing them with legal services and defending them, which could mean many of the gang members who parents with small children that live in these shelters wish didn't live there may end up coming back. All because activists are so upset that Trump won that they're looking to find anyone who's possibly a threat to him, anyone who he wants to get rid of, and they're going to say, you know what, I'm going to take the side of that person. We should defend them because it might help stop Trump, even if stopping Trump means crime in immigrant communities in New York, real crime in those communities continues to go in the wrong direction.
On the flip side, more Latino voters supported Trump. 46% of Latinos voted for him in 2024 compared to 32% in 2020.
I am Latina. I am heartbroken to see so many people voting for Trump and to see them abandon immigrant communities.
You know, the only anti-immigrant sentiments I'm hearing here are coming from some of the immigrants who say that they are protesting on behalf of immigrants. There's no room in this protest movement for people who disagree with the protesters. It's crazy. Even if many immigrants have a very valid reason, a real reason for doing so. But the reason this is happening is because the people at this protest have no idea how Donald Trump was able to get elected, and they have no idea why people who to them are his mortal enemies would vote for him. But all that can mean is that there must be a real disconnect here from the way the protesters live their lives and from what immigrants in middle-class communities in New York have to put up with on a regular basis in terms of crime and in terms of danger. And if you're experiencing gang-related crime in your neighborhood, who's gonna solve that for you? A bunch of protesters with signs that say they hate Trump, or the guy who says that he wants to deport criminals and people that are on watch lists? And why is it that these protesters don't seem to care at all about real gang violence that affects real immigrant communities and is doing it as we speak? Well, in order to answer that question, we're going to have to look at what activists have promised is going to start happening right here in New York after Trump's second term begins. So here we are inside Trump Tower, where nobody has yet seen the mass protests against the president-elect, just like the ones that happened the last time he was elected. But we've got reason to believe they're coming, because even though Trump now has boatloads of new supporters here in New York City, of all places, beneath the surface, the opposition is plotting and stirring to make a massive return when he does to the White House. In fact, they're not exactly being secretive about it. They're telling us when these protests will start. And apparently, they're going to be really big.
We need to mobilize and organize like we never did before.
In his his first rally since the election, Reverend Al Sharpton discussed the dangers of mass deportation. And this rally here is just the beginning.
So, the protest industrial complex will soon be here. You heard it right there on NBC. These little tiny rallies, they're just the beginning. Only the real protests are being set up behind the scenes, and they will soon descend upon New York, the sanctuary city capital of America and the home of the Trump resistance effort. And the TV cameras of the world will be here to broadcast a seemingly organic event that just appeared out of nowhere because people are so upset at the president-elect. Yet those same cameras are not pointed at statistics like this. Look at all the arrests that are happening in immigrant communities because of the wrong people being allowed to live in our asylum shelters. Yet here in New York, we're happy to brag that, hey, we're helping by giving people a place to live and not doing any background check to make sure that we're not putting a wanted fugitive down the hall from a family who's got little kids who need to be in school tomorrow morning. No, but we're helping, even though our helpful efforts may just enable the worst people on the planet to exploit those who fled them in their home countries. Something no one who's against the former 45th president and soon to be 47th president has any intention of protesting against for some reason. But interestingly, New York City's mayor, Eric Adams, has been surprisingly quiet and resistant to these growing resistance movements that are basically calling on him to condemn every single one of the people in New York who voted for Trump and Trump himself before he even takes office.
But under the weight of the migrant crisis that has strained his administration, Mayor Eric Adams has lamented the lack of cooperation with the feds, especially when it comes to migrants who commit crimes. Adams has been hesitant to criticize President-elect Trump's immigration rhetoric and would not say...
So it's important to understand that the laws in New York City are why we have this growing problem of violence targeting immigrant communities that's existed here long before Donald Trump was even a quote-unquote threat to those very same communities. We're a sanctuary city, which means we harbor those who are on the run from the federal government of this country. And we do that based on the idea that federal immigration laws are terrible for America and are unjust and are wrong. But by protesting against those laws and any president that wants to come into office and enforce them here in New York, we've created a situation that's wrong. We've created a situation that's doing damage to our own immigrant communities that we're so worried about protecting. And the most interesting thing about this is the main ingredient that many say has caused the asylum crisis here to look the way it does, our generous right to shelter laws that allow everyone to get a free place to stay just by asking, aren't even the real problem in this city. The real problem here is that we're giving the wrong people access to that, and they don't lose access to it when they wind up in the back of a police car. But the reality is that even if New York does become home of an anti-Trump resistance effort, the results of the last election were so one-sided, it was such a landslide that Donald Trump is going to come into office with a mandate to resist the very things that many Americans agree are hurting immigrant communities and are hurting the country. And many people think Donald Trump is going to have a mandate to ignore distracting voices in places like this, which now represent a minority viewpoint among Americans. What do you think about that? Are these deportation plans going to be a good thing for America or a bad thing for America? And is there a difference between the types of immigrant communities that we have here? Is there a difference between law-abiding who are here for the American dream and criminals and gangs who are here for everything that exists in opposition to that? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Even my customers are scared coming in here.
This deli manager, Ahmed, says one of the most dangerous jobs in the city is working in a deli, especially late at night.
It's a part of their job.
But it should absolutely not be.
So, New York City's beloved delis, they've been part of a growing crime wave, which isn't exactly new, as our laws protect criminals who never get sent to jail for stealing. However, now those same laws are being used to arrest the law-abiding, which is what's happened to several employees at stores like this one who've tried to stand up to thieves on their own.
A police search tonight for a repeat robber seen on video holding up the same bodega not once, not twice, but 3 different times.
It's been bad. We've been dealing with these guys all the time, but this time was different.
This time, they didn't leave without trying to fight.
Francisco did not know what he had in his hand could have been a knife. If he has to go to jail, I don't know what the kids are gonna do.
It all happened in less than 30 seconds. The 2 men walked into the A&H deli, picked up the ATM, walked out, and got into a van. His co-worker, too stunned to even act.
Deli owners we spoke to say it's hard right now to find people willing to work behind the counter in these conditions.
We having problem. I don't have no deli man on weekends.
I think we need some security at the doors, especially the store that's open 24 hours.
And now police say this deli is just one of 20 that have been hit in an ongoing robbery pattern.
So local business owners in New York are controversially taking matters into their own hands when it comes to crime. And this is not the first incident of its kind, but what nobody's talking about is that prosecuting the innocent and defending criminals, that's been the new normal here for so long that it's not exactly new. And the last thing our progressive leaders want is for someone who has a business to stop someone who doesn't have one from robbing it. Now, of course, nobody wants vigilantes, and no store owner should try to take on criminals. They should call law enforcement. However, critics say that's what many business owners have been doing. Yet our laws release these very same crooks who oftentimes return to the scene of the crime, putting many owners and employees in a position where they say they've got their backs to a wall. And this is bewildering to many of us normal individuals. Why would a city defend criminals at the expense of businesses, many of whom are cornerstones of their community? That doesn't make any sense. Until, of course, you realize that New York City's legal system sees people not as criminals who rob and threaten the survival of our working class. Instead, they're seen as victims of a society that's been unfair to them in some way. And when they commit crime, our legal system takes the position that whoever their victims are probably deserved it for being financially independent. Which brings us to the real reason why there's this convenience store crime wave and why owners of these little places are getting in trouble for protecting themselves when law enforcement fails to arrive. It makes our leaders look bad for defunding the police, a decision which now appears to have made law-abiding society vulnerable to criminals, while at the same time our progressive leaders secretly see these criminals as those who need to be kept safe from society and its laws. However, as you're about to see, it's normal, hardworking people who need protection, and they're not getting it. So here we've got your little corner store, your deli, your bodega. They've got so many names, but all you need to know is that they basically function like an elevated version of 7-Eleven. This place has a salad bar. And in some parts of the city, these are the only places you can buy groceries because there aren't grocery stores, making stores like this the only option some folks have to get what they need to survive. But sadly, little stores like this have so many problems with crime, some of them may not survive.
He says the two men walked into the A&H Deli on Ralph Avenue and Herkimer Street, picked up the ATM, walked out, and got into a van. His co-worker, too stunned to even act. Halal says there are two ATMs in the deli. One is bolted to the ground. The other, the one that...
Okay, if criminals can do that and get away with it, nobody arrested, more of these businesses are going to look like the one behind me, which is closed. And to stop his store from closing, one store owner took matters into his own hands when criminals entered his business to try and steal from it. And he controversially used an item to defend himself that he says was left on the premises inside one of the bathrooms by a criminal. And you see this bodega owner here, he was working at his store when two masked men entered, just like in that video we looked at, and started stealing. And to make matters worse, those men themselves were apparently armed. But even though the robbers who entered the store had illegal items of their own that they were going to use to assist them in their criminal endeavors, the owner, he was also doing something illegal by using the thing he found to defend the store and scare them off. On top of that, the owner of the store, who's being charged, says he found the illegal item in the bathroom of his shop 2 hours prior to the criminal activity taking place. And since the store owner did not have a license for such an item, this whole situation is wrong. He found it 2 hours before the criminals came into the store. It's a high crime area. He should have called the police, and had they been there, this whole situation probably wouldn't have happened, but the owner made a mistake by holding on to that thing that he found. Now, I'm not saying he's a bad guy. Nobody is. Everyone defending him says he's a great guy. He goes to church, he's got kids, and he just wanted to keep himself safe. But here's why this is controversial. In this city, it's common for criminals to have charges against them dismissed or downgraded to the point where they're not actually criminals anymore. And here we've got a business owner who may not receive the same treatment from our justice system. And the reason this looks so unfair is because selective enforcement of laws against criminals is what many people say has led to robbery patterns like those we're witnessing. And now we've got a business owner that may suffer from selective enforcement. Either way, this is not the first time something like this has happened at a small business in recent months.
The store surveillance video shows two young men walking in and splitting up inside Franja Wines and Liquors on Wyckoff Avenue. One of them tries to steal a large liquor bottle right in front of the camera, but owner Francisco Valerio and his brother Luis are onto them, grabbing them and telling the would-be thieves to get lost. This time, they didn't leave without trying to fight. One throws down his bag and...
So we're standing in front of a small, privately owned liquor store like the one in this story, which was getting robbed by criminals who could have been armed. And in this story, you have two repeat offenders who were well known to the owners of the establishment and had been caught stealing there before. Apparently, they entered the store and started putting items in their jackets when the owner and his brother spotted them and decided to escort them out, at which point things took a turn for the worst when the criminals decided that they didn't like being escorted out of a business they weren't done robbing. And one of the owners, who's now facing charges, was holding on to a registered item that he had on his person with a license to carry, which accidentally went off during the scuffle. It happened on the sidewalk right in front of the business. Multiple security cameras captured it. The criminal was not seriously injured, and the owner was licensed this time, but he's still being charged. And regardless of your stance on this story, this is another moment where we've all got to appreciate the fact that had the police been involved, things probably would have turned out differently. And in hindsight, everyone probably agrees that a couple of stolen bottles of wine would have been a small price to pay for all of the trouble everyone's going through now. But once again, the only reason this seems unfair is because the only one in this story with anything to lose is the store owner, not the criminals. They're not going to lose anything because of this.
Francisco did not know what he had in his hand. Could have been a knife. If he has to go to jail, I don't know what the kids are going to do.
Tonight, Valerio's emotional...
Now, in hindsight, none of this is worth it. It's a shame. It's too bad the police couldn't get there. And now we've got two business owners who could lose everything, and their families are now in jeopardy. However, this brings up a larger question because violent criminals entered these stores and started doing something that was wrong. At what point does a law-abiding citizen have the right not to be taken advantage of? That's something that a lot of people want to talk about when they hear stories like this. And some people are saying that had these store owners not stuck up for themselves, things could have ended tragically for them. And the only reason the story doesn't go that way is because in both of these situations, things ended badly in a minor way for the assailants who were already doing the wrong thing. And defenders of these businesses want to know at what point will well-meaning people provide for their families and are not criminals, at what point will they stop being treated like them.
Valerio's emotional family and neighbors, with the support of the United Bodega Workers, are urging the Queens DA not to prosecute the 53-year-old father who has no criminal record.
New York is our witness. We're not asking the district attorney for anything. That's not fair.
Honestly, after watching something like this, realizing that here you've got somebody who was obeying the law and was licensed to have the item that they had on them at the time this went down, it really scares me. Like, what can you do if you're in a business and you're obeying the law and something goes wrong? Will you always be a criminal just because things didn't work out perfectly? And at what point will our laws have the backs of the law-abiding? That's something that everybody running a store like this wonders every time they hear about these stories. At the same time, I think we can all agree that some irresponsibility was exercised on behalf of all of the business owners we've talked about. But critics of the city's soft on crime policies would say, how is a reasonable person expected to behave in a situation that could be life-threatening? On top of that, all of these incidents took place because of the lawless environment that's been fostered by our justice system. And critics say until that changes, our crime problems in this city and little businesses like this are only going to keep going in the wrong direction.
Contact Nina.
So here we have a flashing security camera above the entrance to this CVS.
And sadly, gimmicks like this are all that these stores can do in the face of rising crime and shoplifting that just will not stop.
But as you look around this store and you see every progressive solution to crime installed and operating, like all of this plexiglass here walling off most of the store itself, it becomes pretty obvious that the way the city wants businesses to fight crime is to do it themselves, which is unfortunately not something every store is able to afford to do. First of all, you don't have the space to do something like this in one of those tiny little bodegas, leaving many of them with panic buttons as their only defense option, and as you're about to see, those don't do a whole lot.
United Bodegas of America standing together, taking it upon themselves to protect themselves after a string of violent attacks so far this summer.
Today, we are launching a pilot program where bodegas in New York City will be able to get what we've been asking for years.
So it's been about 5 months since these panic buttons were rolled out at some bodegas, and they're obviously not moving the needle a whole lot when it comes to crime, because crime in these places and in stores like this is still out of control and doesn't look like it's going to get any better until this city decides to put some money back into its police force, which is so short-staffed they can't respond to every robbery they get called about.
And the problem is that even if they do respond to reports of crime and they do make an arrest, whoever it is the police do arrest oftentimes gets released and is right back out on the streets. And it's been almost 5 years since these decriminalization efforts first started off in this state, and many are now saying we've got all the proof we need that these efforts have failed. They've just led to more crime, which is why it should be surprising to no one that suspects busted in serious crimes are more likely to be rearrested under these reforms.
This article quotes a study saying that 47% of those arrested for felony were rearrested in the following 2 years since these reforms were enacted. On top of that, it shows that the number of accused felons who were rearrested for doing something really bad is up 3.3 percentage points than in years prior,
revealing that recidivism among dangerous individuals is going up as our consequences for committing crime go down.
And now we're just supposed to wait around for these criminals who could be anywhere to show up again in the future to their court dates, something that doesn't always happen, sadly.
The launch follows a string of violence at bodegas in just the last week.
Code
Militech
1
could potentially
base
cost taxpayers
$0.0.
$3,000 per store per year. Councilmember Oswald Feliz wants to convince his colleagues to invest $15 million into the program.
Okay, so panic buttons, are those better than nothing? Yes, but they're not better than a system of justice that deters crime. Without a system like that, you could have all the panic buttons and flashing police cameras and security plastic you want. It's not going to change the trajectory of our crime problems.
And the fascinating thing about this is that these decriminalization efforts, they were designed to protect criminals. But we just heard about 2 stories where criminals were not protected by these laws. In fact, they got injured when they went into stores and started stealing.
Revealing that a lawless environment just makes everyone less safe, and our justice system, it's failing these people by not intervening in their lives, acting as a deterrent from a crime-filled future that is just going to put them at risk. Think about that. Most of these people that are out there committing crimes over and over again, they've been failed at every level of society, and now the justice system that would finally be a consequence that could cause some to reflect on their lives and rehabilitate, that has been taken away from vulnerable members of our society. And without it, many people, they see no reason to change their behavior because nothing is going to come along and force them to do that. That's how you have people who've been arrested 10, 20, 30 times who are still out there. And look at this, 327 people were responsible for 30% of the crime in 2022. How is our justice system helping these people change their ways by giving them second chances? It's not, and it's putting the lives of those very criminals at risk, along with the owners and employees of all of the stores that these people are targeting. What do you think about that? Is the crime problem we have here because of our legal system, or should we change our legal system? Is it not progressive enough, and is that the real problem? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Beneath the glimmering sidewalks of Herald Square, homeless outreach workers are pleading with a man with bare feet. Others approach another man who refuses to move.
This breaks my heart right here.
Mayor Adams is determined to change this.
So every winter when temperatures drop, the subway sadly turns into a place of refuge for New York City's homeless. And while the city has plans to relocate unhoused individuals out of America's largest public transit network, activists say the homeless have a right to use the subway how they see fit since it's open to the public. But as it turns out, the mayor has plans to change that.
We are getting a better idea of the progress being made under the Adams administration's controversial overnight homeless outreach program.
This is a picture-perfect example of why we should not be saying he has a right to be out there. He doesn't know he needs help.
On a crowded subway station, you've got half of the subway cars taken up with people who are sleeping. They're not committing a crime per se here, but this is a symptom of a larger problem.
Sad-looking storefronts here underground where you could once grab a slice or a newspaper or a coffee. Of 195 retail spaces in the subway system, only 52 of them are open for business, a vacancy rate of nearly 75%.
I have two young boys. They're 9 and 13. I don't want my boys walking around when we see that.
It's about understanding our responsibility to help people who are in desperate need but just can't recognize it themselves. And there's nothing respectful about leaving somebody to rot.
Some are starting to say the subway is turning into an underground wasteland. And we're going to investigate this wasteland to see how bad it really is. But what nobody wants to admit is that you can drastically decrease the number of people living down here if you do more to help them live somewhere else. But our subway is actually a mess of New York City's own making, with crime and lawlessness so out of control down here. There is still a force of National Guard troops deployed throughout the system, monitoring it for dangerous activity, along with thousands of extra police. And city leaders know that the second they pull out, the criminals are just going to come right back. But you know something? Lawlessness doesn't stop at physical crimes like robbery and assault, which still take place down here because troops aren't riding the trains. The lawlessness down here also includes fare evasion, which costs the city roughly $700 million a year in financial losses. And shockingly, when the MTA arrests fare beaters, they tend to have active warrants. On top of that, a high-profile court case involving Jordan Neely, a homeless street performer with 42 prior arrests, has city officials admitting more people could unknowingly be putting themselves and others in harm's way. And that brings us to the real reason why the city is now taking drastic steps to move people who are homeless and living in the subway out of it. It puts people with mental health issues at risk, and it's not fair for a city that spends as much money as New York does every year not to do more to help people who think this is the only place they have to stay. And with the city set to activate its controversial congestion pricing scheme, which will tax drivers who refuse to use the subway, the powers that be have decided that if they're going to punish everyone who doesn't use our dangerous public transit networks, they better not do it while also punishing the homeless by neglecting them. But as you're about to see, the city's efforts to help people move out of this place aren't exactly going as planned. So here we are at the 34th Street Herald Square subway terminal, which is quite large, quite warm, and sadly has become a visual display of the humanitarian crisis taking place beneath the streets of New York City. In fact, this particular area where we're standing right now with this green backdrop here, this used to be the entrance to a mall which has become abandoned, and it's a place where people have been sleeping in the evenings. At least that was what was going on down here until the city decided to take steps to stop that from happening. Steps which many say are extremely controversial. At the same time, look at this place. It's loud, it's bright, there's dripping water, there's trash all over the place. This is not where somebody should be trying to live on a full-time basis, that's for sure. And city officials are defending their new plans as being necessary to help those who may not be able to help themselves.
Governor Kathy Hochul said today that to address the city's mental health crisis. That will come as more news to those in need. Boots on the ground police officers and social.
So here you have a group of police and outreach workers who invited the press to come with them to this very same subway terminal while they went about contacting, that's what they call it when they interact with people who might appear to be unhoused. And the New York Post, who tagged along, says that 96 individuals were found to be sleeping in this one terminal. And there's an extremely high likelihood that if this investigation had taken place in more places than just this, that the sad state of affairs down here would be even more obvious. Furthermore, this tag-along only included a stroll through this terminal. They didn't ride trains, where there are many people who sadly are calling that their temporary home. And although the total number of homeless living in the subway is unknown, this article estimates it could be as high as 4,100 people. And there could be more people living down here in the subway than in some small towns in America, which is shocking. However, what's even more shocking is that the city's efforts to help move people from here to an actual place which has been set aside for them to stay haven't exactly been working.
Each night, nurses and social workers are teaming up with New York City police officers, part of the mayor's latest initiative to offer shelter and services to the homeless, and to involuntarily commit those with severe mental illness who refuse treatment.
So this is the part where things get controversial. Every night you've got these outreach teams that scour the subway looking for folks who might be down here and might not have anywhere else to go. And their goal is to help them go somewhere better than this. And the way this is done is by approaching an individual who might be sleeping or lounging about the platform and asking them if they need assistance, which activists say constitutes harassment, while ignoring the inhumanity of letting people think this dangerous environment is the only place they've got to stay. However, the New York Post says of the 96 people who were contacted and asked if they needed assistance, only 16 agreed to accept. Yet the city does have the authority to involuntarily commit people who could be a danger to themselves and others, something the governor says could have saved Jordan Neely, who was part of an altercation in the subway which made national headlines. And sadly, the governor makes a good point. If you've got people living in the subway who are not in the right frame of mind to take care of themselves and nothing is done, those people are at risk.
More than 5,000 have been approached in the past 3 months, and roughly 1/3 have accepted care, including treatment. The critics say that he should have a right to be in a public subway system on a public street, and he shouldn't be harassed by the city or by the police.
And the critics are so far removed from what everyday New Yorkers want.
Just this morning.
So this report says 5,000 people have been approached by these outreach teams with better results than were witnessed in this very same terminal. And Mayor Adams has had some incredibly harsh words for progressive critics who say people should be allowed to live in the subway full time with no intervention because it's a public place. He says not only is doing something like that inhumane, it is the opposite of what New Yorkers, average New Yorkers, are actually in favor of. Because average New Yorkers know how much money they are paying in taxes. And when they get on the subway and they want to ride it and they're either unable to or there's no room to get a seat because someone happens to be living there, they say to themselves, where is this money going if it's not being used to take care of people who have nothing? At the same time, 2025 is a local election year here in the city, which some say has a lot to do with why new steps are being taken to change how things have been getting done around here. Because every single time people see a person with nowhere else to go, sleeping in the subway or on a bus, it looks to them like there is a lack of leadership on this issue. At the same time, the mayor and the police commissioners say that they're fighting an uphill battle. City laws only allow them to do so much to help people who might be in a vulnerable, bad situation, and they want state laws to be passed to enable them to do more. And the specific thing they're looking at doing is codifying what is called involuntary removal.
This is a guy, he's got a Skittles box on his head.
This is a picture-perfect example of why we should not be saying he has a right to be out there. He doesn't know he needs help. We have to give him that.
Now, progressive policies say that it would be wrong to intervene in a man's life when he is spiraling out of control because doing so would take away his right
to self-determination in the pursuit of happiness as he sees fit. And for a long time, various leaders of New York have treated the subway as just another public space and have made people feel bad about their desire to see people who are there and are obviously in distress helped in some way. Something that would also make America's largest public transit network safer and more usable for those who pay to use it. On top of that, a public transit network is not designed as a living quarters for anybody. And at present, state lawmakers are considering the Supportive Interventions Act, which would say that a person in need of medical or psychiatric care can be forcibly removed from the streets. But the only terrifying thing about this is it would be the government who determines who needs a psychiatric evaluation, and that's not going to sit right with everybody. And in the future, what if an act like that is abused? However, proponents of these ideas say that current laws and policies, which do allow for involuntary commitment, don't give the police the tools they need to help those who are now in distress, and who also may not have the agency to understand the effect their choices have on their very lives. However, as you're about to see, there's another cost associated with allowing the subway to be run in this manner, and if the city doesn't do something about it soon, things down here might get even worse.
2206 in service.
Dispatch run minute 72.
So behind me, we've got a small business. There's a vending machine around the corner here, a couple of ATMs. There are signs of life down here that kind of bring the subway back almost 20 years ago when you used to have all kinds of stores and shops in this environment. A lot of those, however, have not been able to make it. And really, it should be no surprise why a business might find it tough to operate in a high crime environment. That is a visual humanitarian disaster that the city is not tending to.
Sad-looking storefronts here underground, where you could once grab a slice or a newspaper or a coffee of 195 retail spaces in the subway system.
A female named Brianna. It's going to be at 2591 Alana Lane. RP is for Brianna's boyfriend. He's on 911 saying she's under the influence of alcohol and that she's trying to hurt herself. She does have children there. He does not know if she has weapons or not.
Let alone spend money. At least they've gotten around to reopening some of the bathrooms that have been closed for the last 4 years. That's a good start. And with the high levels of crime and the constant militarization of this environment, it's hard to think of who wants to have lunch in a place like this or buy something expensive. But it's not just this incredibly dilapidated station which is having these types of retail problems. No, in fact, even one of the nicest subway terminals in the entire system, which is located down on Fulton Street, has a similar problem. That facility cost over $1 billion to build. It's designed as both a mall and a transit hub, yet the mall portion is entirely empty. All of the stores are closed, and the mall giant Westfield that was leasing it from the city is in the process of canceling and breaking their lease because they say the city hasn't maintained a crime-free, safe environment to try and lease out stores. And that makes sense. Anybody who spends more than 5 minutes down here understands how quickly they need to get out of here and move on with their day. And certainly, who's going to pull out their wallet or purse to buy something expensive if they think something bad might happen to them while they're doing that? But to make matters worse, even the police commissioner has mentioned that she has safety issues with this place as well and doesn't think it's safe enough for her family.
I have 2 young boys. They're 9 and 13. I don't want my boys walking around that. I don't feel they're safe when we see that, so that's what this program is designed to do.
Brian Stett is the deputy.
Okay, if this subway is not safe enough for the police commissioner, I'm not sure who it's safe enough for. Yet it's welcome news to many that the city finally seems to be doing something down here about this environment to make it safer for everybody, including those who are in need. And you know, I don't think any of us want to hear at this point that they don't have the money to go about doing this because they're wasting millions on all kinds of bizarre things, like a study to examine the psychology of those who don't want to pay to use this place. And speaking of losing money, this article says that the subway itself is losing $800 million a year, which is higher than prior estimates, to people who evade the fare. Oddly, that number is just $200 million less than the $1 billion their congestion pricing scheme, which is going to tax cars, needs to generate by law to even be in place in the first place. And what this essentially means is that if you have a car, you will now be subsidizing crime and lawlessness down here in the subway itself. What a beautiful system.
5,600 people made contact, 1,700 were placed. the discrepancy there are people who didn't want help, or are there not spaces for them?
No, there are spaces for them, in fact. And, you know, people do have a right to say no. The mayor says they don't have a right to be sleeping in the subway system. So what they do is they just move on. They get out.
So apparently the city does have facilities that are set up for folks who might be down here and think that this is the only place they can stay. But apparently those facilities were empty because a lot of people down here don't want to use them, which brings us back to the start of this video where folks like the mayor are saying that interventions need to be allowed because people aren't taking the helping hand that is being offered to them. And of course, this once again raises debate over what's humane and what's not humane.
Patient is
Should
42
people
years old.
know
He's
where else
having
to go
face
or
pain,
get to one of these welfare
just
centers,
below the
will
right
be treated in a manner that forces
cheek,
them to move along.
along with
Or is it
nausea and
possible that
vomiting.
the city's
Been
care
going on for
facilities
about
are
2
so
weeks now.
unsafe and so dangerous that many folks are better off not using them? Because there have definitely been widespread reports that some of these care facilities are not exactly caring and the workers are rather rough on the guests, which makes sense why people might not want to go there either. And the timing of this new effort to help the homeless no longer live in the subway cannot be a coincidence. This humanitarian disaster has been taking place beneath our streets for a long time, and this is the first time anything's being done to help the less fortunate move to a place that might be better suited to them. What do you think about that? Are the city's plans to help the homeless in the subway itself a coincidence? Is this something that they were planning on doing all along? And are they good plans? Is it a good thing to help someone move out of the subway if they truly think this is the only place that there is for them? Let me know what you think about that. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you to Straight Arrow News for sponsoring this video.
Do you know what you're having for dinner tonight? Sadly, for countless residents here in New York City, that answer is tough because they are struggling to even afford food. In fact, a new report shows that in the last 3 years, more people in our city are visiting their local food pantries.
So as New York increasingly becomes a city for the rich and the well-connected, it's increasingly less of a place average people can survive. And with people spending thousands of dollars on their rent, recent reports reveal increasing numbers of folks can no longer afford groceries, as out-of-control crime jacks up the prices on everyday items faster than inflation. And for some reason, nobody running this city seems to be doing anything about it.
Things are bad. Increasingly, people with jobs in New York City can't afford healthy food for their families. 1 in 3 New Yorkers has used a food pantry over the past 3 years.
Costs are going up. Costs go up in a store when they have to recover the loss that they don't make on the stolen goods. Think about that.
It's devastating because we want to be able to serve all of the families. We want to be able to give food to everyone.
Jasmine Bethencourt is one of the supervisors at Riseboro Food Pantry in Bushwick. She expresses deep concern about the current state of food insecurity at her pantry.
Even though people are making money, even though people may be employed in some capacity, that's still not enough to keep up with those rising costs, those hardships, and so they're still needing to turn to free food assistance to food pantries to meet those needs.
We've all seen the videos of people shoplifting, but just when you think you've seen it all, a trio on Long Island stealing ice cream, $640 worth of it.
Wow, ice cream. That just for ice cream is crazy.
That's pretty pathetic.
That's actually crazy. Out of all the things that they would take is ice cream.
And it was all caught on video.
So affordability in New York has reached a new low with more full-time workers than ever relying on pantries. But what nobody's talking about is even though we get stories like this at the end of the year, every year they're getting worse as the economy deteriorates. And the first signs of this were evident 1 year ago with the demise of New York City's community fridges, which had sprung up during 2020 and were maintained by generous locals who wanted to come together in a way our politicians cannot. But as rent and living costs here have exploded over the last few years, those fridges, which were once stocked with produce, are now pretty much empty, if they even still work at all. And sadly, instead of there being an excess of volunteers to help feed the less fortunate, there are now excess lines at food pantries all over town. And with New York having the third worst inflation of any city in America, food prices are hitting levels that are unaffordable for most people who have just paid their highest in the nation apartment rents, forcing many families to make unfortunate choices about what and and when they'll eat, with some food banks reporting a 40% increase in visitors from 2021. Which brings us to the real reason why food shortages are now hitting New York. Yes, inflation is high everywhere, but here it's even higher than it should be because of our laws, which are making everything worse. And New York doesn't just have laws that make it expensive for businesses to operate in general, but we've also got laws that fail to punish criminals who steal things, with theft in New York State contributing to a $4.4 billion loss in economic activity, which causes the prices of what New Yorkers buy, even if it's at a grocery store or a bodega, to cost way more than it should. Plus, New York's congestion pricing scheme, which will tax traffic, kicks off in just a few weeks. And although this may pour needed money into our rotting public transit network, critics say it'll do it by adding fees to each delivery of vegetables at a local grocery store in the congestion zone. And as you're about to see, all of this combined is just going to lead to more food shortages at a time when our food pantries are already tapped out. So here we have one of New York's last surviving community fridges, but it's empty. And that's because it costs money and time to put stuff in a donation bin like this. And food pantries, they've got a similar problem. It costs money to give things to a food pantry, and it costs time to volunteer at one. Which creates a problem because as demand for assistance goes up, there are less people to help meet that demand at places that are supposed to help people.
We want to be able to give food to everyone.
Jasmine Bethencourt is one of the supervisors at Riseboro Food Pantry in Bushwick. She expresses deep concern about the current state of food insecurity at her pantry.
At this point, we're at capacity.
So here we got a local food pantry. They're seeing higher demand than they ever have before, and they're unable to meet the needs of all of their guests. Think of how depressing that is for the workers to just see more and more people coming in every single week, and to also be getting less help at the exact same time this is happening. It's terrible, and there should be red flags going off in the offices of the people that run New York about what a big problem this is. And think of how tough this is for people in a community that have been relying on a food pantry for a while and now can't get the same amount of help from it. And this isn't just a small handful of people we're talking about here. New York has 8 million residents. And according to this article, 1 million of them struggle with food insecurity. That's a lot of people. And we aren't just talking about homeless individuals here. Everyone is struggling. The middle class, working people. And if you think grocery prices are high where you live, you should go to a Whole Foods in New York. I saw milk that was over $9 a gallon. Yes, it was the organic, but still, that's a lot of money. The eggs, those were super expensive as well. On top of all of the other costs that people have here, this is just way too much.
The pantry serves over 400 families per week and has adapted to meet the diverse needs of the community, especially during the holidays. But despite their efforts, challenges persist.
One of the biggest challenges that we're facing.
So you heard it right there. More people are coming to places like pantries and little food banks like this because there's just not enough money to pay people's bills and buy their food here anymore. On top of that, these pantries, they've got the same problem as these community fridges. You need people to help run them, but if people are spending more time at work to take care of themselves or taking on second jobs or gig work, there will be less volunteers and there will be less donations. And this article from November of 2023 talks about how community fridges were starting to disappear. A great example of this is one of the fridges located near a boxing gym on Bleecker Street. This place was around for a long time, but then the business supporting it ended up shutting down, so the fridge went with it, and before it was closed, this particular community fridge was virtually empty most of the time. There just wasn't anything in it. And that's the same problem this fridge is having. There's nothing in here. The shelves are bare. It's very sad to see. And honestly, the only reason this is still here is because it is chained to the parking lot next to the community center. And to power it, there's a cord running through here, which goes behind this fence and plugs in. Without the community center, this place would be long gone. And I guess it doesn't matter if this place is here or not. If the fridge is empty, it's not doing any good. It's just sucking up electricity for no reason. And that is why a lot of community fridges have ended up shutting down. They fall into disrepair because they're outside, nobody puts anything in them, they just turn into a waste of money. And what's crazy is this is coming at a time when the city is disposing of food at its asylum shelters that is apparently so bad nobody can eat it, and they're wasting money doing this. And what that reveals is that the way to solve this isn't to have the government here buy food and prepare it and give it to people. They've proven that they're incapable of doing that.
Pantries are experiencing a notable rise in clients, particularly full-time working people. 1 in 3 adults and nearly half of families with children faced food hardship in 2023. Research analysts have...
That's an absolute disaster. 1 out of every 3 adults suffering with food insecurity. That's terrible. And that means that people don't have enough money in their pockets. That's a problem. And it's a problem the government here could solve if they really wanted to. But then they can't use that money to throw food in the trash, which they're doing in the name of compassion.
But the study goes even further, revealing that almost half of families with kids are in the exact same situation, which makes sense. Families with kids have to rent larger apartments to house more people, and those extra people they live with, their kids, don't earn an income, which means their living costs are even higher, and surviving here is even more of a challenge than it is for somebody who's single and just has to take care of themselves. And look at this. Last year, rents grew over 8%, but incomes grew at just 1.2%. That's a massive gap between what people have to pay and what they can afford. But the problem here is that these are housing costs. Economic experts say that housing is an inflexible cost because you've got to pay your rent for your apartment every single month, and if you don't pay it, you're going to get kicked out.
And they also say that food and nutrition are elastic expenses, which means you could change what you're eating. You could eat less of something. You could buy food at a different place if the place that you were going costs too much. And that's where people are making sacrifices.
If one can't go to Whole Foods, then they can go to Key Foods, or they can check out the local pantry or community fridge to see what's being handed out. There's no shame in that, especially in a city that's charging people way too much to live in it in the first place.
And that brings us to the part in our story where we look to our leaders who've sworn to fight for the average, everyday working man. That's what they campaigned on, but they still haven't gotten around to doing it for some reason.
The topics we're covering today reveal that we live in a crazy world, and it doesn't help that news is coming at us 24/7 from both reputable and questionable sources. And as someone who spends hours researching current events to make these videos, I can tell you firsthand that many news outlets are just giving you their preferred version of the story. Which is why you need to know about Straight Arrow News, today's video sponsor, who helps you find fact-based, nonpartisan reporting on every topic that matters, while helping you walk through the minefield of biased reporting that is today's media landscape. Straight Arrow News lets you discover all sorts of perspectives, see the facts, and come to your own conclusions. First up, they've got the media landscape, which tells you what networks are covering a given story, and which side of the political spectrum they're on. Plus, Straight Arrow News divides opinion-based articles on the political orientation of select contributors, including prominent, sensible voices on the right and the left. On top of that, there's even a media miss tool, which highlights articles that mainstream media may have been too busy spinning their audiences to cover. But the best part is Straight Arrow News is completely free. You don't have to pay to use it, and you can use it by checking out the link in the description of this video to see what a difference journalistic integrity makes.
So over here, we got your local supermarket, but there's a problem with it. Yes, it's a new store. Yes, it's experiencing a certain level of theft, which raises prices, but prices here could go up even higher because it's located south of 60th Street in New York City's new congestion zone. And every truck that comes in here to bring food to this store is going to get hit with fees. And some people think those fees are going to get rolled into the cost of food people living around here already can't afford.
But Andrew Ridgey of the New York City Hospitality Alliance reminds wholesalers don't take mass transit. Restaurants also worry the charge could create a ripple effect of costs throughout the industry.
They're concerned that now all their suppliers, where they get food and other supplies from, are all going to start charging, a congestion surcharge on their invoices.
So any business that gets deliveries is saying that if you have a big truck and that truck has to show up here and drop stuff off, since that truck can't take the subway or the bus, it's going to get hit with a fee, and that fee's unfair, and that fee is going to cause them to raise their prices. Now, I hope that they're wrong, and when I think to myself about a truck that goes to a grocery store and unloads hundreds, thousands of different items, is a $24 fee really gonna hurt the price of each item to a degree that people notice? I hope not, but experts are saying that it is. And if that ends up happening, people who've already got very few options will now have even less options, and fridges like that community fridge that's right around the corner from here will get even emptier, if that's even possible. But sadly, costs of buying food here are already high, and that's because of another problem that's also not going away anytime soon. soon.
These men seen here on surveillance walk in one at a time as if they're not together. One of the suspects is seen talking to an employee, distracting him. He gets him to walk away. That's when a second suspect is
EMS about the 2618 Danforth Lane. It's going to be Lucas's for a 300-pound female, 80 years old. She fell out of bed, no injuries.
93% of grocery stores reported being hit by shoplifters. That's insane. And they've got the photos on the door of people who are stealing, and it might just look like one person, but when you walk around New York and you look at other grocery stores, you'll see that a lot of them have photos of people who are stealing things. They're all dealing with insane levels of theft that they then have to roll back into the cost of the products on their shelves. It's a big problem. That doesn't just raise the prices, it also makes things more difficult because who wants to work in a place that's getting robbed constantly? It's going to be hard to find workers who want to put their lives on the line when they show up to work at a grocery store, which happens because some of these thieves are armed. And the other problem is that the more a place like this gets hit by criminals, the higher the chances are that it eventually shuts down. Now, hopefully that doesn't happen here. This store is brand new, but if other businesses shut down and this is the last business open in a building, the landlord might just charge the tenant here more rent, which means this, which is one of the last places selling $5 milk in this city, may disappear at some point or may have to raise its prices. And remember how we discussed rent being an inelastic expense and food being an elastic expense? Well, landlords, they've got an even less elastic expense than food or even rent. They've got taxes, they've got bills from the city. Now, I'm not saying we should feel bad for a greedy landlord who charges too much, but they can't escape those fees. And if they've got a whole portfolio of stores and a bunch of them shut down because they're in a high crime area, the only way they can get the money to pay their bills is from their tenants who are still surviving. That's the apartments in that building, if they have them, and any surviving store like this one. And when you realize that a grocery store has more chances of surviving in a tough high crime area than, say, a boutique store that sells clothes or expensive shoes, because people need to eat and grocery stores sell the food everyone needs to survive, it kind of makes sense that prices here can go up more than most people can afford, yet the store doesn't have to shut down. Yet there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of enthusiasm for rolling back some of our decriminalization efforts here in an event to stop this.
A third suspect jumps in to help. The store manager, who did not want to go on camera, says it all happened in a matter of 2 minutes. The question many are asking themselves, why ice cream and what are they doing with it?
Maybe they're trying to sell the ice cream. I don't know.
Yeah, nobody's eating $600 worth of ice cream. What we're looking at here is organized, opportunistic crime that results from a justice system that does not punish thievery. Over here, for example, you've got the grocery store, and then across the street right over here, we've got a little deli. Perhaps criminals could walk into that deli with a trash bag full of ice cream and say, hey, do you want to buy this and put this on your shelves? Now, I'm not saying that that deli buys stolen food from the grocery store across the street, but this was happening at a local chain called Christi's. And what they ended up doing was marking their ice cream, and every time it ended up getting stolen, they would go to the nearby delis and look at the bottoms of their ice cream and say, hey, wait, this is our barcode. And they knew that their stuff was winding up in the hands of competitors just down the street from them. Now look, if you're a criminal and you don't want to work a normal job in this city, it looks like there's an opportunity for you doing things that basically devalue life here for every single person. To me, that's a criminal offense. But apparently, it's not a criminal offense to our leaders who don't think those people should actually be punished or put in jail for taking things that don't belong to them. Even though not punishing that crime could lead to more stores shutting down like this one. And there are some people who say if you really want to stop crime and you want to stop stores like this, which used to be a grocery store, from going out of business, you've got to do a couple of things that we're not doing right now in New York. The first thing you've got to do is you've got to put more money back in people's pockets. You've got to take away fees that make their lives more expensive than they should be. You should probably lower the amount of money that gets extracted from people's paychecks every month, which then gets wasted on programs that don't actually help people. The second thing you should do is you should put people in jail for crime. You've just made it easier and more profitable to work a normal job. So let's encourage people to work normal jobs. Let's not encourage them to pursue lives of crime, which just raise the cost of living for every single law-abiding person left in this city. What do you think about that? How would you stop New York City from experiencing food insecurity? Is this an economic problem brought about by the government, or is there something else at play? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
There have been more than
than 3,000 reports of drone sightings in recent weeks. And now those sightings have spread to Queens and the Bronx.
Take a look at the NYPD aviation unit helicopter over the East River in the area of the United Nations.
So the drones, they're here now in New York, and people have spotted them flying around their neighborhoods, which of course the federal government says is nothing to worry about. However, local mayors, our governor, and even U.S. senators are not buying that response, instead suggesting that these so-called drones could be controlled by a foreign adversary, or maybe part of a secret government operation. But one thing's for sure, the more we see them, the more we hear about them, the closer many people think we are to some shocking future event.
My concern is not knowing where they came from.
Rashawn McIntosh shared these drone videos taken just after midnight Thursday in St. Albans, Queens. CBS News confirmed team verified the authenticity.
We have not been able to, and neither have state or local law enforcement, corroborate any of the reported visual sightings.
One of their officers called 911 after seeing 50 of them come off the ocean.
50? 50. That was my reaction also.
If you look real close, they look like fixed-wing aircraft, about 8 to 10 feet wide, colorful, white blinking lights.
They had a lot of blinking lights. It was pretty low hovering to where I could tell, like, okay, that's maybe not a JFK-sized plane.
It appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft.
They'll just change direction, like go from like 90 to like 270 degrees, just like fly different directions, and planes obviously can't do that.
Some experts seem doubtful too.
Fixed-wing aircrafts don't stop and hover.
And more than a month since these reports started, the federal government doesn't know what they are either.
So this whole drone thing's reached a point where many now believe there's more going on than meets the eye. And the thought in the back of everyone's mind is this: if car-sized drones are flying around our airspace and we can't stop them, whoever's controlling them can do whatever they want. Now, the U.S. government says these things do not belong to us, but they've also been rather coy about sharing anything more than that, which is not doing a whole lot to calm the nerves of the general public, especially when these drones are now being reported over New York City itself, which is a highly regulated airspace. In fact, one sighting recently took place over by the United Nations on 42nd Street, which shouldn't be happening, but it is, and nobody seems to know why. And what makes this even more bizarre is all of the authorities who could figure out what these things might be, they've got their own drones, which are supposedly state-of-the-art, eliminating the idea that these drones are the work of backyard hobbyists or pranksters who couldn't possibly have something more advanced than the police. At the same time, you've got all sorts of accusations about the origin of these flying objects, like the idea that they're Iranian or Chinese drones launched from a mothership. Yet the powers that be are telling us that we're all just observing things that everybody already knows exist. And that brings us to the real reason why these drones are so alarming to many Americans. Law enforcement sources around the country have come forward saying we're dealing with something that isn't your average flying object. And here we are living in America, which is supposed to have the greatest air force in the whole world, with the technology to shoot down just about anything. And now there's speculation that these things could be sniffers trying to detect some sort of dangerous material that could have entered this part of the country. Either way, all of this hysteria is why privacy and personal liberty experts are looking at this whole thing with a bit of skepticism, as fear and panic create a populace willing to embrace laws and rules that would never fly during a time of relative peace and stability, but will fly at a time when drones are flying around. And as you're about to see, these things are so advanced that law enforcement agencies, they have no way to track them down or stop them, which is why some people think these are controlled by America's enemies. So here we are at the UN, and as you can see from this sign, this is a no drone zone. There was a drone sighted here. Did you know that? I didn't know. You work here. You have to be here. Does that?
Picture of the drone?
No, no one does. They're nocturnal. They only come out at night.
So how do you know the size?
Exactly, yeah, I don't know. But the real question is, how could something the size of a car take off and loiter around such a heavily regulated and spied upon airspace as this?
Take a look at the NYPD aviation unit helicopter over the East River in the area of the United Nations, responding to a report of a possible drone. The helicopter was up there for several minutes, went from the east side to the west side, did not find anything. Now,
so this here is the same type of report that we've been getting all throughout the country, only now it's happening here in the biggest city in America.
And the narrative is very similar to what we've been hearing. Locals spot these things, they call police, and recently they sent up helicopters over here to respond to this incident, and they were unable to locate the craft that was reported. And when law enforcement is able to send up their own drones to get close to these things, the drones are able to slip away somehow and escape. This is the gentleman that said he saw 50 of these things, which he then reported to the Coast Guard, who confirmed that 13 of them were following one of their vessels. And not only have these things been spotted flying over areas like New York, they've also been spotted flying over military bases and other sensitive areas of the country. What could possibly be happening here?
And are these things really under the control of the U.S. government or another government?
And all these drones were the same kind of drones, but
Mysterious drones hovering over New Jersey have been baffling residents and lawmakers for weeks. Concern now spreading to the nation's capital.
They should be shot down if necessary because they're flying over sensitive areas, whether it's planes.
So as we'll see in a second, not everybody is in agreement that shooting one of these down is a good idea. In fact, there are some who say it could be a bad idea.
But one of the big concerns regarding these drones is that they could possibly be used for espionage. After all, here they are flying over New Jersey. The incoming president has a home there. He's also got a home in New York, and they've also been spotted here. That could be a national security problem.
And then there's the idea of the Iranian mothership. Iranian, I'm by the UN. But here's what you need to know. The idea of a mothership that launches aircraft is not exactly new. Look at this thing. It's not even modern. It's got the ski jump carrier design. That's something commonly found on Russian aircraft carriers, like this one, which could very well indicate they're launching aircraft without the aid of a catapult system the US uses on its carriers. So there could be a mothership. It could be launching drones, but satellite imagery shows that it's almost on the other side of the world, and an object like that is so big, there's no way it could loiter off the East Coast without getting picked up visually or by radar or by a heat signature.
Now, is it possible for these drones that have been all over New Jersey and are now making their way to New York to have come from an older conventional aircraft carrier? Absolutely. But that idea doesn't really hold water when one of these things was spotted in the water very far away. But something's definitely going on, because one was reportedly caught buzzing around the UN. And reports like this of a drone outmaneuvering a helicopter or escaping quickly and totally disappearing. That's why this idea of a foreign government holds so much weight to so many people. Could another country be using these things in a way that's not friendly to America? But the weird thing about this potential idea of a security risk is that if there was some crazy drone technology out there that nobody had ever seen before, why haven't we seen it before? After all, there is a major conflict going on, and drones are in use all over that conflict, yet nothing that's Russian or Western seems to be able to perform like these drones we're seeing on the news.
Why haven't we seen Russia use something like this? Why haven't we seen Ukraine deploy some technology like this? Both sides are using drones all the time. And just a few weeks ago, Russia deployed a weapon on the battlefield that had never been used in war by anybody, proving that both sides aren't really hiding their advanced technology.
Think about it. If either side had technology like this, that war would be over in 2 seconds without the use of a weapon of mass destruction. However, this could mean that the technology we're looking at isn't Russian or Western.
But if that's the case, then what are people seeing out of their apartment windows that they're then calling the NYPD about?
On Thursday, U.S. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and U.S. Senators Cory Booker and Andy Kim sent a letter to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, FBI, and FAA, requesting a briefing on the drone activity, calling the sightings alarming.
So no doubt what some people are reporting as drones or UFOs are actually aircraft. It's easy to see an aircraft at night and mistake it for something else. Happens all the time. It's been happening.
But Chuck Schumer, why is a guy like this that knows the inner workings of Washington confused about these drones? Why is he asking questions? He never asks questions. Also, how on earth is it possible to violate U.S. sovereign airspace with a drone-type vehicle that's the size of a car? After all, we've got an incredible Air Force. We've got planes that nobody else has. We can shoot down anything that flies.
Also, our airspace airspace. It doesn't just cover the air above the ground. No, it extends miles offshore. There's a perimeter around this country. Anything that enters that perimeter, we know what it is, where it's coming from, long before it even gets here. That's why whenever the Russians send up their Cold War propeller-driven bombers towards Alaska, we intercept them and turn them back. They're testing our air defense response times by entering that perimeter from the closest location that they can, by the way. And because they're launching from so close, that reveals that wherever these things are coming from, it's not too far away. That's why one senator said that there's a mothership off the coast, but they can also be launched physically from somewhere in the United States. And that leaves us with the most logical explanation being that these things are coming from somewhere on U.S. soil. That doesn't negate the fact that they could be launched and controlled by a foreign adversary, but it does lend some credibility to the idea that whoever's running the country right now knows what's going on and just isn't saying anything. And that is opening the door to people's worst fears and speculations. Plus, downing one, even though many are suggesting that, others are saying it could actually be a very terrible, dangerous idea. So as the country and now this city speculate over what these drones are and where they came from, what everybody wants to know is when can we get our hands on one and tear it apart and see what makes it tick, because the technology inside of them must be pretty advanced for these things to do what they do. And this also reveals that there's something going on here that our government might not be sharing with us. And when we get our hands on one, eventually, there are some people who think that what will be found inside is going to baffle everyone.
Drone pilot Mike Anella is trying to decipher the recent mysterious sightings.
With Texas, Nora, John, Paul,
He's been using commercial drones from his own business, New Jersey Drone Drones, to take video of the unidentified craft. Turn out to be just regular planes flying into Newark.
We can tell by the...
So here's where things get kind of weird. We've got a guy who operates drones professionally. He knows how they operate. He knows how long they can typically stay airborne. And he says he's looked into these things and they are totally different than anything you or I could go and buy. Also, what you or I could go and buy would be big enough to launch by hand out of an apartment window. These things are apparently the size of SUVs, and hiding something that's this big and weighs 4,000 pounds would be incredibly difficult. Also, how would you even operate one of these things? Two guys just got arrested for flying their drones near the Boston airport. I wonder where they got the idea to do this. And that's what's contributing so much suspicion to this whole thing. If you or I were to try and operate one of these things ourselves in an area of the country where we're not supposed to, immediately we would get busted. Yet these things are the size of a taxi cab and they're hovering around. Can you imagine if one of these things crashed? It would destroy someone's house. Which is why the military firing on these things and shooting them down might be a dangerous idea. There could be risks to society. Plus, if one of these things falls down in an uncontrolled manner, law enforcement might not be able to get it and figure out how it works. It might be too damaged. Especially if they bring one down over a large, deep body of water. Right there, the craft could become unrecoverable, which would be a major bummer because everybody really wants to see what's inside of them and meet the little green men. Oh no, I've said too much. But the highly secretive nature of this whole thing has many elected officials saying that they've never seen anything like this before and that the federal government owes us answers.
And why would the government allow the public to be so frustrated? Right. Now that brings to me to the point that whatever these drones are doing, the government really doesn't want us to know. What that must mean is they're more concerned with us getting knowledge and being afraid of.
So that was a state senator from New Jersey, and he thinks that if we really knew what was going on with these things, we would be incredibly frightened. And the government thinks that it's better for us all just not to know because ignorance is bliss. But since the government changed its story on this whole thing, that's got everyone speculating, and why shouldn't they? Of course there's going to be distrust with something like this that comes up. People don't know what these things are. They're strange, and they're over houses and apartments, and people are seeing them. CBS even verified some of the footage that was recently obtained in the Bronx. These are real sightings of something.
They might not be drones. Witnesses sound skeptical of that.
Another drone. They'll just change direction, like go from like 90 to like 270 degrees, just like fly different directions, and planes obviously can't do that.
Some experts seem doubtful too.
Fixed-wing aircrafts don't stop and hover and then go dark and take
So I see no reason to doubt these people. You've got regular citizens that have filmed these things. You've got people in law enforcement. You've got government officials who are now weighing in. Even Donald Trump has weighed in, saying that these things should be brought down if they're out there. But when I look at all of this, I can't help but realize that there's a big similarity between this phenomenon and the whole UFO phenomenon. It's almost the same thing. We only see these things at night. No one's ever been able to catch one. They perform in a way that just shocks and baffles physicists. It doesn't make sense to us, and the government is denying it. It's almost parallel. The similarities are endless.
That being said, I don't think these are UFOs. I don't think people are seeing alien spacecraft or even terrestrial spacecraft that we just don't know about. There's gotta be a perfectly logical explanation for this out there somewhere. It's just pretty hard to find because nobody wants to give it to us.
And that brings some weight to the argument that these could be misidentified aircraft. It is possible to film an aircraft flying over New York with the right kind of camera and lens to make it look like something that it might not be. But at the same time, as long as the government keeps being coy about the details or keeps modifying the information that they're giving us, and as long as high-level people like the incoming president and senators press for answers and don't get them, there will be rampant speculation in the minds of everybody. What do you think these things are? Is there a perfectly logical explanation out there somewhere? What do you think it is? Or are they aliens or Iranians? Let me know. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next video.
A major announcement about the future of more than 24 migrant shelters in the city. Today, Mayor Adams announcing 25 of them are slated to close in the next 2 months.
The reason? The city says the number of people staying in the shelters has been...
So, as of October 31st, New York had 212 asylum shelters scattered throughout the city, but it looks like that's about to change, as the city just did a major 180 and announced plans to shut 25 of them. However, this sudden announcement has shelter residents terrified, worried about whether or not New York will remain a sanctuary city, because New York's mayor has indicated he wants that to change as well.
News Nation is now confirming some migrants are starting to leave on their own, attempting to self-deport ahead of the second Trump presidency.
A sense of nervousness and uncertainty among the migrant families staying at Floyd Bennett Field. The city announcing Tuesday they are closing 25 migrant shelters in the coming 2 months.
Emily McKenzie, who works in Manhattan, says she's felt a tangible difference over the last 2 years as more and more migrant shelters sprang up. She blames federal and local officials for allowing things to get out of control.
At the peak 17 months ago, the city was welcoming 4,000 migrants per week, but things have dramatically changed. Last week, less than 400 showed up and about 1,000 left.
Migrants who are going through their asylum proceedings are actually cutting things short on their own, and they're finding ports of entry and they're trying to leave ahead of the possibility of Trump removing them.
We don't know what he will decide to do. We are all waiting. Many of us are afraid.
So the asylum crisis in New York is changing in ways nobody could have predicted. But what you're not being told is that although a majority of New York State residents say they support President Trump's immigration plans, New York City's progressive city council does not. And this city is about to become a battleground where a civil war of sorts over immigration policy plays out, as the mayor tries to carry out policies the majority now say they're in favor of without the approval of local lawmakers who are proud of our sanctuary city status and will stop at nothing to make sure it survives long into the future, even if it doesn't actually help people. Because law-abiding immigrants, which include asylum seekers with a legal right to remain in America while their court case plays out, do not benefit from a sanctuary city. They can reside anywhere they want without fear of deportation. But that's not the case for gang members, criminals, terror watch list suspects, and anyone else the federal government has ordered to leave the country but has refused to do so. And with rising crime sweeping over our city, where sanctuary policies allow unknown numbers of Tren de Aragua gang members to reside in our shelters, more and more people are realizing what a bad deal sanctuary city status is for everyone who's not a criminal. And that brings us to the real reason why our shelters are now shutting down. They're failing in their mission to help people, as many of them are dangerous, and the number of asylum seekers traveling to New York who even need a shelter has dropped drastically. And we're now at a point where more people leave our shelters and our city than enter it. A surprising turn of events considering the president, who's promised to over overhaul. U.S. immigration policy hasn't even taken office yet, and our border policies haven't changed a whole lot in the last few months. And as you're about to see, that's causing some people worried about future deportations to pack their bags and leave New York voluntarily. So right over here, this is the Row Hotel. It's one of the city's shelters reserved for families. It's got over 1,000 rooms, and it's not one of the facilities that is on the list to be shut down. However, activists are saying that since New York City maintains two separate shelter systems, one for asylum seekers and one for homeless individuals who are not here seeking asylum, that it probably should be shut down because it may put people at risk for deportation because a place like this is highly visible and federal agents could set up shop around here and carry out plans they say our sanctuary city policies were designed to stop.
We think it's safer for clients to be in Department of Homeless Services shelter sites rather than to be in these very publicly known sites that are just for new arrivals, putting them at risk potentially for ICE to find them.
So you could see the entrance to this shelter right here behind me, and activists, they make a good point. If these two systems, the shelter system for asylum seekers and other individuals, remain separate, the federal government, if it tries to carry out a deportation agenda, will have an easier time of it. They would prefer new arrivals to live among the general homeless population, which would make it harder for federal authorities to locate them. But what they don't understand is all that's going to do is protect criminals, some of whom are gang members residing in these very same facilities. They're not making the world a better place.
But the problem for those criminals is if they live in highly visible locations, it's going to be very easy for the federal government to track them down. If they don't leave and go into hiding, which there is speculation many are doing, if they think a deportation program might be a problem for them. Think about that. Why would you stay in a place that has been reported as possibly housing those who might be involved in criminal activity after the new president takes over, while the mayor is trying to roll back sanctuary city policies that you might have been benefiting from?
And the way those policies work now is that police are not allowed inside these facilities. Yes, there's a police car parked out front, but that's as close as it can get. And if the police think there's criminal activity taking place in one of these facilities, they can't just go in and try to put a stop to it. No, they can only go in if they've got a specific warrant for a specific individual. And with as much press as all of this shelter-related gang activity is getting, you can bet that when things transition to a new president in the near future, the way the asylum shelters here are monitored will probably change. And if people are smart, they'll leave on their own before that happens, and some of them are. But the whole reason we're even having this conversation is because for the last year, New York was America's sanctuary city capital, and over 220,000 people have come through here because of our generous right to shelter rules that will house anyone who asks. But because our shelter system doesn't do any background checks, this has allowed criminals who are not well-meaning to sneak in to these places and start ruining the lives of their fellow immigrants.
But even though the city council is against the mayor's plans to make any changes to the way things work around here, recent polling suggests that a majority of the electorate might be behind such changes that would get criminals out of our city who are potentially dangerous.
And the reason that matters is because next year there's going to be another election in New York.
A majority of New York voters, 54 to 35%, say that they think the state should support President-elect Donald Trump's efforts to deport migrants. That includes 37% Republicans and 54% of independents.
Democrats disagree, but not as strong as some might anticipate.
So, two things should become very clear from this. First, New York's sanctuary city policies, those are now seen as bad news by a majority of people who live here.
And second, a majority of people seem to be in favor of a plan that would remove criminals from our city and make it safer. Now, this news report goes on to discuss how, from a numbers perspective, the asylum crisis has actually improved. There are less asylum seekers in the city's care now than there have been in a long time.
But that's not what people are concerned about. They're concerned about gang activity. They're concerned about rising violence, and it makes sense that that has lagged behind the numbers related to the asylum crisis. And that's because when the asylum crisis here began, you didn't immediately have gang activity. It took time for gang members to infiltrate that system and come here and start recruiting and setting up their operations, and then to get the tools and the resources they needed to go out and we're seeing it all over town. We're seeing it in middle class dense neighborhoods with criminal activity all over the sidewalks in some places, with people being forced to sell stolen goods right on the side of the street. But as this article discusses, shutting down shelters will not get rid of gang activity here because this is still a sanctuary city. And as long as those laws remain, New York will be a magnet for people who want to hide from the federal government. They just might not want to do it inside of a very visible, prominent facility like this.
Darimar Almanzar came from Venezuela with her 2 sons and partner 3 months ago. She says she was just notified that come January 15th, everyone here will be moved. We don't know what he will decide to do. We are all waiting. Many of us are afraid. The city's lease with the federal...
So here we've got interviews with 2 shelter residents. First, we've got a woman who's upset and kind of scared because she and her family might be relocated to another facility. And then we've got this man who says that he's afraid because of him, probably referring to the incoming president. But why would someone be afraid of the incoming president if they're here in a law-abiding capacity? If someone is not here in a law-abiding capacity, they might have something to worry about. But if they're here and they're doing the right thing and they're not part of a gang, then they shouldn't. However, there's speculation that not everyone who's come here and applied for asylum has done so in a legitimate manner. And there could be people who have a feeling their claim is going to get denied. And those could be people who are potentially nervous about new plans. But the woman, she's currently living in one of the tent shelters. Her life is actually about to get better if the city relocates her. She's living at the Floyd Bennett Field facility, which nobody wanted to live in when it was first opened and which activists protested was inhumane. It's literally a system of tents out on an old airfield. Nobody wants to live there. It floods. New York City's Randall's Island tent shelters have a similar problem. Those are in the process of being closed as well right now. And if people end up getting relocated to facilities like this hotel, which are cheaper for the city to operate, they won't have to live in a tent in a field anymore. And if any criminals living in a place like this are also removed from it, the place will be better equipped to benefit those who it was designed for. But now New York City finds itself in a very strange place with regards to the asylum crisis because removing criminals from a sanctuary city is near impossible. And now the city finds itself with a mayor who wants to make that possible, a city council that doesn't, and an incoming president who says that all of these laws are illegal. And right now, everyone's wondering what's going to happen next.
We finally were able to get the car out of the fire line.
And has said that if there's a sanctuary city like Denver, New York, or Chicago, and that city is run by people who don't want to cooperate with the new federal plan for immigration in this country, more ICE agents and resources will be deployed to such a place. And that right there could be enough to get many people who are here right now and think that that might be a problem for them in the future to leave. On top of that, about a month and a half ago, ICE was only reported to have around 6,000 agents. Apparently, they need around 100,000 to carry out some of these plans, which is why they're going to give priority to criminals and dangerous individuals. However, it looks like in the near future, they might be getting some help from New York City. And
yes, it was one facility with an 84-year-old female patient. Patient complaining of not feeling well, cold sweat, and difficulty breathing.
The mayor calling on the city council to amend the sanctuary laws so that the NYPD can notify immigration and customs agents about violent crimes committed.
What's controversial about that? If someone's in a female conscious breathing, should they be allowed to stay in New York City? Really? Should they get to keep them to shelter, which New York offers to everybody, no matter who they are or where they're from? Or should that be a privilege only reserved for those who
does have a history of hypertension and renal failure,
apparently some people think this is very controversial.
The original rumor stats were at 66%. We got the patient on an breather up to 100%. We got a blood pressure of 180 on 75.
To other shelters, and as
heart rate of
always,
98.
offered free tickets to other parts of the country or the world by plane or by bus from the city itself. The city is not trying to keep people in New York City who do not wish to remain in New York City. That's for sure. Yet somehow people have decided that moving anyone from a shelter is some grievous sin that is a bad thing to do, even if that person is not making the world a better place.
But it's not as simple as that. The mayor and law enforcement officials say they're not allowed to contact ICE agents.
Communications off 33 and 3200.
Cooperating and the sanctuary policies do not allow NYPD to cooperate with my staff.
So then how are we able to keep the community safe?
Yes, that is a big question, especially considering how lax New York's justice system is and how it's already decriminalized minor crimes like misdemeanor shoplifting under $1,000 and also certain types of assault. If you've got gang members or dangerous individuals who get arrested in New York, there's a good chance they'll get released without bail and be free until their court date, which nobody can force them to show up to. They'll just have to appear on their own because they aren't in jail and they posted no bail.
And that's why the mayor is out saying he wants to roll back certain sanctuary city policies. Our current justice system is inadequate for getting any criminal off the streets. And right now, it prevents police from calling their counterparts at ICE when they pick up somebody who is dangerous and letting them know they can come peacefully get that person from NYPD custody. And you know what? Removing dangerous criminals from New York City, that's not going to stop our crime problems. Those are still going to continue, but it would definitely be a step in the right direction, that's for sure.
Because right now we've got gang members racking up hundreds of arrests, yet nobody's been deported. That doesn't make sense.
And it makes you wonder exactly which communities are being made safer because of these policies. Certainly not immigrant communities, that's for sure.
And oftentimes it's immigrant communities that suffer the most at the hands of these criminals.
We've got one guy here who committed 22 crimes. In 6 months, our cops are getting beaten up.
Now, the Legal Aid Society condemned the mayor's call to roll back the sanctuary laws, saying it's xenophobic and that it serves to...
So here we've got evidence that these policies are not working, and the only retort to it is just name calling? Really? It looks like everyone's forgotten that nearly a month ago, in a very large immigrant community in Queens, police launched a massive crackdown to get rid of crime and illegal activity that was taking over the neighborhood. This operation is still taking place, and it involves multiple city agencies that are going to move in to Queens, set up camp, and not leave until crime has been eradicated. And there's no other part of New York City where you'll see men drag briefcases out of vans and hand them to women who then start selling tools from Home Depot on the side of the street. A lot of these products still have the tags attached to them from the very stores that they came out of. Plus, you've got some vehicles that are set up like miniature stores. They've got their doors open, there's people selling stuff out of the back. They can just close their doors and drive away when the police show up. And local officials say this Tren de Aragua gang that started in Venezuela has their fingerprints all over the crime taking place in that very part of town. It would almost be anti-immigrant to let these criminals who are hurting immigrant communities remain. Yet we've got this idea that somehow law enforcement and immigration are toxic to one another. Which raises a big question. Do our local leaders even realize that when they come out in favor of sanctuary city policies, what they're really doing is coming out in favor of policies that support criminal activity? Or do they just dislike the new president and his immigration plans so much that they're willing to support just about anything, even if it doesn't keep people safe? What do you think about that? Should Mayor Adams, who used to be a Republican a very long time ago, should he roll back these sanctuary city laws that many people say are making the city more dangerous? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next video.
An added layer of security is now in place at TJX stores. The company, which owns retail chains like TJ Maxx, announced some employees will now wear police-like body cameras. The move comes in an effort to tamp down on...
So TJ Maxx rolled out body cameras to some of its staff in an effort to stop shoplifting months ago. But because of New York's decriminalization of theft, the cameras aren't able to accomplish a whole lot here, as one security guard recently found out when a group of female thieves tried raiding his store. And the longer New York forces businesses to record criminals who will never get sent to jail, the worse our shoplifting problems are gonna get.
Police say they have taken down a sophisticated international crime ring.
The group is charged with stealing merchandise such as beauty products and clothing from brick and mortar stores, only to be resold online, and that is just the start of how brazen they are accused of being.
Designer clothes, fragrances, and even a plastic ghost gun. A room filled with half of the recovered items from $2 million worth of stolen goods. This evidence recently seized by police in Queens.
This is an incredibly organized and dynamic retail theft operation.
We put $40 million, a huge commitment of resources, behind the effort to eradicate retail theft in the state of New York. Costs are going up. Costs go up in a store when they have to recover the loss that they don't make on the stolen goods. Think about about that?
It's utilizing the technology that's available to try to diminish what is evidently a problem, which is theft.
I know it's maybe against privacy and everything, but I think whatever it's against, to not let people steal, that's okay.
The footage will only be shared if law enforcement requests it.
This is one of the female thieves wanted for attacking a security guard after stealing from a Brooklyn TJ Maxx. But what nobody's talking about is that this didn't just happen several months after TJ Maxx's body cam rollout. It also happened several months after New York passed a law criminalizing violent shoplifting, but peaceful shoplifting here still remains a misdemeanor, revealing that our laws have no effect on crime whatsoever because all shoplifting starts out as peaceful until the thief gets spotted, at which point the professional criminals who make a living raiding stores like TJ Maxx, Target, Walgreens, you name it, have a decision to make. Do they walk away empty-handed or try to escape with merchandise that's not theirs? And the decision they make is painfully obvious, with New York State losing $4.4 billion worth of goods to shoplifting on a yearly basis. And our laws mean so little to these criminals that they see no reason to stop stealing. In fact, they now feel entitled to whatever they can see on the shelf of a store, which perfectly explains why thugs who leave their houses carrying weapons don't go into a store intending to start a fight. Of course, their plan is to peacefully walk out of a place like Macy's with armfuls of jackets that they can then resell either on the internet or out of physical stores, sometimes blocks from the very businesses those goods came from. Which brings us to the real reason why shoplifting here is still out of control and why security guards now work jobs that put them in harm's way. In New York, we'll pass any law we can to stop crime as long as it doesn't work, because that's the progressive way of doing things, which requires you always look for the root cause of crime instead of punishing it. And we're looking so hard for the root cause of shoplifting here that we ask the shoplifters themselves to move out of the way as to not hinder our search. All because nobody in charge wants to admit that getting criminals off the streets and locking them up is the only way to put us on a path towards stores once again selling cage-free shampoo and deodorant like they used to. But as you're about to see, that's not how things work here, and shoplifting is now so widespread that criminals are now lashing out when stealing discount items from stores like TJ Maxx. So here we are at TJ Maxx, everyone's favorite discount retailer, and as you look around, it's really sad to see all of the tags on everything. You can tell that they've got a really bad shoplifting problem here, and that's a problem because this is a store that tries to keep its prices low, and those looking for a discount. Every box that has a product in it also has police alarms on it, but that apparently didn't matter to the thieves who attacked a security guard while stealing $243 worth of discount items at one of these stores in Brooklyn. And as you're about to see, no amount of security theater with tags like this or body cameras is going to stop these criminals.
If you shop at HomeGoods, Marshalls, or TJ Maxx, you may now see store employees outfitted with body cameras. Parent company TJX says they've been rolled out in stores across the country over the past year. Body cameras are currently used by certain loss prevention associates who have gone through thorough training.
So as you can tell by all the locked up products, the security guards, and the cameras that are recording everything, none of this has improved the customer experience one bit. It just makes things more difficult, and it's not stopping crime because our thieves aren't afraid of a little in-store security. They're not even afraid of an in-store security guard, apparently, because they know stealing in this city or in this state isn't something our laws take seriously at all, even though stealing causes a major problem for the people who live in a given area by jacking up prices on whatever doesn't get stolen. After all, how is a store supposed to get back all the money it loses to crime if it's not able to sell its way out of the grave criminals are digging for it? But before we get into how shoplifting is destroying the lives of many average New Yorkers without them even realizing it, look at this. Things are so bad that these criminals weren't even covering their faces when they went into this store to steal. They didn't even care if they got recorded or spotted. And they were armed. Let's be honest, that just doesn't happen by accident. You don't go shopping with a weapon, that's for sure. This entire event was premeditated, and with New York losing $4.4 billion to
to shoplifting every single year. Criminals who steal things across the city, even if it's an isolated incidents for a few $100s here or there, they're all part of a massive economic black hole that's killing our economy. And this doesn't just cost people jobs and raise prices. No, it also shuts down stores. And it does that because the cost of maintaining product lockers on most of the items in here doesn't come cheap. Neither does the team of security experts that monitor the security cameras throughout the store to spot thieves. And not only is all of this security so expensive to maintain that most businesses can't afford it, if this business manages to stay open, think of what criminals are going to do. If they come in here and they're afraid by all this security and they don't want to steal, they'll just commit their crimes at a place that doesn't have all of this, and then that place will shut down. And one of the security guards interviewed after this theft at a local TJ Maxx said that it's regular people who come into the store and just start taking things. Everyone seems to be a criminal, or at least could be, which reveals that not punishing crime certainly isn't causing it to go away. But it gets even worse than that because the criminals in this story, their faces were captured by cameras, but no arrests have been made.
The footage will only be shared if law enforcement requests it or in response to a subpoena. Michael Alcazar was an NYPD detective.
Footage is always good for prosecution. When I was in the squad, we always relied on getting footage of the perpetrator so we can capture them. So
we can most likely assume that the body camera footage that gets captured by these cameras that certain loss prevention officers are wearing, it's not actually that helpful unless something really bad happens and it's part of a larger investigation. For example, something would have to get stolen, and along the way something else would have to happen, and together the footage has more meaning than just catching someone doing something that's been decriminalized. Because after all, stealing $200 and something worth of merchandise, that's not enough to warrant a police investigation. And as we just mentioned, all of this technology just raises prices. And you know what that means? Between prices going up because store security goes up, and between criminals stealing things also causing prices to go up, when you buy this cute little novelty Snoopy soda, you are subsidizing crime, which is honestly just sickening, especially when you see it happening in a discount store, because at this point you realize that shoplifting and crime, these are not victimless crimes. Oh no, there are victims, all right. They're the people shopping at stores like this because New York's too expensive. Revealing another cost to all of this crime, it's slowly raising the cost of living for people not just in New York, but all across the country. But this brings up another big question. If these cameras, if they're not stopping criminals from coming into these stores and stealing things, what on earth could be the point of them? Are they really here to stop theft or for something else? Well, the likely answer to that is if you have loss prevention teams roaming a store, the cameras are there to make sure that they don't sue the store itself if something goes wrong. Because in a city where you've got armed shoplifters going after products who are willing to attack those who stop them, a security guard who violates company policy and gets injured in some way could sue the store, revealing that these cameras do have a purpose. They are there to store money, but not from the theft of physical items that you might find inside of it. And in the case of New York City, which recently passed a law that criminalized violent shoplifting, where someone is stealing and then they injure someone, they could also be useful for helping to bring that person to justice. But our
back number 5 to see why with
really going to be helpful
316 and 375
worth of goods.
It's
good. 0637.
He says it can help upgrade the theft charge to robbery if the footage shows the suspect using force to shoplift. TJX adding, "We hope that these body cameras will help us de-escalate incidents, deter crime, and demonstrate to our..."
So the reality here is that crime is so widespread, and our criminals are so brazen that they don't care about these laws, and there's so much crime going on that it might just be impossible to stop at this point in time. After all, in this particular instance, police haven't even apprehended the people who stole things and then started this altercation to begin with. How can they upgrade charges if they haven't arrested anybody? That's not going to happen. And what's the point of all this evidence if it's not ever going to be used for anything? That doesn't make any sense. Unless it does make sense, and a smokescreen of security theater is really the only choice stores have at this point, because they know none of this stuff is going to stop the hardcore professional criminals. Because for many of our thieves, stealing is what they do for a living, and they're not going to let a little thing like laws or consequences get in the way of what is their full-time job. And to make things worse, even when somebody does get arrested for stealing and they actually may go to prison for a long time, all of the infrastructure used to commit their crime is still out there.
So crime in New York is now unfortunately past the kids' gloves phase. In fact, it passed that point quite some time ago. And when you hear of retail thefts that are in the hundreds of dollars, still within the misdemeanor amount, it's hard to equate that to businesses that shut down. Because although individually these incidents aren't enough to do any damage, together they have a massive impact on companies that were once profitable. And the state recently took down a crime ring of proportions so vast, it will shock you.
Designer clothes, fragrances, a room filled with half of the recovered items from $2 million worth of stolen goods. This evidence recently seized by police in Queens.
This is an incredibly organized and dynamic retail theft operation. We put 40...
So this happened back in November, and you have this multi-million-dollar crime ring, which perfectly explains how all of these little thefts make their way up the food chain to cause massive economic damage. And did you see that news report? Every single item recovered was from a brick and mortar store and was being resold on the internet. So when you hear about people going into a TJ Maxx or a Macy's and stealing clothes, it's not that they're cold and need a jacket. It's in fact much more likely that that entire rack of jackets will be resold on Amazon, eBay, or Facebook. Oh, and this theft ring, guess who was running it? 2 people, a married couple. That is according to the New York Post, but this married couple, they weren't the ones busting into stores, taking things. No, instead, they enlisted the services of a guild of thieves who would do the actual stealing and then bring them the goods. And apparently these criminals were robbing stores all along the East Coast. And according to the article about this bust in the Post, at one point, they even paid a truck driver who was leaving a warehouse to bring that truck full of products, not to the actual store itself, but to their house. That's crazy. And of course, now authorities are warning everyone not to buy name brand items from unverified sellers on the internet. But in a tough economy, who's gonna do that? If you go to a site like Amazon and it looks legitimate and there's a seller on there, you're gonna trust that this is okay.
The DA says the stolen products were advertised online, like on this Instagram page. Aside from reselling the stolen goods in Queens, thieves also ship thousands of products in these blue barrels to the Dominican Republic, where they also operate.
So what you don't have here are starving people stealing designer bags to feed their families. You can't eat a designer bag. You can resell it for a whole bunch of money that you then keep because you didn't pay anything for that bag, but you can't eat it. Revealing that all of this retail theft is nothing more than economic cannibalism that destroys everything. But here's the thing, even if these merchants end up going to jail for a long time, it's only 2 people we're talking about here. All of the low-level criminals who did this stealing, none of them got arrested. They're all still out here. In fact, what they did was only a misdemeanor, which means they and their ability to steal things that someone else can resell will always exist. And don't get me wrong, it's awesome that a massive criminal enterprise just got brought down. That's definitely something the governor should be proud of. But the problem is, it's not going to stop crime one bit because all the criminals are still out there. All of the thieves, none of them have been arrested. 5 people. That's how many folks are going to jail over this bust. And there's no way 5 people had a multi-state crime ring that stole millions of dollars worth of stuff. At the peak of this operation, they were stealing $50,000 worth of goods every single month. That amount of theft did not happen between just 5 people, 2 of whom probably stayed at home and packaged and sold all the orders online. And here's why none of this is gonna make an actual dent in our crime problem. These criminals are willing to part for these goods for 10 to 15% of their actual value. And that means in order for these criminals to make $1,500, they'd have to steal $10,000 worth of stuff. And if a person can steal $10,000 worth of stuff and they're willing to part with it for $1,000 or $1,500, that person will always have a job in the criminal underworld. And not arresting them and letting thousands of people roam our city who are like that means crime is not going anywhere. Yes, a couple of rich people who had $1 million illegal business are going to jail, but all of these other crooks, they're still out there and their skills are going to be in high demand. And that's why body cameras and security guards and even a police officer at a place like TJ Maxx aren't going to do anything to get rid of this crime problem. The only way to do it, as far as I can see, is to take the actual criminals and put them in jail for stealing. What do you think about that? Should criminals go to jail for stealing something, or should we let let them go and give them another second chance so they can just keep stealing and making money? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video.
It's been months since we first told you about a new migrant shelter. Elected officials say they've been left in the dark about it.
The reason I know families are moving in is because I went over there myself to ask if families are moving in. And that's not an acceptable.
So the city is taking over apartment complexes, some of them recently constructed for use as asylum crisis shelters. However, New York is also in the middle of a housing crisis. With so few available apartments, 30% of New Yorkers spend half their income in rent, which makes some of these recent shelter conversions even more controversial, because some of them were originally built to be affordable housing for New York's middle class.
We should have been informed. It's like they snuck in here.
She snapped these photos. Crews moving furniture into a vacant 35-unit complex. Local leaders confirmed with her they're moving migrants here.
It was in August when CBS News New York captured this video of furniture being moved into this building, converted from a college dorm to a city migrant shelter with 95 rooms. Residents say they only know it's open from their own observations.
Well, how much would you expect to pay in rent for a studio outside of Manhattan that's part of an affordable housing lottery?
Well, believe it or not, it still could be upwards of $2,400.
$2,400 does not sound affordable.
The influx of more than 3,000 asylum seekers living at the site is overwhelming the neighborhood. Demonstrators at a rally Thursday highlighted a range of concerns, from excess trash to loitering and a surge of homelessness under the BQE.
But listen, let's be honest. Not one elected official I know would raise their hand and say, hey, bring the shelter here.
A new Bronx apartment building was meant to provide housing, but instead, it's a shelter. However, what nobody's talking about is this didn't happen because we've got a mean mayor or arrogant city leaders who want to pit groups against each other. No, instead, the actual reason this happened is even more controversial. Because it's the law, and the law here states anyone can request emergency housing and receive a temporary place to stay. And since the asylum crisis started, over 220,000 people, most of whom are fleeing extreme poverty, have come here. And our right to shelter rules, which most residents say they support, have mandated the city find and rent buildings to house people as needed, with the first facilities taken over for this purpose being abandoned hotels, warehouses, and empty soccer fields. But those aren't the only buildings the city is allowed to procure when faced with a humanitarian crisis, even if solving that crisis would conflict with New York's housing crisis. And as we're going to learn today, no building in town is exempt from these rules, even if it's an affordable housing complex a wealthy developer received government tax breaks to build, creating a crony capitalism that's perplexing to middle-income New Yorkers who keep voting in progressives who promise to fight for them but have yet to deliver. Which brings us to the real reason why the city is paying rich people to build apartment complexes as affordable housing and then paying them again to turn them into shelters and house people who can't rent them. Many of these so-called affordable apartments are luxury apartments and were never affordable to begin with, but were created with special tax breaks for their developers through pro-housing laws, which sound good in theory but often lead to construction efforts that would never have occurred naturally, as residents near these affordable properties don't earn six-figure salaries and can't fit their entire families into $2,300 a month, one-room studio apartments. And as you're about to see, that leads to the predictable creation of apartment buildings that shouldn't exist, can't solve New York's housing crisis, but are now making their owners very rich because of a different crisis. So here we've got some luxury apartment buildings, and although some of them were created with the help of government tax incentives to cordon off a certain number of units as affordable housing, none of them are failures like the buildings in our story today, which led to them being considered as shelters in the first place. But for a building designed to provide housing during a housing crisis to fail in that mission is a big disaster, especially when the property got government tax breaks to exist in the first place. Yet this is exactly what happened to the building in our story that was meant to provide affordable housing units, but now is no longer able to do that. Because after it was built, it was so expensive, nobody could afford to live there, and many of the units sat empty. And the city, who's looking for extra shelter space, saw that building and said, gee, that looks like a place we could use, and they've been doing this all over town for months.
Harlem residents are accusing the city of using the bait and switch tactic on them. They tell us what was built as a luxury apartment building almost 10 years ago is now being turned into a migrant shelter. CBS 2's John Diaz.
So this story took place about 9 months ago, but it's got a lot of similarities to the affordable apartment building in the Bronx that just became a shelter and did so in a way that will shock most people. Both of these buildings have a lot in common. First of all, they were completed buildings that were empty and nobody lived in them for some reason. The Harlem building was about 90% finished, but then sat empty for 10 years and was never approved for occupancy because of some tax issues and legal disputes, which stopped the apartments inside from becoming people's homes. That is until the city stepped in with the idea to turn it into an emergency shelter. Because although our laws say the building, which had a pool on the roof and luxury apartments inside, wasn't 100% ready to become traditional apartments, corner cutting was allowed to house people in the event of an emergency. And while that property was blocked from being used as housing for the asylum crisis and was eventually turned into a traditional homeless shelter instead, this Bronx building has residents living in it right now. It's just that they couldn't rent all of the units and the city rented out the rest. And because 30% of the units are being rented out at below market rents, the building owners say they qualify for the government tax break that they got in the first place, and with the city renting the rest, the place is fully leased out and they're making an absolute fortune. But before we get into how exactly they were able to go about this legal loopholing to make lots of money during a housing crisis, we've got to look at why the other units in the building failed to be rented out in the first place.
This 5-story apartment building on 3rd Street in Astoria, Queens will soon have 16 new apartments, 5 of which will be available in the city's affordable housing lottery. But how affordable are affordable units in these lotteries? The studio here will rent for about $2,400.
So sometimes when affordable apartments get built, the affordable part never seems to happen for some reason. And sometimes the apartments end up sitting empty because the affordability calculation yields numbers that might benefit the landlord, but none of the local residents. And there's 2 ways this can happen. First, the affordable rent calculation can just be wrong and nobody will be able to rent any of the units at those prices. Or, as was the case with our Bronx building, all of the below market affordable places got leased out, but the landlord jacked up the rents on all the market rate units and nobody was able to rent those. And as we'll soon see, the landlord of this Bronx building, they are very well connected, and some people think they might have done this on purpose, knowing that maybe the city would let them turn it into a shelter. But before we get into that, realize that not all of these affordable housing projects are total failures. Like this 44-story mixed-use residential building on 10th Avenue. This building is called The Set, and it's got 135 newly constructed affordable apartments in it that can rent out for below-market rents. And right now, they have 5 of the unaffordable studios for $5,900 a month left in case you want one. But unlike this facility, our Bronx building, which became a shelter, had market rate apartments nobody in the area could rent. But in our Bronx building, studio apartments rent for around $2,150 per month, and the median rent for a studio in that neighborhood was $1,420 per month in 2022, which is less than what you'll find in here by comparison, but it reveals that there just isn't demand for luxury apartments in that particular part of town like there is here, especially when these are places that are one-room apartments. These aren't designed for families or somebody that has to live with a roommate or another person. And the reason it's so controversial that this place has become a shelter is because the building itself never would have been built in that part of town without the government tax breaks to do it. Unlike these luxury buildings here, which serve a purpose in this part of town where you have demand for luxury apartments in general. But as it turns out, the owners of this Bronx building have a history of turning properties into facilities that can benefit from government contracts that exist because of the asylum crisis, and this is not the first time that they've gone and done this.
It was in August when CBS News New York captured this video of furniture being moved into this building on Waldo Avenue, 238th Street in Riverdale. Converted from a college dorm to a city migrant shelter with 95 rooms, residents say they only know it's open from their own observations.
So this other Bronx building, which used to be a college dorm, is owned by the same people that own the affordable housing building that is also becoming a shelter. What are the odds? However, this particular developer isn't the only one getting in on the cash cow that is the asylum crisis. The same thing happened recently in Gowanus, Brooklyn, where a facility that was never allowed to be apartments was purchased by a different well-connected developer who then almost instantaneously got approval to make that facility a shelter, even though the city deemed it unsafe to use as apartments because of environmental factors. Proving that as the city deals with this ongoing emergency humanitarian situation, profiteers are lurking around every corner who have business plans that aren't to provide something to the free market, but rather the government, where they allegedly know the right people. And what's wild is even though most residents support the city's right to shelter rules, every time the city tries to build one, there are protests, there's pushback. And that's why when they set these places up, they do it in secret. So I didn't even know. Apparently this little hotel right here on 36th Street is a shelter for asylum seekers.
And even though the asylum crisis itself is drawing down compared to where it was a year ago, the city is still on the hunt for facilities it can use to house people. And with a limited budget, they've got to select places that are affordable and fit within that budget, which is why some hotels are part of this program and then they get dropped a few months or a year or so later.
But even though most New Yorkers say they support right to shelter, and this state voted blue in the last election, when the city sets up facilities like this, they are as quiet and secretive about it as they can possibly be until it's open.
In fact, the reason I know families are moving in is because I went over there myself to ask if families are moving in. And that's not an acceptable way for our city agencies to be communicating.
Here's what the mayor said at his media availability at City Hall on Tuesday.
I would be surprised if there were no calls made, and if there weren't, there should have been. But listen, let's be honest. Not one elected official I know would raise their hand and say, hey, bring the shelter here.
So look at this dynamic here. You've got the local councilman who's between a rock and a hard place, and he's upset with the city, whose leaders, like the mayor, are also between a rock and a hard place because the law says they've got to find places to put people.
But even though the city was able to accomplish its mission by finding a location that could act as a shelter, the local councilman has no idea, and now he's got to explain to his constituents what's going on and why he didn't tell them. Because if the local councilman didn't know a shelter was going into his neighborhood, it's quite likely that neither did the local police or any of the other city services.
And even if the shelter itself isn't controversial from the councilman's perspective, he's got a neighborhood to manage. And if new people live in the neighborhood and the neighborhood is not prepared with enough resources to continue to maintain the quality of life that everyone there expects, he might lose his next election because the neighborhood fell apart under his watch and he didn't know about stuff that he should have known about.
Migrant shelter at 47 Hall Street in Clinton Hill has become a focal point of contention for neighbors who say the influx of more than 3,000 asylum seekers living at the site is overwhelming the neighborhood, from excess trash to loitering and a surge of homelessness under the BQE among migrants.
So this is probably the most prominent example of population growth in a neighborhood that was totally unprepared for it. Over here on Hall Street in Brooklyn, you've got a shelter that houses 3,000 people in a one-block radius that just seemingly popped up overnight. And the neighbors say that the city hasn't dedicated enough added resources to maintain the neighborhood the same way that it was before the shelter was there. They're not even saying that they don't want the shelter there. They're just saying that the city needs to do more to help the neighborhood in general now that more people live there. And the way this ended up working out was a building that used to be a co-working facility that went abandoned a few years ago and unused ended up getting turned into an emergency housing facility. It's very large. It's in an area of town that is mostly industrial, warehouses, businesses, not a whole lot of apartments. But because of this, the neighborhood's resources like the police department, the amount of people who work there, the amount of emergency vehicles on staff in case people need to get taken to a hospital or have some sort of emergency, all of that is now inadequate for the growing population of the neighborhood.
Yet from the mayor's perspective, had he been very vocal about the shelter being set up, there definitely would have been protests. There are every single time one of these gets set up for a variety of reasons.
And residents by this shelter in Brooklyn say that it's unfair that every neighborhood in Brooklyn and in the rest of the city doesn't doesn't also have its own 3,000 person shelter. But what they don't understand is that this is all about money, and sometimes the most affordable place to put a shelter is not in the West Village or Soho, which have 0 shelters, but is in an outer borough where you've got an abandoned building that nobody's using anymore. Which reveals how hard it is for the mayor to carry out a policy a majority of New Yorkers say they support every time they're asked, leaving the city with secrecy as its main tool to get these shelters up and running. Because what other choice do they have? Residents want to vote for people who support right to shelter, but when it's time for right to shelter, everybody's got a problem with it. However, the fact that secrecy is involved here opens this entire process up to what looks like corruption, and very well maybe. And apparently the developer of this Bronx apartment building that became a shelter has been profiting off New York's growing homeless crisis since 2017 in some way. And that's the same story with the developer of the Gowanus Brooklyn facility that could never have been apartments, but is now a shelter all of a sudden because we've got a humanitarian crisis. And this is somebody who's got experience doing this in the past, creating facilities that it then leases out to the government for taxpayer dollars. Yet at the same time, this is all being done because here we are in a blue progressive city where people say they want to be compassionate, vote for laws and policies that look and seem compassionate, but then suddenly don't have the energy to do it when their neighborhood gets selected to be compassionate first. What do you think about that? Is the city doing what it has to do to carry out the law of the land? Do residents here unknowingly or incorrectly support laws that are different in practice than they are on paper when they are voted on? Let me know how New York City could fix its asylum crisis. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in the next video.
My salary has
Flex 3.
Rising rents coupled with the high cost of utilities just adding to the strain New Yorkers are feeling. Coffee is like $8 every day.
Right, $8 coffee. So when you combine out-of-control living expenses with sky-high rents, you've got the makings of an extreme affordability crisis. A crisis which is growing, with recent rents having risen 18% since 2019. However, incomes have only risen 11% since then, and many folks feel like the city is trying to force them out. Yet not only do our leaders seem totally uninterested in dealing with this crisis, critics say some of their plans might be making it worse.
Despite the enormous size of the New York skyline, only a tiny amount of it is available housing. Just 1.4% vacancy, the lowest rate since the 1960s.
Rent is way too high.
I live in New York and Maryland, and it's a lot more expensive to live here than Maryland.
Do you think it's too expensive to live in New York City? Yes, absolutely.
Of course, 100%.
New Yorkers know it. Now new data backs it up. Rents have been steadily rising in New York City in recent years, but incomes have not kept pace. Median rents in New York City rose 18% between 2019 and 2023. During that same period, incomes only grew by just over 11%.
Well, now a new poll finds as more New Yorkers struggle with rising food prices, they are cutting back on healthy foods.
I mean, you want to eat healthy, and you want to be able to be healthy, but unfortunately, the economy is not allowing for that.
A new survey shows 85% of New Yorkers say the cost of food is rising faster than their income.
New York is now so old and dilapidated that when we try to build new buildings to fix our housing crisis, the ones we already have might fall down. But what nobody's talking about is that housing costs here are rising so fast that soon many renters may find this city impossible to live in altogether. And with the median asking rent for any NYC apartment hitting $3,400 per month in August, it's no surprise why. Because to even qualify for a $3,400 apartment, you'll need an income of $136,000 per year, just for the privilege of selling all your possessions to move into a tiny little box. And even if you make $100,000 a year here in New York City, that only gives you around $36,000 of spending power after you take care of your rent and other essentials. Revealing this city may not be the land of opportunity many people claim it is, especially for those just starting out professionally. And critics say, at best, New York is a place where an overachiever with a high income skill can slave away just to pay their landlord's mortgage. advantage. And although there's nothing inherently wrong with renting, and living in New York City does have its positives for those wishing to advance their careers, the amount of money that costs a person may end up destroying one's finances before they even realize it. And that brings us to the real reason why rising living costs are such a big problem. They never seem to stop rising, and they're already at an unsustainable level. Yet while this is going on, our leaders are fighting over things that don't help New Yorkers get ahead in life, like banning cars, or finding little ways to continue crippling our understaffed police department. Which is especially surprising when you consider that opposition to common sense plans like building new apartments, something everyone here should be talking about, often comes from progressives who claim to care about the everyday working man. And that's why, as you're about to see, everyday people here are waging a battle against affordability that they are probably going to lose. So if you want to go with Elon Musk to Mars in the future, you can get used to what that's going to be like right here today, because we're in one of the most affordable apartments anywhere in Manhattan. This is a $52.95 per month, 3-bedroom apartment. That's the same price as a 2-bedroom. And this is actually a really smart way to get a shower in a small apartment. You're not gonna hurt yourself in here. But even though the per person cost here is $1,765 a month per person, and you get queen size bedrooms, already that's a lot of money for an entry-level apartment experience in New York. And that brings up a big question. Who exactly are these tiny apartments designed for?
Do you think it's too expensive to live in New York City? Yes, absolutely.
Of course, 100%.
New Yorkers know it. Now new data backs it up. Rents have been steadily rising in New York City in recent years, but incomes have not kept pace. Median rents in New York City rose 18%.
So the frightening thing about this is that since rents are rising faster than people's incomes, no matter where you live or what it costs, eventually it'll probably be too much. And what that means is the person who should move here and rent an apartment like this is somebody who thinks they're going to be on some sort of career path that will allow their income to outpace rental growth no matter what it is. But for most of us, that involves a great deal of risk. For example, when I first moved here, I was an accountant at a Big 4 accounting firm, and after my first year at the company, I got a raise, which did help me afford more at the grocery store, but didn't provide me with a whole lot of extra upward mobility. And had my rent gone up more than my cost of living based raise, I might not have been able to stay. But then after talking to my coworkers, I realized why people move to New York in the first place. They move here to build up their resumes and their skills so that in the future, better opportunities will be available. But that kind of plan is incredibly risky because job markets change. Sometimes when the job market's great and companies are involved in a talent stealing contest with each other, you can go to one place, work there for a few years and then leave, get a huge raise. But when the job market flips, that might not remain the case. And over the last year or so, we've heard of people in all industries, even tech, where jobs were high paying and apparently very secure. Well, people are finding out their jobs might not be as secure as they once were, which is too bad. Which has a lot to do with why incomes are not rising as fast as rents, because although we're in a housing crisis, employers are not facing a hiring crisis. Either way, moving to a city like New York and building one's professional skill set is an idea that's going to benefit you no matter what the job market is, and that's going to benefit whoever rents a place like this. But the problem with this is that it generally means whoever rents a market rate apartment is probably going to be somebody from another state who came here for a specific opportunity. And this housing crisis is especially bad for average New Yorkers who've lived here for generations and don't want to have to leave their homes. Because no matter where you live in a housing crisis, rents only go one direction, and it's the wrong direction.
Rising rents coupled with the high cost of utilities just adding to the strain New Yorkers are feeling.
My coffee is like $8 every day.
Groceries,
Maybe one importers available.
food, essentials to live, and also cost of transportation, driving, congestion tolls, all these things that are
So here's where we get to the point in our story where it looks like the pricing out of average New Yorkers is the fault of city leadership, at least in some way, because nobody wants to pay more for their apartment. Nobody wants to pay more for things at the grocery store. Yet some of our upcoming laws, like this congestion pricing scheme, may cause that to happen. And here's why. Many apartments, like the one we're in, require fuel, which is for the heating system. And that fuel comes into the city on a huge truck, which will get hit with extra fees just for being here. Ditto the food at your grocery store. There's going to be fees attached to that too. Now, everyone's hope, mine included, is that these little fees are disseminated throughout the pricing scheme of these businesses and nobody really feels it, and we do get some subway improvements. But there are some people who think that's not going to happen. And that's because a lot of what has to take place in the city for us all to live here to begin with cannot involve public transportation, even brand new public transportation. Like all the renovation work that goes into a place like this to make it pretty much high end when you compare it to other New York City apartments. Every door,
medical evidence voucher facility code 1 with a 63-year-old male patient, AO times 4, G6 15, complaint of hyperglycemia. Blood sugar is 538.
Just to live in a place like
He's
this.
at the hospital yesterday.
That's only one example.
I don't know if he was released this morning or late last
recently
night.
Gone up because of a little scheme on
right off
behalf
Nile,
of the city,
so
and water bills have gone up.
We're coming in for probably the same thing from yesterday. But no allergies for medications.
To pay for your water.
Diabetes for the medical history. Vitals are as follows. Blood pressure is 138 over 75. Heart rate is 87. O2 is 98 on room air. Temp is 98.4. Like I said, blood sugar is 534.
Part of society
EPA is about
to just cost more money than it needs to.
321 for showing Exxon.
It needs to cost more because it costs more for them, and it very well
Prices at the grocery store remain stubbornly high. In fact, federal data shows overall grocery prices have climbed more than 24% from 2018 to this year. Well, now a new poll finds as more New Yorkers struggle with rising food prices, they are cutting back on healthy foods. It is a tough reality.
So the problem here is that inflation is messing with everybody's budget. It's hurting New Yorkers when they go to the grocery store and try to buy stuff. And that news report from this past March shows that 85% of New Yorkers say food costs are going up faster than their paychecks, revealing that in New York, people have the same problems paying for things outside of their apartments and inside of them as well. And is some of this economic? Yes. Is some of this unavoidable? Absolutely. But the problem is New York is so incredibly progressive that some of the common sense solutions we could go after, which would bring down costs for millions of people, just aren't going to happen because those plans would mean that somebody out there gets rewarded for solving those problems. And for that reason, the only solutions that our leaders find acceptable are ones that make problems go away without giving anyone the incentive to go out there and solve them, which is why we still have them. So the problem New York has is not that everything is more expensive. Well, it is, but part of that is because you have a new building here, but most of the other buildings around here, they're a lot older than the 3-year-old cat in that deli. And by not building new stuff and focusing on that, costs to live here are just gonna go up.
Despite the enormous size of the New York skyline, only a tiny amount of it is available housing. Just 1.4% vacancy, the lowest rate since the 1960s.
How do we solve this crisis? It is so simple, my friends. We build, 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 build.
So New York is between a rock and a hard place here. They've figured out that the only way to get anything built around here is to give people an incentive to build it. If they make it tough to build things and take all of the reward out of doing that, there just aren't going to be enough new buildings. And if you ever hear business owners complain about how taxes in New York are too high, well, in order to get the business owners that will go out and build apartments that they sell or rent to do it, they needed to get some sort of tax break, which in a city full of stuff like this that's 100 years old is probably a good idea if it helps new properties come on the market before the properties we currently have on the market end up falling down, which is happening. And the problem is we've waited so long to deal with this that trying to build in certain parts of the city around other old buildings might cause those old buildings to come down as the new ones go up. And this article describes a problem where a developer of a new property next to a very old one is causing so much vibration and so much shaking that residents in the current structure are terrified. And tenants of this old property have reportedly run out scared that the building was going to fall down as construction workers were drilling and digging at the vacant lot next door. Here's a picture of the building in question. Right over here you can see the hole where they're trying to build something new. Now the buildings department thinks that the construction of this new facility is going to go just as it did when a place like this was put up, which is also next to some properties that are also very old. But these old properties, they're not in a state of disrepair. Their foundations aren't crumbling. But the reality here is that property owners are like independent small businesses. And some of them are better run and better managed than others, that's for sure. And if you make it hard to be a landlord in this city, you will have a lot of landlords who fail and whose buildings fall apart with people still living inside of them. Does that mean some landlords aren't greedy? No, but one thing's for sure, we'd probably be all a lot happier and safer if more apartments looked like this and not like this, which is the building directly next door. What a mess. But one thing's for sure, the landlord who's saving money probably has lower rents, so not everybody complains. But the problem is now we've waited so long to go about tackling this affordability crisis that the only places that people can afford look like this, and when we try to build new ones, these places might fall down, making this a zero-sum game. And if for every home in this city that gets built, we have another that doesn't make it, we're never going to get out of this mess. And even though the common sense solution to this is to build as many apartments as quickly as possible to avert disaster, not everybody agrees with that.
As for the governor's announcement, tenants advocates worry it rewards developers while doing little to stabilize the poorest New Yorkers.
We need to get out of a system where the status quo is being used to prop up the private profit of the real estate industry.
Now, I get it. Nobody wants to see a bunch of rich, well-connected property owners who are already multi-millionaires get even richer. But the problem we're having is we're not helping new people get into that business and give these guys some real competition. The status quo that we have just enables the rich to get richer. And if our de facto view of housing is that anyone who is rewarded for creating it is somehow a bad, greedy person, we're never going to get more houses because, as the governors realized, the only way we've gotten more houses is by giving people a financial incentive to build them. Yet some people still want to stop new housing from getting built. They don't think that's how things should be done. Instead, they want an approach that takes all of the reward out of this. And even though advocates are right that greedy landlords who screw over their tenants and don't fix their buildings are part of the problem, for sure, the problem is the alternative to this, public housing with rents that are based on one's income, that's not working out either. And now you've got people who don't have heat this winter.
And one of the main concerns they have is the lack of clean water in their apartments. They say some of the conditions are inhumane. They have photos of different shades of water they say continue to come out of their faucets, paint in their apartments. That's
appalling, man. The city really needs to do better, but the only way this stuff gets fixed is apparently when the people that run these operations do a little something under the table. Or after so much time has passed by, the residents have already had to move or make massive sacrifices like some of these families. Revealing that greed comes from all facets of society, not just the private sector, that's for sure. And to fix this housing mess that New York is in right now, there needs to be some sort of balance. A balance between people making money and justifying their time and energy doing something, and average people being able to afford their rents without going completely bankrupt or having to deal with conditions that are so terrible nobody wants to live in these apartments. And we're not going to get that balance the way things are now, that's for sure. So all of these efforts to stand in the way of new housing legislation, they're just going to prolong the unaffordability crisis that we already have. And the governor seems to be aware of this. She's advocating for new homes to get built. And that has to happen quickly because, as we're learning, trying to build new homes in a very old city might mean that some of the old homes do not survive that process, which could just make things even more expensive while we try to go about solving it. How would you solve New York City's housing crisis? Is there something we could ban or make illegal that would make this all magically more affordable without building anything new? Let me know. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next video.
New tonight, there is growing concern among the NYPD over Venezuelan gang activity across the city. Police believe some gang members are recruiting children living in migrant shelters. The gang has blended in with asylum seekers.
So now gangs are recruiting teenagers and children from various asylum shelters all throughout the city. A task New York helps them accomplish because as a sanctuary city that doesn't do background checks, it's been placing gang members in its shelters near families for months now. And the levels of gang activity happening in New York are now so high that even the mainstream media is being forced to cover it.
Undocumented criminals as young as 11 years old are carrying out retail robberies and committing crimes on scooters, snatching people's jewelry, watches, and cell phones at gunpoint and knife point. Over 300 incidents last year, more than 800 so far this year. They've brazenly shot at police officers, too.
And we begin this hour with the arrests of 2 members of a violent Venezuelan gang tied to that now viral raid of a Colorado apartment complex. The 2 men were taken into custody this week in New York City.
The NYPD is cracking down on Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan gang they say is living in the shelter system and recruiting children.
Once they commit their crimes, they go back to the migrant community. We have no fingerprints on file for them. We have no photographs on file for them. We have no prior criminal history on them.
People have warned us to be careful with the child because they are recruiting younger children. It worries me a lot. We're afraid he will get recruited and they will force and manipulate him to do bad things, things that will get him into trouble.
So according to federal immigration authorities, 58,000 criminals now live in New York City. But what nobody's talking about is if this massive number of criminals is going to take a long time to track down, and if New York remains a sanctuary city, things like gang activity and crime could continue growing while authorities try to stop it. And that seems to be the agenda of many dangerous organizations like this Tren de Aragua gang from Venezuela, which operates within the very shelter systems New York City claims it's designed to benefit the homeless 220,000 and counting asylum seekers who've come here and aren't criminals, while it also houses the very criminals that destroyed their home countries, revealing that sanctuary city laws aren't at all helpful to the very immigrants our leaders say they're designed for. Because law-abiding immigrants do not benefit from sanctuary rules that help criminals and fugitives, many of whom make a living exploiting the tired, the weary, and the vulnerable, using them as human capital to sell things, steal things, and even forcing them to commit crime all over town. Which brings us to the real reason why gangs recruiting young people is an absolute disaster that's unfolding before our very eyes. Not only are young people more likely to be impressionable and moldable, but if they get caught committing a crime, our state also has laws that won't try them as adults. And if you thought New York's revolving door justice system was easy on adults, try not to be surprised when you find out it's even easier on minors, oftentimes releasing dangerous individuals who return home to the very asylum shelters where many of their crimes are premeditated. And as you're about to see, these individuals are being recruited by some of the most dangerous people on the planet. So this building behind me is the Stewart Hotel. It's an asylum shelter reserved for families where you'll find not just moms and dads, but also children and teenagers, which might not sound weird to you. But what is weird is that, as we're learning today, the city doesn't do anything to prevent people from moving into places like this who might have a criminal record or might be part of a gang. And go figure, gangs have been using this type of opportunity, which doesn't just exist in a building like this, but at any shelter in town, to try and recruit the very people shelters and care facilities like this are designed to protect.
The NYPD is cracking down on Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan gang they say is living in the shelter system and recruiting children.
We have no fingerprints on file for them. We have no photographs on file for them. We have no prior criminal history on them.
This is incredibly frightening. The NYPD is combating gangs who are able to blend in, become incredibly hard to find, and have no criminal record in any U.S. database. Furthermore, their presence inside facilities like this makes them a danger to the entire asylum seeker community that lives here, which is comprised of many people who fled these very same gangs in their home countries after they were destroyed. To make matters worse, as a sanctuary city, police are not allowed inside these facilities to patrol them and maintain law and order, because there is some sort of view here that law enforcement and immigration are somehow toxic sick to each other. Plus, what's even more frightening is that this Tren de Aragua gang, it's unlike any group existing in America. It was started in a Venezuelan prison, and the members of the gang ended up getting released and have made their way to America. And the Venezuelan government, they know who these criminals are. They've got background information on them, but they don't share that with the United States. And when the U.S. apprehends these individuals and wants to deport them, Venezuela refuses to take them back, revealing that once these dangerous individuals make their way to a sanctuary city in America, they could be here forever. And although the new border czar is on record stating that will not be the case when the next administration takes over, our current leaders have no answer to what amounts to an advanced criminal organization they are totally unprepared to deal with. And that's obvious. They're taking over apartments in certain parts of the country. They're operating within the very shelters our city has designed to help people. And what's so frustrating about this is even though our police officers say these criminals are hiding in plain sight, we know where they live. It's just impossible under current sanctuary city rules like the ones we have here for the police to do anything about it. And now they're recruiting minors, which is an even bigger deal once you realize that when these individuals go out and commit a crime, there are essentially no consequences.
The NYPD's chief of detectives says undocumented criminals as young as 11 years old are carrying out retail robberies and committing crimes on scooters.
When they go before a judge in New York City and their arrest record is run, they show no prior criminal history and they're released back into the public.
Some migrant mothers we spoke to,
you know, what kind of place lets you do all that and nothing happens to these individuals? What kind of legal system is that? Is anybody surprised that we've got this kind of problem going on in New York right now? And are we surprised that the city's been experiencing a rise in moped-related crimes all year long, along with the robbery spree in Central Park this past summer, or the shoplifting issues we've had all year as well? New York's soft-on-crime laws, combined with our sanctuary city policies, make this the perfect place for these gangs that are wanted by the federal government, which is stupid because we're told that sanctuary city status, decriminalization efforts, we're told that this makes the world a better place. But obviously it doesn't. It only makes the world a better place for people who make the world a worse place. So if our shelter system did background checks, they wouldn't find anything because there are no backgrounds on any of these individuals. But it gets even worse because if people are caught committing a crime, they don't lose the right to shelter. Oh no, you can end up in the back of this police car here for committing a crime, and after you get released, you can go right back to the place where you're staying, even if it's a city-funded shelter. There's no penalty for doing something here that's wrong. Nobody suffers any consequences. And now, according to the NYPD's chief of detectives, we've got kids as young as 11 out committing crimes that are incredibly frightening. And even though Mayor Adams has come out saying that he supports criminals getting deported, since New York's going to remain a sanctuary city, it remains to be seen how effective such a deportation operation is actually going to be. And crime here very well may continue trending in the wrong direction. And you know what? This whole sanctuary city thing, it doesn't even make sense to some of the asylum seekers. They wonder why criminals are allowed to live in their hotel next to them and do things that are wrong. It doesn't make any sense to them. Parents that live in one of these shelters call it chaos without structure, saying that these kids are out all night stealing and fighting and there's no accountability. Their parents aren't doing anything about it. And now what some people are wondering is, would that change if America's policies changed to be such that if someone commits a crime during an application process for asylum, they've got to leave the country? Because if that doesn't happen, some of the very people that may actually qualify for asylum are just going to be in danger.
Some migrant mothers we spoke to say they fear their boys will be forced into the world of crime. People have warned us to be careful with the child because they are recruiting younger children. It worries me a lot. Arada Piera and her 11-year-old son Dylan.
Yeah, this is all the proof you need that sanctuary city policies are bad news for anyone who's in America and is trying to exist here in a non-criminal capacity. Here we've got people who aren't criminals and they're afraid their kids are going to be forced to become criminals. Yet there are still people out there who want to say that any plan to get rid of the criminal element that might be living here in New York is somehow a bad idea that puts immigrants at risk. But the question is, at risk from what? All asylum seekers have a legal right to stay here while their asylum case plays out. They're not somehow better off in a place that allows criminals to live next to them and bans police from coming inside. If anything, they're worse off, and they were tricked
tricked into coming to a place that they thought was safe, but is actually one of the most dangerous places they could have possibly come to. And from here, it almost looks like asylum seekers would be better off in a non-sanctuary city that did not help and harbor criminals.
But it gets even worse, because even when the police receive a tip and get permission to enter one of these facilities looking for weapons, looking for contraband, looking for gang members, the gang members end up getting tipped off to the presence of the police. And that's exactly what happened when the tent shelters over at Randall's Island were raided a couple of months ago. Police went in, but according to investigators, the private security guards that monitor the entrance of the shelter tipped off the gang members ahead of time. Now, does that mean these security guards are gang members? No, but it does mean that they understand that the gang members are allowed in and out of the shelter whenever they want, and the police aren't. If these criminals are armed, if they're dangerous, what do you expect people to do when there's no law and order? And if they hadn't told the gang members the cops were coming, would they face consequences from the gang?
At this point, our sanctuary city laws just empower criminals and help them do more of what nobody wants them doing in the first place.
And with 58,000 criminals, according to ICE, hiding somewhere in New York, this could be too much even for Trump's new border czar. So the issue of gang-related criminal activity in the city is now so out of control that even the mayor now says, look, even though we're a sanctuary city, criminals, people who commit crimes, they have got to go. And to his credit, Mayor Adams is willing to work with the new presidential administration to clean up the streets here, something other sanctuary city mayors have said they're not gonna do.
And a city full of criminals who do not fear the law and never seem to get sent to jail even after they do something really bad, that's a crisis. That puts everyone in danger.
And according to ICE, there are now over 1,000 gang members hiding out in New York benefiting from laws that protect them. And what's truly remarkable is that New York doesn't have other elected officials saying anything about this. It's the mayor, it's a small handful of Republican lawmakers, but nobody's talking about rolling back some of these dangerous policies that don't actually help immigrants.
Will the deportations be at the scale that Trump has expressed, what he promised along the campaign trail?
There's a lot of pushback I hear from, mass deportation. People saying, well, that's radical, it's racist, it's un-American. It's just ridiculous. Based on immigration court data over the last 10 years, nearly 9 out of 10 of these people will end up with an order removal because they simply don't qualify for asylum. What they did is commit asylum fraud. So when you have millions of people coming across the border, 9 out of 10 will get an order of removal from an immigration judge. Of course, there has to be an historic deportation.
Did you catch that? 9 out of 10 people could fail to qualify for asylum because their applications might be fraudulent. If these folks are law-abiding, they will abide by the process and any order that comes from an immigration court after their asylum claim concludes. But if they're not law-abiding, New York City's laws might enable them to break other laws in the future.
And that's bad news because, as we've already seen, background checks are really non-existent for this whole process. And if someone fails to meet the qualifications for asylum because it's discovered that they are affiliated with a gang or they've committed crimes in a city like New York, things here could become even more dangerous. Which again brings up the question, who are sanctuary city laws really benefiting if it's not the law-abiding?
Think about it. The law-abiding have nothing to fear from the police because they're not breaking any laws. They're obeying the rules. Only somebody who's intent on disobeying the rules, somebody like a criminal, somebody like a gang member, somebody who wants to recruit teenagers in New York City shelters, that person, they've got a lot to fear from authorities, and that's why many of them may make their way here if this deportation agenda actually gets kicked off next year.
But it gets even worse because sanctuary city status just encourages lawlessness. It's not like a criminal can come here and change their ways and live a normal life. That is actually impossible because if you're here and you're not supposed to be in the country, getting something like a normal job and having federal work authorization, that's probably not going to be possible, which means the only way people will be able to survive is to do it in an off-the-books manner, which could be illegal. And if someone truly wants to reform their ways and play by the rules, they're going to have to do it by the rules. They're not going to be able to cut corners. They're not going to be able to come to a place like this and hide from the law. That's just not going to work.
And not only does it not work, one's presence in a sanctuary city trying to exist in an off-the-books manner just puts them at risk from the very criminals that benefit from these laws, like these gang members. They profit from human exploitation. They are forcing people to join their gangs as foot soldiers, telling them that they will hurt their families back home in Venezuela if they don't join, or that these people will be branded as outsiders, enemies of the gang. Who wants that in a place where gang members are protected? That's bad news.
If the court order doesn't mean anything, if the judge order doesn't mean anything, then what are we doing? We're sending a message to the entire world. You can cross the border legally, which is a crime. You can be released in the United States, either go to court or not show up in court and get an order removal, and we're not going to remove you. The whole world's going to come to this.
Now, depending on your views, the entire world may in fact have been trying to come here over the last 2 to 3 years. But the new borders he makes a good point, which is that without some laws, we don't really have a country anymore. We don't have a border. There's no law and order at all if we're not going to enforce the laws that we have. And New York, America's largest sanctuary city, this place is a great example of what can happen when those laws are not followed, or when a city like this sets up laws that exist in opposition to them. This place is more dangerous for immigrants than many cities in the country. I mean, where else in the country do you have gangs openly selling stolen products on street corners in middle-class neighborhoods? Where else do you have gang members living in care facilities that are supposed to help people get back on their feet, destroying the mission of those facilities, making them useless? And what exactly do these laws and policies even do to help a city like New York care for women, children, the vulnerable, the exploited, the destitute? How do these laws that endanger those people actually help them? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video.
Police appear to be closing in on the shooter's identity.
Just minutes ago, the NYPD releasing photos, new photos of the suspect, the clearest photos yet of his face. Police hoping that someone will recognize him.
So this is a developing situation, but the man who attacked the late CEO of United Healthcare right over here at this Hilton has been unmasked. But the shocking event that unfolded here transpired faster than anyone could have imagined, and within 4 minutes, the assailant had fled the scene and disappeared into Central Park. And although this person could be anywhere right now, police have recovered evidence at the scene of the crime. They've unmasked this individual, and their time as a free person may be coming to an end.
A smile from the mystery man police are looking for in connection to the Midtown murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Detectives urgently trying to put a name to this face.
They followed literally for miles till they were able to get that one picture where the defendant thought it was safe and he took that mask down.
Yes, that big break involving this hostel where at this hour detectives are inside. They believe the gunman was staying here, sharing a room with 2 strangers who had no clue they were rubbing elbows with a madman.
A little worried, yeah.
It makes you second guess who you're actually staying in a hostel with because, you know, you're in a room of strangers.
Police say the suspect was spotted heading into Central Park. He is then seen inside a Starbucks at 56th and 6th. In a trash outside, detectives found a water bottle and 2 power bar wrappers, which are being analyzed.
We've learned police found 3 words on shell casings recovered at the scene. The words defend, deny, and depose were written on them, according to a senior law enforcement official.
Someone is going to know this person. Someone is going to make that phone call, and this individual will be in cuffs very soon, I'm sure.
720 traffic radio check.
So the person of interest the police have identified arrived in the city towards the end of last month and had been here for about a week before this all took place. And although this person is still on the loose, there are so many unanswered questions in the minds of the general public and investigators. Like, who is this seemingly average, smiling individual that committed such a heinous act? Were they a professional hired to carry out this crime, a disgruntled former worker, or a customer of United Healthcare who wanted to get revenge for some reason? And more importantly, why is nobody talking about the fact that even though this area is blanketed with cameras, this suspect was still so easily able to commit this crime and flee the scene? But before we answer these questions, it's important to understand that the late CEO, Brian Thompson, was reportedly a stand-up guy and an all-around great person, according to those who knew him, making this a very sad event in every way imaginable and revealing that the assassin who fled the scene probably wasn't somebody who had a personal grudge against the CEO. Rather, investigators believe this was a targeted, pre-planned attack for reasons likely related to the the operation of United Healthcare, the world's largest private health insurer. And that brings us to where we are today. Many new details have come out in the last 24 to 48 hours about not only how the suspect traveled to New York, but where he may have stayed and premeditated his actions. On top of that, he apparently used public transportation and false identification to situate himself in this city at the exact time the CEO would be making his way down the street to a conference that was only recently announced, which reveals shocking levels of planning and detail underpin this entire event, which has some investigators under the impression that this could be an individual who was hired to carry this out. And as you're about to see, this person, who could be anywhere right now, knew exactly what they were doing when they walked into the Starbucks around the corner from this Hilton at 6 a.m. and set up camp.
Thank you.
So this right here is the Starbucks where apparently the suspect left a bottle of water during the morning where this crime took place. If you sit at the window here, there's actually a direct view of the Hilton Hotel, a vantage point perhaps that this person may have found helpful to them as they plotted out their steps. And although recent security footage has unmasked this person and shown the world exactly what they look like, when they were inside this place, they were completely covered up. And that raises a big question. How did they know to be here so early on a frigid morning? And why exactly do investigators think they did what they did?
Three law enforcement sources telling News 4 that the man arrived
All
in
of
New
our
York
cars
City via
vacant.
a bus from
There's no
Atlanta
pilot cars.
on
The
November
water meter
24th
reading is
around
587641,
sources
and
telling
there's
us
no
that
visible
investigators
cop
now
damage.
working to see if they can find a name in that list of ticket purchases that
I'm going
could
to be
help to
patrolling
identify the
921
suspect.
North Court.
His story truly has been captivating people all across the country.
So the latest information that we have at the time I'm making this is that the suspect had been in New York City for about 10 days. They arrived here on a bus, and we know that the morning of the incident, he was staying in an Upper West Side hostel, which he checked into using a fake ID from New Jersey. And that is apparently the building where this security camera image showing the suspect's face was taken. He had his guard down. He thought it was a safe place to be and didn't think he'd be photographed. And investigators are trying to figure out if this hostel, where apparently you have rooms that are shared with other guests, if this was some sort of base of operations where he premeditated his actions. Investigators are also working to uncover if there's any connection between the threats that the late CEO was receiving prior to all of this happening and this suspect. But what's interesting is somehow the suspect knew to be here on a freezing cold Wednesday morning and knew that the CEO would be attending a conference that was not publicly announced until just a couple of weeks before it was going to take place. This person had inside information on the CEO's whereabouts, and that is incredibly frightening.
Wednesday morning, the gunman ambushed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Video shows the suspect calmly walking up to the 50-year-old outside of the Hilton in Midtown. Mayor Eric Adams today saying pieces of this puzzle are coming together.
We are on the right path.
401A,
We don't want
radio
anything that's
tag,
going to not only impede the investigation, but hurt the prosecution of the person involved.
Now, the way this unfolded, it certainly looks very suspicious, almost like a setup, because for some reason, this high-profile individual was walking down the street at the exact moment the assailant was lying in wait for him. And sadly, the late CEO, Brian Thompson, was 50 years old at the time of this event. He was promoted to the CEO of United Healthcare in 2021 and was praised by everyone, not just for who he was as a person, but for the quality of his work. But for some reason, he'd been on the receiving end of threats leading up to this tragic event, threats that his wife was aware about. What those threats were, who it was that made them, what they were saying, all of that hasn't been released just yet. And what also hasn't been released yet is how the suspect gained access to the CEO's whereabouts and was able to track him down in the middle of New York City. Because we're not in a dangerous part of town. We're in the middle of Manhattan. You've got police all over the place. The Hilton itself is within walking distance of Times Square, Central Park, and Rockefeller Center. And not only do you have a round-the-clock police presence here in one form or another, there is also a police security camera on the street corner right where the hotel is located. The hotel itself is also covered in security cameras, and it has a highly visible, well-trafficked entrance. And when you add all of that up, it makes it even more shocking that something as shocking as what transpired here actually did, and that the suspect was able to flee the scene and is still out there. And look at this, across the street from the hotel, you've got a sign that says you cannot bring a weapon over here, and this is exactly where a weapon was used. And it's incredibly frightening to think that all of the security that we have here that we feel keeps us safe wasn't enough to keep the CEO safe on a freezing cold Wednesday morning. And here we have a timeline of events. Right here, number one, you can see that it's 6:44 a.m. This is where the event unfolded. And then this red line going down the middle of this image shows the suspect's path as he escaped into Central Park up here at the top within about 5 minutes. Central Park is just up the street here. Investigators say he walked on foot until he was able to obtain a city bike, which he then used to continue into the park itself after escaping down this long alleyway. And after they escaped through here and made their way through the park, they were spotted again in the Upper West Side riding what looks like a non-city bike from the footage that's available. And they had also ditched their gray backpack.
Makes you second guess who you're actually staying in a hostel with because, you know, you're in a room of strangers.
Police have been tracking and trailing the suspect's every move, including looking into this new video. It appears to show the gunman on a bike going down West 85th Street near Central Park West, still masked and without the light-colored backpack he was wearing.
They followed literally for miles till they were able to get that one picture where the defendant thought it was safe and he took that mask down.
So this is the last footage we have of the suspect so far, and I'm sure with all of the cameras in New York City, eventually more information will come out and they will track this person down and learn things about them that we don't know just yet. But this reveals one of the major flaws with security cameras. They cannot stop a crime, and there are so many of them and so many hours of footage that investigators have their work cut out for combing through all of it, trying to find what's relevant and what's not. In fact, every building along the route the suspect took has cameras. If they're all working, if they all had a clear shot of what's going on, we don't know at this moment. And apparently this footage right here was taken of somebody who looked like the suspect 30 minutes before the event unfolded, but it's not actually them. This was determined to be another individual who just had a similar set of jacket and backpack with them that morning. However, it's probably safe to assume that the police and authorities that are investigating this have more information than has been put out to the news. They're probably holding some of it back because they need it to get a leg up on this person and bring them in. Because if they reveal too much information to the general public, there's a risk the suspect could get access to that information, which could make the whole investigation harder. But we also have our first clues as to a potential motive, which were found as words etched into the side of the showcasing at the scene. The words deny, depose, and defend were written on the casings, which are in reference, some think, to this book, which has a similar title and talks about the insurance industry and is highly critical of how they process claims. And now the question many have is, was the assailant someone with a very strong grudge against this company for some reason? Or was this a ruse to throw investigators off the suspect's trail and help them escape? And most importantly, will any of this help investigators uncover who this recently unmasked individual actually is?
What do you make of when you see something like that?
Yeah, I mean, that goes directly to what we believe now could be the motive. You know, you're still going to follow all the leads and make sure that there are no other reasons that this could have happened. But really, that's going to be the directive. Who was denied coverage? Was it the shooter himself? Are we going to find online or somewhere, you know, his treatise on what this book talks about and his belief patterns?
So if the message that was written into some of the evidence recovered at the scene was there because the suspect had a grudge against this company and wanted to seek retribution against them by attacking the CEO, this could be a clue that helps lead investigators in the right direction. But if it's a ruse to throw them off the trail of who this person is, it's going to send them in the wrong direction while the suspect has time to escape. And the NYPD has some of the finest detectives in the world. Experts say they're not taking any option off the table, but they're also not saying that they know exactly what happened. They're investigating all potential ends. But one thing they're definitely going to be looking into is who exactly this person could be and how they might be potentially related to someone who had a claim with United Healthcare at some point. Was there a claim for something that was denied? Is the suspect angry about that, and is that why they tried to get vengeance? Also, there's hope that now that this person's photo has been put out there, that someone will come forward and identify them. A friend, a family member, a co-worker, anybody. And the more people who hear about this story, the higher the likelihood is that somebody's going to come forward and help bring this person in. But what about the idea that this was a contracted job, that this person may have been a professional? What do investigators think about that versus an aggrieved party who has a grudge?
Take a look at the whole spectrum of evidence we have so far. Is that what this looks like, or is that sort of what everyone wants it to be because it makes for a better story? Sure. That whole narrative of murder for hire is in fact very rare. In my 20 years in the FBI, rare. Everything is still on the table at this point. This could, in fact, be the case here, but it is, in fact, extremely rare.
So even though this was carried out in a cold, calculated manner by somebody who didn't blink, investigators believe that it probably isn't going to be a contracted job. It was probably somebody that planned this out and acted alone. Investigators are also combing through the Upper West Side hostel where this individual was staying to gather as much information as they can and learn all they can about this person. But the investigation is now more than 48 hours old, and the clock is ticking. The longer this goes on, the higher the likelihood that the suspect will make distance between themselves and New York City. They're probably on the run. They could be anywhere. But the walls may, in fact, be closing in on this person because police know that they took a bus into the city and they know that bus left Atlanta, Georgia. That's going to lead them over there to see what they can find. And according to the news, they recovered a water bottle and some power bar wrappers that may contain traces of the suspect's DNA. And there may be more images of who this person is that were captured at this hostel that we just haven't seen yet, or potentially at the bus terminal or even on the bus itself. And hopefully investigators are able to use this information to track this suspect down, identify them, and make an arrest. And hopefully the more people hear about this story, the higher the chances are that someone will come forward and identify this suspect, or that the police will be able to bring them in. Thank you for watching.
Governor Hochul officially bringing back to life the controversial and many say important congestion pricing plan. It's going to cost money to drive below 60th Street in Manhattan, and the money will be used to fund mass transit. This after the presidential election.
Yeah, that's the promise of every new tax. Pay it and we'll save the world with it. But if you look at New York City's aging subway and bus infrastructure, the $20 billion spent keeping it this way isn't exactly saving anything. However, this driving tax, which will negatively affect areas of New York that voted red in larger numbers than ever before, was suspiciously paused last summer before the presidential election. But now that the election is over and President Trump has won, the local government here has decided to bring it back.
Here we go again. Congestion pricing is back with a countdown to a January 5th start. The latest version sets the price tag at $9 per vehicle. Those who drive in the city for a living are livid.
It's not fair for the passengers or for the driver.
Congestion pricing is intended to ease traffic in Manhattan while raising $15 billion for the MTA.
My supplier, most of them, they drive along from Queens to here. They're going to increase the food price and the food supply with our restaurant for sure.
It's going to hurt a lot of people, a lot of businesses, and I'm going to be one of them.
Hochul came out against us before the election, probably thought it would help the Democrats.
That's exactly right. This was nothing but a shell game by Kathy Hochul to make sure that the state elected officials throughout this state were reelected.
I spoke about working New Yorkers, hard-working New Yorkers.
905 radio check, please.
As much money back in their pockets as I possibly could.
10-4, thank you.
Get back to America again what it was when I was a young kid. It was a beautiful thing. Now, I don't know America no more, really.
Donald Trump made it clear today he does not like congestion pricing. But yes, the question, can he stop it once he takes office? Well, the governor's legal team tonight says he can, which is why they're moving quickly to flip the switch.
So New York's congestion pricing plan is back after it was paused because of its controversial nature. But pausing the plan that advocates say is going to save our rotting $20 billion a year public transit network proves it isn't going to. In fact, the rollout of the nation's first progressive tax on driving right before the election would have been a golden opportunity to show the world how much better off we all are when the government has more of our money. Unless, of course, someone in charge knows our rusting subway and bus transit networks won't actually benefit from the billions in tax revenue this plan is supposed to generate. But critics say not only will this plan not work, it's also going to make everyone's life here much more expensive, because these driving taxes don't just apply to college-educated office workers who have air-conditioned white-collar jobs and can take the subway to work. They also apply to blue-collar workers who drive trucks full of equipment to fix buildings, and food delivery vehicles that stock our grocery stores and feed our city, which business owners say will lead to higher prices as each delivery of food or products they now get costs more to receive, which reveals the real reason this plan was canceled before the election. Had it been had started ahead of time and delivered absolutely nothing, people would have had another thing to vote against. On top of that, President Trump has made it no secret that he's no fan of congestion pricing. And since he campaigned on lowering living costs for the working class, he's promised to block this plan once he takes office. But he's not in office yet, and city officials have decided it's now or never for this historic first-in-the-nation tax on cars to begin, which will definitely lead to less noise, less pollution, and less traffic down here in lower Manhattan. But according to the MTA's own studies, we'll just force that pollution to less affluent areas of the city like Brooklyn, Staten Island, and the Bronx, where asthma rates are already some of the highest in the nation. But as you're about to see, our leaders are so terrified of Trump returning to the White House that they've decided to push through this controversial plan without any regard to the collateral damage. So here we are in the New York City subway, or as I like to call it, the land of broken promises, because even though this is the place where all the money from congestion pricing is supposed to go, it already gets $20 billion a year along with our buses and the other public transit stuff we have here, and it looks like an absolute disaster, even though there's a city agency in charge of this place that's promised to take care of it and somehow isn't able to find the funds to do it. Yet this place obviously needs a lot of help, and the people in charge of our city want to get this plan enacted to see if it starts working before Trump comes into the White House and puts a stop to it as he's promised to do.
Congestion pricing is expected to take effect on January 5th, slapping a $9 toll on most vehicles entering Manhattan south of 60th Street. Governor Kathy Hochul insisted today this was her plan all along.
So the state's legal advisors believe that Trump could try to put a stop to congestion pricing if he gets into office, and it hasn't been activated yet. So they're going to try to activate it now, January 5th. And the reason this plan is so controversial is because driving a car in Manhattan is kind of a waste of time. Traffic is so bad. Getting rid of cars would free up road space and do a lot of good things. But the tolls are expensive. The subway's not exactly safe, as you can tell from the National Guard troops that are down here patrolling it with the help of police. And if you're carrying anything that's bigger than an iPhone, navigating some of these stairs might be pretty difficult. And even though New York is a very blue state, here in the congestion zone in Manhattan, there was no red shift. But even in counties that still voted overwhelmingly blue in the last election, you do see that more voters turned to the Republican Party than they have in quite some time. And these just so happen to be areas of town that if you want to drive from here through Manhattan, you're gonna have to pay this toll, which to some people makes it look like this plan was paused just a few months before a presidential election for purely political reasons. Now, if you live in New York and you don't want to take the subway, you're gonna have to pay a $9 fee for driving your car, even if the subway you want to take isn't working properly, because the money to fix it is being wasted. But this really adds up. $9 a day is $45 a week if you work 5 days, and $2,300 over 12 months. There goes your tax refund, there goes your Miami Beach vacation, but it's not going to stop there. The toll is actually set to increase every couple of years, and it'll be back at the $15 amount sometime in 2030, at which point it will cost people $3,900 a year to not take the gross, disgusting, unsafe subway system, which is going to look just as flashy and beautiful the day it starts as it does right now. And that's the problem with this plan. The whole thing relies on believing a bunch of promises that, as we look around, aren't being kept as we speak. This place is a mess. And if you want to look at how the congestion pricing money is actually going to be spent, look at what's happening with all the new train cars that the city's been building. They can't even get those to run correctly, and they cost billions of dollars. And stories like this make it pretty hard to believe that the city isn't going to do the exact same thing and waste the billions of dollars in new tax revenue it gets. But again, literally none of this is about actually improving our public transit networks, because if that's what was going to happen, this plan never would have been paused. It would have been started right away so that everyone could see the tangible benefits of it. No, instead it's about stopping Trump from stopping this plan, because even if it gets off the ground and isn't working, it can still be adjusted later and the state won't lose the power to do it. And what you really have here with this battle over congestion pricing is a power struggle, and it looks like the state is probably going to win this one.
I cannot add another burden to working and middle-class New Yorkers.
But the governor struggled today to explain her abrupt decision to pause the plan while defending the new plan and attempting to sell the relaunch as a concession to working New Yorkers.
It was $15 before, and now it is $9. That is a 3% reduction.
So, in theory, a great public transit system would save the city and its residents tons of money because these trains are always breaking down, there's rampant delays. Anyone who's ridden the subway will tell you it's a very unpleasant experience. But the problem is we likely won't get a great public transit system out of this because the one we have now isn't that great and the same people will be in charge. Plus, any savings from public transit improvements could be offset by the fees everybody's now got to pay when they drive or when they buy anything, which now costs more because whatever you're buying came into that business on a truck, not the subway. But it's important to understand that the governor and the mayor, they're not anti-Trump per se. They've just got to get this congestion pricing thing going now if it's ever going to have a chance. And they're between a rock and a hard place because obviously this place needs work, and this is the only way they're able to get the money without making cuts. Yeah, they're not going to cut anything. They're just going to get more money. And they're not going to do anything about the hundreds of millions of dollars they lose to people who ride the subway and bus without paying, which is costing the city $700 million a year. That's absolutely crazy. But the good news for anyone opposed to this who doesn't want the rest of their life to cost more money is that even if President Trump can't stop this plan because it's already started, there are at least 8 lawsuits pending against it right now. And these lawsuits cover just about everything from negative impacts on parts of the environment that are not in Manhattan to foot traffic drastically decreasing in certain areas like Chinatown that are within the congestion zone, but have businesses that have been struggling for years now and really need all the foot traffic they can get. There's a fear that it might die off as traffic in general dies off because of these fees. And one of these lawsuits is from the state of New Jersey. But outside of the pending lawsuits over congestion pricing that reveal some very controversial details of the plan most of its supporters don't know about, the whole reason the plan needs to be kicked into high gear now is because ultimately it requires federal approval to begin. And the governor and mayor know that under the Biden administration, they're likely to get approval from this. Either way, some of these lawsuits reveal that the very people who are supposed to benefit the most from congestion pricing may actually suffer the worst because of it. But with this plan set to start in just a couple of weeks, many people are wondering if it's really going to improve everything you see down here right now, or if it will indeed be a business-closing, job-killing disaster.
It's going to be north near the Wildcat exit with Tom Spring X-ray 4375.
So when I first heard about congestion pricing, I thought that it was going to be great because obviously there is way too much traffic here. And obviously the subway is terrible. And on the surface, it seems like a great idea to get rid of the traffic and make the subway better. But it's not just that it looks unlikely for the subway to actually see any real improvements under this plan. The reasons why communities across the state and country are suing to block this aren't readily apparent to most people who just believe we'll get a better subway and that's it. And even though we keep hearing about how this plan is going to be great for businesses, many businesses are scared it might actually cause them to shut down.
It's going to hurt a lot of people, a lot of businesses, and I'm going to be one of them.
Asar Al-Qatani is the owner. He says one of his main concerns is the extra fee distributors may charge.
Everything. Groceries, drinks, candies, like if they do that, that means it's going to raise all prices.
Inside this
So here we've got a owner of a corner store that sells food, and he expects his prices to go up because everything in the store comes to him by a truck, and he expects those trucking companies to just pass these congestion tolls right on to him, making it more expensive for him to stay open. And this is a problem many restaurant owners are going to face because nothing that's inside any of these places can get here from the subway. And if it costs these places more money to stay open, they might have to make tough choices like raising prices or, sadly, letting someone go and not having as many employees. And if a restaurant closes and shuts down or lets people go, it could very well be that in 10 years these fired employees do have a nicer, better subway system, but they lost their jobs. It's the same thing that happened to a restaurant that has to raise its prices. Its customers might no longer eat there, or they might do less business, all because these places are an absolute logistical nightmare to operate. They get constant deliveries throughout the week. And here we've got some deliveries. Do you think any of this stuff could be carried on the subway? Absolutely not. That would not only be unfeasible because of how much there is, but this is food we're talking about here. You don't want your food down there in that subway. I was just down there, trust me. And this is the first real issue that many people have with this congestion pricing plan. It applies applies to businesses who can't take advantage of public transit in any way. They're just going to pay a price for existing. It would be a lot different if these fees only applied to people who worked in an office somewhere and didn't have to carry a whole lot of stuff. That would definitely get cars off the road. That would be better for emergency vehicles and response times, sure. But to make this apply to businesses that have no choice but to drive, that kind of seems unfair. And they pay more than a car does. It's like 20 bucks. Okay, $14 for small trucks and $20 for big trucks. But after all, this plan was designed by the people who run the subway. Of course they think it's going to be great. Of course they think everybody should use the subway. Why shouldn't they? They run it after all, and it needs more money, and if more people used it, they would have it.
Think of a restaurant or a bar. They get so many different deliveries from various suppliers that are all coming into the zone. And we've heard that they're going to start adding a congestion fee surcharge on top of every single check that they're already bringing in. So if you're getting your food delivery, your beverage delivery, all of these things are going to head.
Now, I'm hopeful this doesn't happen, but when these readers get turned on and start taxing cars, the big losers, they're going to be people who, in some cases, didn't go to college and are working at some of the businesses that are directly affected by this. And then after this plan starts, everyone else will start feeling the effects of it with higher prices. If you live in an apartment building and it needs to get fixed, who does that? A bunch of guys with a truck. If it needs fuel so you can have heat in the wintertime, how does that get there? It gets there on a massive truck. And you've also got to wonder, could this end up bringing down property values? If this storefront for this restaurant doesn't get enough foot traffic, the restaurant's going to close and it won't be worth the same amount of money to rent. And this is something that many critics are particularly worried about in the Chinatown portion of Manhattan, which is inside the congestion zone and already has a lot of foot traffic problems. And even here in Midtown, you have a lot of businesses that rely on tourism, which could decrease if it now costs more money to get into the city. And then you've got the environmental aspects of this, because even though less traffic out here on these roads will decrease pollution and noise in Manhattan, the MTA's own studies reveal that outer boroughs are going to get hit with extra pollution, and this is especially bad in the Bronx, where asthma rates are some of the highest in the country. They're going to spend millions of dollars to install air filtration systems in schools that are near roads that are likely going to be jam-packed with traffic just outside of highways that lead into the congestion zone. But the problem is they're not going to install air filters in the homes of those school children, so when they go home, they'll still have to deal with all the pollution that comes from the congestion pricing. But congestion pricing is likely going to be here very soon with federal government approval, and that means it's going to start. Now, I'm hopeful that after it starts, none of this happens. That's my hope. But if that were true, why would so many people be concerned about it? Why would there be 9 lawsuits if this was something that was just going to make everyone's day better and improve the city? And is the city even able to take the $1 billion that they're supposed to be guaranteed every single year from congestion pricing and then turn that into loans that are worth $15 billion and spend that $15 billion adequately? I'm sure they can spend it, but are they going to actually spend it on stuff that works and that gives New Yorkers a meaningful improvement in public transit to begin with? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next video.
Route 1, 4 down, 3 around, times 2.
$722 to dispatch.
There.
3435 is clear. The train.
2-4, thank you.
Congestion route 2, pole 28 on the beach. The reporting party advised of a husky that is not on a leash that keeps charging people. The owner is reportedly in the water fishing and will not put the dog on a leash. He's going to be by a white SUV with a 10 on the back.
a call at 2434 Widgeon. Suspicious activity.
North near the Liganum exit, North George Henry 7558. North George Henry 7558. North near Liganum North Shore exit.
With the normal relation.
10493, you copy?
Yes, we copy, I'm clear. Small fire in the backyard of the center of the vision.
Fire department.
Copy information for 59. Yeah, 59 today, starting at 9. Communications, line 32, cargo bays secure. From there, complete.
So there you go.
Yes, sir. 907, 907. This is about 26, currently heading outbound to Swan South.
132,
Point second is 10 per service.
Second 59% area starts at 12:30 from Richie Gonzalez to Palms Memorial and Taft. 12:30, Richie Gonzalez to Palms Memorial. Direct. 59 today, 12:30 from Aransas Pass, Rest Haven to San Ignacio. 12:30 from Rest Haven and Aransas Pass to San Ignacio. 327. In market check of the westbound speed trailer. 7187.
Out of the city expires October 25.
Unit 3.
Market check of the westbound speed trailer.
Just at 78.
What's up?
There you go.
Yes, sir. Contact me in 907, sir. 907. These are about 26, currently heading outbound to Swan South. Here's the point second is 10 per service.
10907.
It's under control and out.
132, 1027. Four 32-514. 408-32-514.
327. In market check of the westbound speed trailer. 722 radio check.
Loud and clear. Double.
Letter to 132-10-4. 23, go ahead.
Copy your surface station.
Showing you en route to 803 Ruben Chavez, 803 Ruben Chavez for criminal mischief. RP Michelle is advising someone attempted to remove the license plates from her vehicle sometime last night. 803 Ruben Chavez. Unit 3 doc report.
Devil, you're right.
Well, how are you, Chuck?
All Dock 11 has a tugboat, the Caroline, with barge, the CPR 2018 and 2026, polycar 16. The water meter reading is 821435, and there's been invisible dock damage. Handler.
$321 KVH, Ursula Mental, Gulf Coast Compress, low back dock patrol.
Case number and transport available. Unit 5, to Dock 14. Signal 4, stores on highway. Unit 5, hold Dock 14. Ops 22, Charles.
Charles, your 8 you. Give me 3.
132, I'm back in service.
Oil Box 7 has a typo defender with bar to the MGI 2331, product car 5 and 21. The water meter reading is 832002, and the time of departure was 8:15, and there's no new visible dock damage. 10-4.
Stand by for your daily fire EMS test page. This will be a test page only. Safety received, squad 2, tower transfers. 1610, 6211, copy. Station 2, 10-4, 6210, 6211, 10-4.
Adam 3022.
Victor Young, Sam 6228, north on the highway near Esplanade.
Info. We're off of Friday, specialty 23. Temper.
132, go ahead. 132, go ahead.
Ops 22, Adam.
North on the highway near Esplanade. Victor Young Sam 6228. Victor Young Sam 6228. North on the highway near Esplanade.
Adam 3022.
10-4. 314, 326, 332, underway. Marine 1.
Marine 1.
Station 2, Portland, you're broadcasting on fire channel. For information, Intermobile was able to get a contact with that survey boat. Be clear from that. 4, yeah.
Okay.
41, 10-4.
Engine 18. Engine 18.
926 on open line. Oh, same thing.
They got a call on the dump side for a disabled or hazard vehicle, 37 South, kind of in between Fort and Brownlee, Silver, Camaro.
Are you by those places in Port?
37 South, sound like between Brownlee and Port on the southbound side. It's supposed to be up on the right-hand shoulder.
I'll make a copy. Yeah, I'll make a call of that.
Charles Norris, AM 7090. Charles Norris, AM 7090.
Let me hear it out on there real quick. We're going to do some. March 140, Chevy pickup in Bento, La Caliaga, out of TAP, no 29. 3059, radio check, 132. Fine, clear, be safe. 3 Charles, 32 Corpus. Show me on the vehicle search. Do it.
Charles Norris, AM 7090. Charles Norris, AM 7090.
I found 3041. Meet me here at Islander real quick. We're going to give you some.
Someone vandalized his driveway using a gator. You have it on the ring camera.
132, 10-8. Dispatch engine 12. 141, 10-8, warning. Careful. Yes, sir. Radio check. You have something at the purple door? I'm being flagged now.
Temporary female saying she was thrown out, advised she wanted to change bed. Remember that called her last night, the Delta 3s went out too.
Yeah. Show me how to do something. You can show me.
Give me a minute. Come on.
Mike 3 to Delta 1. Delta 130. What was the different disposition from last night? When you made a call out here?
Temporary the staff on her removed from her location.
At the black pack with him. It's going to be him with the woman. You want me to use over there? Yeah, great.
AB Force 1, 2, 3, and 4, security and patrol.
Patroller is heading south, north of Smaller.
10-4.
Copy.
Probably abandoned vehicle, gonna be on the corridor at Avenue F, in between some construction barrels. 20 is gonna be
Right there.
North Carolina. Robert Henry King, 6179. Robert Henry King, 6179. 35, rest area check.
340.
614.
Sam the Eagle, San Juan. Arrived at 8:34. No dot damages.
Unit 7. Stand by. AB Force 1, 2, 3, and 4, security and patrol. 10-4.
I'm gonna be out with a probably abandoned vehicle, gonna be on the corridor at Avenue F, in between some construction barrels. 20 is gonna be on North Carolina. Robert Henry King, 6179. Robert Henry King, 6179.
7. 7.
It's gonna be unoccupied. I'm gonna be tagging it. Also, if you can notate that there is some fluid, possibly hydraulic fluid, maybe only about I don't know, a quarter of a cup or half a cup at most.
What kind of fluid was it you cut out?
You sure it's not oil? It's
Yeah, might as well.
fluid near the left rear tire.
Is that going to require still report to be completed? Robert Henry King, 6179, negative 29. Comes back to 2012 Hyundai Elantra.
Yeah, might as well.
Therefore,
it's going to be unoccupied. I'm going to be tagging it. Also, if you can notate that there is some fluid, possibly hydraulic fluid, maybe only about I don't know, a quarter of a cup or half a cup at most.
10-4. Is that going to require still report to be completed?
Yeah, might as well.
Delta 12160, Business District 4445 Naples, 4455 Naples.
Does it have a chance of getting into the water?
The summer's the sun. Maybe he won't calm down, starting to hit somebody. If they're outside the location.
301 radio check 10-8 from yard.
Hi, Chris.
10-4, thank you. Have a good day.
Check out.
11, 4 down, 3 around.
Number 4, check in. 141, 445, 4.
Corpus said Black Mustang. Could be either.
He's pulling to access road 1. Access 1 at the time.
Just off the equal 350 east on it now. 350 east on
141, 45, number 4, check in. 141, 10, 445, 4.
All right lane. Right then, there's no shoulder there.
Unit 7.
The liquid's going to be oil. Vehicle is tagged as well.
Adam 125, 130. Report.
Unit 7.
14810 Beal. 14810 Beal. Contact Jason.
Channel 125 0.
Adam 132.
10-4.
This is a wife in mental distress, acting violent. Information's still coming in.
Can you check a text 27?
10-4, go ahead.
$327.
Okay.
2019 Dodge expired May 21st of 25, May 21st of 25. Insurance hits verify manually. Rojas out of Hutto shows clear. Deal expired April of 25, April of 25.
my computer went down. I'm trying to get it restarted real quick.
Okay.
Audible. Restricted area.
23, can I get a case number, please?
Keyboard. OB.
Stroke.
Area. Restricted area.
Okay, that's complete.
Keyboard.
313 Charlie in the area. Tower.
Clear with the report.
Nine ten for an individual.
What is a special assignment at Billway Park? Detected a couple of days ago. Thank God it's in the record. The 28, the King 0 Tom 9017. King 0 Tom 9017.
She would have that determined 77
23, clear with the report.
909 Holiday Inn.
Yes, sir. Can we contact with you at 910, sir? Yeah, 910. These are about 6 coming in down Staple Street Station. Is Jim Fair is not issuing transfers, sir.
Yes, is that report?
Delta 160.
Unit Q. File officers have the Kirby 297 Delta V. All about damage.
San Patricio County Juvenile Center. On Texas's plate, Sam William Nora, 9643. That's Texas plate, Sam William Nora, 9643. One more for traffic control. Texas, different tag 19, Adam, 2894. Other one clear. One point. Show me clear and show me a signal point. Position. 58, SPID. 604. Yeah, Charlie, when we actually got it under control, the traffic control, we don't need it first. Never. Won't be the bad one, sugar.
Turn 3C902 direct.
Bravo 115, signal 4302 gram.
Ready for that.
664, take fuel. Six, 10-4. Last name Davis, first of Michael, middle R for Robin. Yeah, white belt 113059. 113059. So we'll take it. And Put me on my Burger King.
Any clear comments? Still don't think that your passes to 3,000 runner, 3,000 runner. Clear that loud music.
Three Charles on to corpus.
Cover.
7-1 to dispatch.
7-1. 924 to dispatch. Radio check. 950.
Well, can I get a private on 3026, please? 4925. Can you show me service, please?
Cover.
10-4-9-10, Route 78, Maple Street Station.
One 32 traffic. 32. South-south, under Moore, Sam Zebra Tom 6681. Sam Zebra Tom 6681. South-south under Moore. 32 Central.
Three Charles 302, corpus.
Hey, Jesse, we're good.
Unit 6, can you open 40 and 22 for the railroad?
10-4, ma'am, I'll be in route.
Park 5 in service.
4923, I'm in service.
Hello.
Officer Simon on the island.
Highway's clear now. I'll be clear.
Sure. So when I swim out of the river thing on the steady email. In the admin office.
Uniform. 3435, 10-7. No passengers.
Sorry, 2801 radio transmitting from York.
664, go this way.
Unit 4, en route to Oil Dock 9 is the Haskell with Kirby 28068.
Unit 4.
Everything dispatch 907 is going to be clear.
Okay, boy.
Check patrols. Defense
327. I'll be clear from ring 5.
You go ahead.
321, NAS check controls.
One 32 Central. 132 traffic. Delta 160, 10-4. Total 80, let's make visual.
151 negative, 132 clearing from is the call.
60, can you go with disturbance in progress? 702 Furman. 702 Furman. Contact Marlene at the location.
Very good.
1442 Arlington. 1442 Arlington.
It's going to be south-south near the Indian Point exit. Victor Charles Sam 4025. Victor Charles Sam 4025. South-south near the Indian Point exit.
Very good. Central.
Unit 6.
Good.
TSA has a random ammo to pick up at their checkpoint.
Station 2. And Allegiance TMS. Station 2. 2303 Medusa Drive. That's 2303 Medusa Drive for 283. Correction. 22-year-old female. Experiencing pain in her abdomen or stomach area. Again, 2303 Medusa Drive.
So. 25821. Good.
Henry Young Charles 0880.
TSA has a random ammo to pick up at their checkpoint.
Stand by for fire EMS stage. Again, fire EMS stage. Stand by for fire EMS stage. Again, fire EMS stage.
Unit 6.
Gates 22 and 40 open for the railroad.
10-4.
Dispatch clutches are out.
Six to 11 en route.
Take you to 11, 10-4, en route.
The last two.
Second car. 39007863.
Yes, sir. Can we do a trash work order for the stop at Moore Plaza? There's a bike and a bunch of clothes thrown there.
6501, can I do a private, please?
Careful, for the stop at Moore Plaza. Yes, and that's one on State 40 with everybody Street.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Careful, put it in.
Shows clear, valid, active LTC.
Back in service. They're showing on another truck stop 180.
Where you show back in the clear?
Four.
3435 to dispatch. May I have an individual, please, on 3068?
EMS requesting at 402 East Main, 402 East Main. Folks, you don't clear with a verbal for using a cell phone.
One there, go ahead. Right, 10-4, copy on scene. Charlie 190, I'm clear. Can you send me QL to also Little League Field?
Safe card 252790.
501, 6501 to 6502.
$6211 arriving on scene. I've already passed it.
10-4.
$9301 radio check, 10-8 on the yard. I'm clear, be safe.
Thank you.
One adult female in custody, and they can't get a case number.
323 Club Car to Will Banks, showing clear. Your mail subject to Gates, out of Terrell Hills. Clear, eligible, sign 2 at 33.
Alright, so 09.
What's BNT road? Stand by for LP.
(907) individual.
Route 15, radio check, 10-8 for New York.
Great, receive.
10-4, thank you.
Charlie 155, can you be route to the disturbance in progress? 2109 Eagle Drive, 4109 Eagle Drive, contact the arena at the location. Could be serving with a boyfriend, could be in the background upset about, he was here in the background upset about money. Then a call back from Davion stating Noreen was swinging at him, threw all of his property out of the house, stating she's stealing from him.
What was it, cross street on Joe Fulton?
So for especially if you have property call, basically.
You want that, yeah, the police go for breakfast. 10-4.
3056, radio check, please.
10-4.
Alright, thank you for that radio check. You're coming back in loud and clear on this end also, over.
Charlie, you can show me clear 5-8.
Okay, unit 925 is doing that same thing as that other unit. Transfers are going up and down, that kind of thing.
Well, I already called her, so no one's answering the phone again, sir.
Hi, hit on by.
What was it, cross street on Joe Fulton?
West BNT.
Dispatch, Squad 2's clear back in service.
334, you can show me clear. He was just adjusting something on his trailer. He was pulling. Copy clear.
Squad 2, 10-4, copy clear.
Okay.
Charles, your next name.
132, back in service.
320. I'm checking the speed trailers on Joe Fulton. Going to be more My Legacy Daycare. More My Legacy Daycare, which says Tom Young Henry 8384. Tom Young Henry 8384.
Charles, your next name.
Delta 123.
320. I'm checking the speed trailers on Joe Fulton. 141. It's going to be more by Legacy Daycare. More by Legacy Daycare with Texas. Tom Young Henry, 8384. Tom Young Henry, 8384.
Unified doc report.
Unified.
It's been BMD2, vacant, no dot damages, no pilot cars, water reading 168263.
Record 5 to Record 1. I'm going to go back to the station to grab flags because we'll probably be upgrading and then I'll just drop them off to you at dawn.
That's 180 on info. Go for it.
Five, 4191. Unified doc report.
Unified.
It's been BMD2, it's vacant, no dot damages, no pilot cars, water reading 168263.
10-4.
Center Shore North with 7603095, 7603095.
Dispatch, letter 2. In service, over here, hydrants.
We're clear.
162, 10-4. 1208, show me that red pheasant. 1828, 8866. Go back to the shopper floor, right people. Off 22, I'll be curbside.
Curbside 925.
Texas 28, your female just cleared out. It's going to be a 21 Center block of Memorial, 1600 block.
Where do you want to find your name?
683 David Victor, repeating 98683 David Victor. Temper.
Ladder 7 received.
RTA to do it.
14 witnesses. Governor Senior, 57 Timothy, apartment 1119, EOV 1412, Project Festival Spanish Wood, work off of
320. I'm going to be patrolling White Sands.
Oh my golf cart, can you just tell me the make on it, please?
Ladder 7 received.
It's going to be a 23 club car.
There's no traffic.
34, go ahead.
Yeah, golf cart at Ashby and Highway 361 with license plate LIP 126.
I will control.
Go ahead.
1-894-7151, 1894-7151.
132 traffic.
Copy, Tom, Sam, George, 8457.
Water River Fence Line Patrol, Gates 106, 107, and Upton Security.
Sam Victor Boy 5715. Sam Victor Boy 5715, Southport.
Copy, Shoreline.
Airport 42, Adam. First one will be around. Proceed.
Adam, 142, copy 27.
No subject not wanting.
1-894-7151, 1894-7151.
132 traffic.
Unit responded to the light structure fire, FM 665, Carol 55A, FM 665, Carol 55A. It's advised it's going to be on the curb, fence on fire, and grass headed to a house. People trying to put it out. It's going to be near Halo Flight, advising possible closer to Carol 26A. Proceed.
It's going to be south and north. Sam Victor Boy 5715. Sam Victor Boy 5715, South North.
141, 10 warning.
Water River Fence Line Patrol, Gates 106, 107, and Upton Security. 10-4.
141, 10-4.
Engine 71, the time she requesting rush unit.
10-4.
Person will be around. Received. This is a trash bag on the
Unit 7. Front. Floors 1, 2, 3, and 4. Unit patrol. 10-4.
Should be OCL, but it looks like Battalion 2 is responding as well. And some ICL units are responding.
Saying that it was unidentified officer going through his things at his house, wanting an officer there.
Lexington, that's good. SL show me en route to the station.
Two 14, are you code 4?
For now.
North and 69. We'll go from 8 for now. Received.
Route 4, 1070, air, flyers. All clear.
First, 2 shots en route from 624 and 1 hit.
442, 10-8, William.
Dispatch from 83.
142, 10-4.
93's code 1 shoreline, starting 0.
This is a mom named Kimberly. Looks like she's one of the RT back in the house.
Letters en route.
Yeah, I'm always off.
One's leaving Zon en route to the boat ramp.
This would be 37 and IH 69. 37 north, IH 69 north.
Dispatch from 83. 93's code 1 shoreline, starting 0.
Route 4, 1070, air, flyers. All clear.
Letter 2.
Verse 72, just want to confirm, you'll be going to you're going to be en route to the fire on 55, or are you going to the vehicle? Vehicle fire. Vehicle fire.
Yes, sir. We are a group.
It's me. So you can keep District 18 rolling, free up everyone else.
Receive.
Dallas, Texas, Mary Young David, 9379. Mary Young David, 9379.
Engine 10 can handle. They're on scene.
Fire dispatch to Adville 702 per 72 and water 2. It's going to be in San Patricio for the call takers, and they have it covered. Unit 7.
I got the bag off the roadway. Can you put a call for some waste, please? And I'll be sure.
702, show me on scene. There's no other units on scene. I've got one vehicle fully involved.
29-10-4, can you repeat that 28? I wasn't clear on all of it.
Unit 5.
Crossing into BMD 2 at 0937 is the Centurion Coro.
So, and turn on I tried to do 2 callbacks, but there's no answer. Just he's on voicemail.
6-1.
29-10-4, can you repeat that 28? I wasn't clear on all of it.
Frank David X-ray 9343. Frank David X-ray.
Dispatch from Meg 3. Meg 3's at shoreline 1.0.
Fire department is route.
Engine 10, engine 8.
We have a vehicle portable.
Yeah, agent fire control.
Agent Fire Control time is 0937. Unit 7. Unit 7. Scanning civilian, gate 102-175, locked and secured. Confirmed. Fire dispatch to Adville 702 per 72 and water 2. It's going to be in San Patricio for the call takers, and they have it covered.
4 o'clock will be just past the interchange. They're going to have to come across on the... There's going to be a crossover right before the car, unless they go all the way to the corpus, come back out. Texas 9343, Frank David X-ray 9343. The whole front end is going to be involved now.
321. Morris and Oxy Patrol.
702, show me on scene. There's no other units on scene. I've got one vehicle fully involved.
Unit 5.
29-10-4, can you repeat that 28? I wasn't clear on all of it.
Rush 2, Rush. Unit 5.
Frank David X-ray 9343. Frank David X-ray 9343.
Crossing into BMD 2 at 0937 is the Centurion Coro.
10-4, fire department is...
10-4. Highway 77 just past Levine Park going toward Odom.
Fire department is route.
Adville Fire Department pulling up now.
BMD 2.
There's going to be smoke covering the highway. I'm going to shut it down for a little bit. We have a vehicle portable.
Give me 95 times 1 mil. Can you have an additional unit come to my 20? Everything's 10-4.
To Portland. Our Northwell, Medina, June 14th of 87. We'll go for it.
That's it.
Please, control time is 0940.
Dispatch from Lifeguard 1.
You can cancel any other units you got.
Receive. Ladder 2, you're clear order. I've already added also level 2.
12 left. Ladder 2, copy cancellation. I'll be due to 1 mil 59 to Portland. Our Northville, Medina, 87. I'm cool for.
Route 15, doing a 1070 out there.
Yeah.
Ladder 2, copy.
29. Ladder 2, go ahead.
29, good.
It looks like they made a shutdown. We're going to counterflow southbound and northbound.
Dispatch from Lifeguard 1.
Everybody can sell us 1023.
Ladder 2 to 77 command on Group 8.
Lieutenant Houston on service. Anything else, man?
Receive. I'm just kind of Come on.
Ten four. Show lifeguards 1 and 5 in service on the Gulf Beach.
I'm gonna start moving some of that traffic so you can get through.
132 back in service.
Last name was going to be Camacho, Charles Adam Mary, Adam Charles Henry Ocean. First name Julio.
Yeah, we're working through. We'll be there tomorrow.
Traffic, you are first. Charles North Sam, 6128. Charles North Sam, 6128.
We are clear this call, but out of district at the moment.
Ladder 2 is on scene.
Receive. Ladder 2 on scene. Traffic. Hello, copy.
No return on Camacho versus Julio, 5597.